Peter Davidson, Marine Consultant to the Ed Rochelle Foundation, 555 North Carunquis Street, Corpus Christi, Texas. Honorable Mayor, Council members, City Manager Zanoni, and staff. First and foremost, thank you for moving forward with the renovation of one of our brightest spots in the city, the Corpus Christi Marina. Another one of our treasures, North Beach, will soon require renourishing for the 5th time, costing the city and the state millions and millions of dollars. For the past 3 years, I have been working with 2 engineering companies, Lloyd and Mott MacDonald, to identify ways to mitigate beach erosion, including to protect the USS Lexington from direct wave and water current impact. The plan calls for a habitat breakwater. Working together with the Palacios Marine Agricultural Research, Inc. and the Hart Research Institute, Drs. Larry McKinney and Joe Fox, whom have worked tirelessly on this project to seed 1 billion oyster larvae on this proposed breakwater. This would be a flagship reef for the city of Corpus Christi, which would be a project to begin the renourishment of bays all along the Texas Gulf Coast. Today, I'm asking the city to be a partner in the process as we move this momentous project forward. Please see my handout. A past philosopher once said, "These trees which he plants and under whose shade he shall never sit, he plants for the sake of his children and his children's children." Let us rejoice in doing something great for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I'm Davidson, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And next we have Rachel Caballero.
Good morning, Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Hello, people. This is a little concerning about these tax rate increases. I know that there was an article in the Island Moon about shifting the payment of interest to be able to appropriately approve this tax rate increase without voter approval. Across the board, this council is raising stormwater, wastewater, and trash. I mean, I kind of feel like this council does not understand the state of the economy right now, what your community is going through with inflation, and how we can be so disrespectful in increasing these tax rates, increasing fees across the board. I can come here every meeting, but for some reason we're not being heard. And I feel like this is community-wide. You know, we want to be peaceful. We want to pay our fair share of obligations to make sure that the city is functioning properly. But the money grab is exhausting. And it's becoming more and more frequent and at a higher rate. So I'm not sure what language needs to be used here to get everyone on council and Mr. Zanoni to understand that we're exhausted. We're exhausted that if, let's say, that the city of Corpus Christi wants to be a for-profit business, then the taxpayers are considered investors of this business. And we are receiving minimal to no return on our investment. You can't drive on our streets. If it rains, you better look out for the new potholes. If it floods in new areas of construction, it's funny, Mr. Hunter, but it's not. There's flooding throughout the entire city. So maybe we should start putting serious thought into things like infrastructure, drainage, and all those other things, as opposed to, trying to force this desal project on everyone that doesn't make any sense either. I'm begging and pleading you guys to do the right thing by the community, not by industry, and not by any other people that are funding your campaigns. This is exhausting. So you know, I don't know what else to say other than let's do the right thing here and lower the tax rate increase and rethink some of these fees, because the city of Corpus Christi has been running at a profit for the last 6 years. So there's no need for the money grab. Either you guys are spending poorly, or you're just causing more debt for the citizens, and we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. And for the record, I will say officially, last week, we did lower the tax rate. The reason being, and it is very unfortunate, and it's disingenuous what was written in that island moon and information that was given, because I understand where you're coming from because of what was read. It is inaccurate, what was printed and what was told. I don't know the specifics of that. I just know it's disingenuous to this entire council that was said. Peter Zanoni, I would like for you to address the way we sent to the response that was sent to the Island Moon and to the community out there, the response as to what was written. But before you do that, Ms. Caballero, we agree. That's why we did start by lowering last week. Today, you'll see that we're going to have some serious discussion as to where that needs to be in the balance, as you well put it, in keeping services that people absolutely want and need, and balancing what is not needed and where we can provide relief in lowering that tax rate. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
And
Yes,
Peter,
ma'am.
would you just recite basically what was responded to and what was written inappropriately?
Right, so we did respond to the Island Moon late Friday after we read that article, just to set the record straight that we did follow state law, state tax law in particular. There's no loopholes that we use, so me and my team, to develop the proposed budget for city council consideration, we followed state tax law, and what that says is, one, set your debt service tax rate based on the outstanding debt that you have, and that's step one. We did that. And then step two is on the maintenance and operations side, have that tax rate so that your property tax revenues are no more than 3.5% on existing values, no more than 3.5% from the year before. And the M&O tax rate was lowered following tax law to abide by that tax requirement. So the debt that we did have is we were able to move some of the debt that the city has in our maintenance and operations to the debt service side to have that tax rate that we proposed. The goal was, as Ms. Caballero just said, was to allow dollars to continue to invest in infrastructure, in particular our streets, and also in our American Bank Center. That is a city asset, that's infrastructure as well. So the proposed budget is just that. It's the city manager by charter is required to present a proposed budget, and then city council deliberates, as you have been doing for the past 5 weeks. And Mayor, as you said last week, you did lower the tax rate already, and today you may consider lowering it again. That's the council's requirement or duties in the charter as well. So that's kind of the summary of it that we sent to Mr. Rankin at the Island Moon. We appreciate his paper covering, the city and the island in particular. We did want to set the record straight, though, that we didn't do as he said in his article, and so we did send him about a one-page response late Friday night. We did copy the council on that as well.
Thank you. Okay, I think that concludes, correct? Or do we have anything online?
No, ma'am, nothing online.
So, okay. I guess we still have to, oh, no, now we can do, right, correct? Now we can go
Yes.
ahead and do the,
Correct. Right.
okay. And if anyone does come in, we'll
We'll
come back
take
to
that.
public comment. Okay, so back to Landmark. We had
A
one nomination.
Yes, for Elizabeth Riggle by Mr. Molina.
Okay,
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Walter Mumm. It's
Walter Mumm.
okay.
Okay, are there any other nominations? Okay. Seeing none, we can close nominations. Mayor, did you want to take a vote on that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do that.
Okay. So is there a motion to appoint Mumm and Riggle?
So moved.
Okay.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Great. All right. So next we have the Nueces County Appraisal District. So there's one vacancy on this board, and you do have some names before you.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Devin Bakta.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Eric Villarreal.
Okay.
Mayor,
Councilman?
at your pleasure, I'd like to make a comment on there that who we're replacing, Robert Adler. And Robert Adler was an absolute pillar of this community. He passed away a couple of months ago. It's hard to find anybody that devoted so much time and effort to improving Corpus Christi. I had the pleasure of serving with him for 6 years, and I can say from that knowledge that there's probably no finer individual out there with it. So I just like this tribute to Robert, not only for what he did for this city, for the county, for the community, in so many ways. Thank you, Robert, forever.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. Well said. Thank you for doing that. Okay, Ms. Huerta.
Okay, so if there are there any other nominations? And if there aren't, we can close nominations. So we're going to close nominations.
Okay.
So we have 2 candidates for the one slot, Mr. Batka and Mr. Villarreal. So we can do a runoff on that. Mayor, I can start with Mr. Barrera, if you're good with that.
Sure.
Eric Villarreal. Bakta.
Okay.
Vodka.
Bakta.
Villarreal.
Bakta.
Okay. Mr. Batka is appointed. Okay, last we have the Sister City Committee. There are 3 vacancies. Luis Cabrera, Valerie Harbalovic, and Suzanne Westy Horn are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, so that'll take us to our consent agenda items 2 through 6. Do we have any requests to pull in? Yes, sir.
Mayor, may I have a point of privilege here? Today is my 25th wedding anniversary. I'd like to congratulate my wife and I for putting up with me for 25 years. So
Oh, yeah.
thank you. So I want to just thank you for allowing me the point of privilege.
She's still with you?
She's put up with me for 25 years, actually 20, a little longer than that, but I appreciate the time. And also her birthday was on September
God
4th.
bless
So
her
happy
sweet
birthday as
soul.
well. Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you.
Where is she? We should commend her.
That's worth the proclamation.
She deserves a proclamation, yeah.
Yeah.
We can get the
like
Pope in here.
50 long. No, congratulations, Gil.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We're happy for you. Marriage is a very sacred sacrament. Okay, so, would anyone like to pull any items 2 through 6 on the dais? Okay. Any requests from the public to pull any items 2 through 6? Okay, there being none, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda, items 2 through 6. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. That'll take us to Section J, first reading ordinances. Item number 7 is an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 operating budget to appropriate $2 million of anticipated revenues and expenditures in the Fleet Maintenance Fund due to increased fuel cost.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Item 7 is an ordinance appropriating $2 million of anticipated revenues and expenditures in the Fleet Maintenance Fund due to increased fuel costs. Got a couple of slides here for you. Little background, the fleet maintenance purchases and sales an average of about 1.4 million gallons of fuel annually, comprised of 840,000 gallons of diesel and about 560 gallons of unleaded. At the time of the 22 budget preparation in the April-May timeframe in 2021, diesel fuel price per gallon was around $2.05, and unleaded fuel was about $1.95 per gallon. And in FY22 fleet maintenance, fuel budget was $3 million. In June of '22, diesel fuel got as high as $4.81 per gallon, and unleaded got as high as $4.04 per gallon. Currently, diesel fuel is about $3.96, and unleaded fuel is around $2.73 per gallon. Just a graph of for the current fiscal year of the diesel and unleaded prices over the 11 months that this graph goes through August. And some of the numbers, the fuel budget, about 840,000 gallons of diesel, 560 of unleaded, and the average price budgeted was around $2.18 for diesel and about $2.09 for fuel, for a total budget of $3 million. The actuals, October through July, for those 10 months, about 740,000 gallons of diesel sold and about 487 of unleaded. The price for for those 10 months, about $3.33 for diesel, $2.90 for unleaded. For actuals, after 10 months of about $3.9 million. The final 2 months, we project around 150,000 of diesel, about 100,000 of unleaded. At about $4.30 for diesel, $3 for unleaded, for a total of $945. So when added to the 3.9, comes a little bit less than $5 million, but we are asking for the appropriation increase of $2 million to get us to the $5 million approximate that we think we'll end up at. I'll stand by for any questions you might have on this item.
Councilman Smith?
Eddie, how much of that is solid waste, the 740,000 gallons of diesel?
I do the math here, but the solid waste budgeted about $1,480,000 in fuel. They're at about $1,008,000 right now. Okay. So they are the biggest user of fuel in the city.
So
solid waste.
of the $2 million, they're the biggest
They're
user.
a big chunk of it,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. I'll go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on item number 7? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 7. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, we will move on to section K, appeals of a decision of the Building Standards Board, items 8 and 9.
I'm gonna.
Okay, we're actually going to wait a few minutes here, and maybe, I think the attorney of record will be with us momentarily.
Yeah.
So we're going to wait until he gets here. But he's like on the way. He could be checking in now. Yeah.
Okay. For this item. Okay. Well, I think he needs to be here for it. Yeah. We're handing. There's 3 of them. There's 3? There's 3 of them, right?
Yeah, there's 3 cases.
There's actually 4 cases, and they're in order. I've handed out the pages. 2 of the cases have similar addresses because
Mayor,
all the same
I'm
owner,
sorry.
Markman Brothers.
Mayor, I saw something that took me completely off guard, and I wasn't paying attention. I apologize, but I am definitely a no for number 7.
So I had recorded him as all aye, but just so the council knows, he is requesting to be,
Little emergency pop-up on
right.
on my
So
screen.
I will, as long as y'all are fine, we're going to put him as a no.
We're checking. Yeah, I think you should be here. We'll give it a minute.
Mayor, we could do number 9 is a BSB appeal as well. We could do that one if you prefer to start with that one.
Is he on both of those, John? Okay. Oh. Which one is that? Oh, it is, okay. Okay, we can do number 9. Oh, I was talking to you about number. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to number 9. That is an appeal of the Building Standards Board's order to demolish dilapidated substandard structures located at 625 Atlantic Street, owned by Armando B. De Los Santos and Amelia G. De Los Santos. Right, and we do have the pictures those are, the handout that was just given to you
Yeah,
reflects
did I just
this
hand out the De
particular
Los
case.
Santos one? I guess I just handed out
You
the
did.
De Los Santos, okay.
No, I think this is De Los Santos.
Okay.
Oh, okay, this is not it. Okay, so we don't have the other one.
De Los Santos.
Do we have pictures of, I think they're looking for them.
I think that's
Picture's worth 1,000 expert opinions.
Yeah.
I think they're actually upstairs. So, had a,
So we'll just hold on.
yeah. Yeah, these are already in the book. They're
Well, there
presented.
he is.
Oh, you have some?
Okay. Well, everyone should have them in their packet or online. Yeah. So let's just do that. We don't need to.
We're on
That's
9
the
and
Martin
9.
Brothers ones.
Well. Okay, so what is this here?
This is De Los Santos.
I know, but this is, yes, okay, we're going to stick to number 9 then, right? We're going to do number 9. Okay, so this is what we need here.
Okay, Mayor, so
So
if you
we're-
look on your agenda, the green on your agenda, we're starting with the requester's presentation of appeal. So that's the first step in our process.
The green.
Yes, ma'am, highlighted on your agenda.
I don't have anything green.
It's right here.
Oh, the wrong page.
Right.
Yes, okay, the appeals procedure, okay. So, okay, we're going to start with the requester's presentation of appeal. And sir, you have up to 3 minutes, subject to questioning, of course. So you can go ahead and start. And when you're ready, sir. If you'll state your name, please.
Yes, Michael De Los Santos, on behalf of my elderly parents, 82 and 84 respectively, and owners of the subject property at issue, come before the Honorable Paulette M. Mojardo, Mayor of Corpus Christi, Texas, and the esteemed members of City Council. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The subject property is located in District 2. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Councilmember Ben Molina of District 2 for his time and consideration in this matter. Mr. Molina and I had a face-to-face meeting several weeks ago. Mr. Molina provided me with some great insight and information regarding the property, such as maintain the grounds of the property on a continual basis, prepare an action plan for the rehab and repair of the property, obtain repair estimates for the property, show consistent progress on the rehab repair of the property. Based on Mr. Molina's suggestions, I have obtained material supply and labor estimates for the repair property. And I say, see repair estimates, Exhibit A, and the cleanup and repair plan, Exhibits B, that we just passed out this morning. Please note the main repairs are located in the master bedroom, which is approximately 135 square feet, the bathroom, which is approximately 55 square feet, and the front dining room wall, which is an estimated 15 square feet of repairs. The combined total square footage of the home is 1,152. The repair area equates to 15% of the total square footage of the house. I personally crawled through the attic space underneath the house and examined the structure integrity inside and outside of the home. In my opinion, the house is structurally sound other than the repairs described herein. Of course, all the personal belongings and unwanted debris should be removed from the house and the house thoroughly cleaned in order to obtain a true and accurate assessment of the structural integrity of the home. Accordingly, my elderly parents would like to gut the entire inside of the home, like the house on 4209 Junior Terrace, which I provided in B6 in your supplemental exhibits. In my opinion, demolishing the entire home at this time is a grave miscarriage of justice to my elderly parents. If you look at the repair estimates, which is Exhibit A, the total is $17,635.54. Behind there, I have the materials and supply list from Home Depot. I have a repair estimate from Coastal Bend siding and windows, and one from on-the-level foundation and roofing. In Exhibit B, I have my preliminary cleanup and repair plan. And I installed 13 sheets of OSB plywood to the exposed areas of the house roof to mitigate any damages to the interior structure. That's done already. I covered the house with the 2 heavy-duty tarps to further mitigate damage to the interior structure. See Exhibits B1 and B2, photographs. I attempted to install sheets of OSB plywood to expose areas of the garage roof and to cover garage roof with heavy-duty tarp to mitigate damages to interior structure. However, at the time we were doing it, code enforcement officer came by to some of my helpers and told them to stop. I cleaned, mowed, edged, and removed the dead trees from the front yard of the home, which is already done.
Go ahead, you can go ahead and finish,
Okay.
Mr. De Los Santos.
So then the yard will be properly maintained on a continual basis. We'll obtain a dumpster, remove all the branches and debris from lawn premises. We'll remove all personal belongings from the interior of the house, which is currently in process. If you see Exhibits B3, B4, and B5. We'll obtain a dumpster to remove all wanted debris from the garage, repair and replace wood framing for the garage, install the garage roof, obtain a dumpster, remove all wanted debris from the interior of the house, repair and replace all rotted wood in the front dining room wall, repair and replace all rotted wood in the front entrance, repair and replace all rotted wood in the master bedroom, replace floor in the master bedroom, replace all rotted wood in the bathroom, replace floor in the bathroom. Then, at this time, we remove all sheetrock from the interior of the structure to examine, repair, and replace any rotted or damaged wood. At this time, to evaluate the whole structure to determine whether additional living space to change the design and layout before installing the new roof.
Okay. Okay, and Mr. De Los Santos, so.
Yes, ma'am.
The rest of your notes there are talking about the improvements you've made or the
Yeah, I talked about
repairs?
the improvements made, and I'm just about to finish and just talk about why it hasn't been,
Okay,
why the house is like this in this shape.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. The reason my elderly father lived there, and he's 82 years old, this is his house, he's a proud man. I could not go to the house, I could not do anything. My mother, unfortunately, is very sick and frail. I've handed the medical records of my mother, private, you can look at those, describe all her medical illnesses, and so I'm taking care full-time of my mother. So at the time, then my mother caught COVID, was down for several months, and then, she had a stroke. A stroke, you have to learn how to eat, walk, talk, all over again. She was involved in extensive therapy. I'm her full-time caregiver. And so finally, we got my father out of the house, and as soon as he did that, I went to the house, covered it with the OSB plywood, the exposed areas, tarped it up, and we started taking things out. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay.
The people of Corpus Christi, Texas, did not elect officers of the code enforcement. The people of Corpus Christi did not elect members of the Building Standards Board. I have not had the opportunity to talk to someone. And Demolish's suggestion to the, they do a good job, and I have respect for them, is to sit down and ask why, what's going on? Ask the questions. I mean, is there a sickness or a death in the family? Or you can't afford repairs? It'll be nice to have in the file, what caused this? So the people of Corpus Christi elected the Honorable Paulette M. Guajardo and elected each of you, the esteemed members of this city council, to represent the people and the respective interests of this great sparkling city, Corpus Christi, Texas. Today, you have the distinct authority to correct a grave miscarriage of justice. All my parents humbly ask is the opportunity to repair the home. I respectfully request a period of 90 days to remove all material and debris from the home, evaluate the home, and start doing repairs. I thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. De Los Santos. Okay, so Rebecca, at this time, we can ask questions, or do we go and wait for this explanation of applicable law?
You can ask questions, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Risley, I think you have your...
We believe that the house is irretrievable. The BSB made a determination on May 26th. They had a public hearing and an order. This has been, they did a notice in May, on May 3rd. The notice of violation was sent to the owner in February of this year, and the inspection of the building is from January. This is the appeal of the order to demolish the dilapidated substandard structure. The owner has done nothing to attempt to rehabilitate the house. The owner has not even requested a permit to demolish the house during this time. So there has been no progress made. The only way this house will be demolished is to deny the appeal of the applicant.
Okay, Councilman Pesley.
So can I direct questions to the?
You can.
Okay. If you were given time to do this, you're asking for 90 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think you can have the necessary repairs done in 90 days?
I think we can, our goal is.
You can't think, you need to know.
Yes, sir. In my repair plan, I think we will remove all debris and repair the master bedroom, the bathroom, and that front wall of the dining room.
What about the detached garage?
Well, yeah, we'll attack that as well.
Looks to me like it's already collapsed.
Well, I fixed worse than that before in my past, but yeah, we'll evaluate if it needs to be torn down. I have no problem tearing down or demolishing the house or the garage. I just want an opportunity to assess it and see. I mean, if it's beyond repair, I'm not going to spend my time, resources, my parents' money in fixing it. Obviously, we'll demolish it on our own, clean it up, and take it from square one. I just want the opportunity to clean up and look at it and make a valid assessment. I'll take all photographs. I'll take a detailed journal and come before the city council. I never had the opportunity. And it was my parents' home. See, I have to step in now. As soon as I was able to step in, I covered it as best I could, cleaned it up as best I could, and it's an ongoing process. You see all those bins of taking things out. This is my parents' home. There's a lot of personal mementos in there. I mean, it was not an abandoned home. It's not a zombie home. I can go in there and clean out everything. These are about 60 years of stuff in there. So it's very delicate, and, you know, I just respect my parents.
No, I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
And I don't know who the staff wants to answer this question. How long have we been engaged in this process to get the owners to comply with the cleanup?
Good afternoon, Councilman. Bobby Ray Maldonado, Interim Code Compliance Program Manager. We initiated this case back in January of this year. So we've been working with specifically Mr. De Los Santos' parents, Mr. and Mrs. De Los Santos, throughout the entire process. I do want to mention that Mr. De Los Santos submitted an extension request back in June, requesting 60 days to move all his personal belongings from the property. At that time, in speaking with legal, we did allow that opportunity, and we gave them until the end of July to remove all personal belongings. And till this day, I don't believe that has been taken place as well.
Okay. Yeah, you know, that's the part that really bothers me, is how much time and effort staff and everybody puts into this to try to get compliance. And I appreciate your concerns, Mr. De Los Santos, and I'm not without sympathy for that. But, you know, I've looked at these pictures. You know, and I've been around construction my whole life. I just don't see how you're going to be able to save this structure to the point where it would pass any kind of inspections, because that's the first thing you're going to have to do is apply for a permit from the city to come out and inspect what you do. It'll have to be, all the plumbing will have to be upgraded, all the electrical will have to be upgraded. It will, I would almost bet you could tear this house down and build a new one for less money. So I just think we're wasting time here. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
May I respond?
You may.
I did not get that extension. My father got the extension. So I had no idea.
Right.
So
Your father was getting the mail.
My father's elderly, disabled.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything, and that's been the process the whole time. I can't do anything. Right. Now he's out of the picture, so to speak. I got up and started, I'm going to do something.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, I just wanted some clarification here. You included a Exhibit B6, which is a different address altogether. Was that a mistake, or is that intentional?
B6?
B6, yes. You have a junior terrace.
Oh, that's the example of the house that I provided. This is what they wanted to do, is get the whole house and see structurally, is it sound? That's what someone's doing on 4602 Junior Terrace.
Okay.
The gentleman who owns the house gutted the whole house. That's what we want an opportunity, to gut the whole house and see if it's structurally sound or not. So that's just an example of what I propose that we want to do to the structure.
And at what point during this process, since the city's initial inspection in January of this year, at what point did you become involved?
At the Building Standards Board, I attended the hearing, and
So
I asked
in
to
May?
speak to Diane Garza, and then I asked to speak before the Building Standards Board. They just rubber stamped and denied and just went on. I've never had the opportunity to sit with someone, to let them know what's going on.
Okay,
Well,
so you got involved in May.
When I filed at the Building Standards Board of Appeal, or whatever that was, May,
Okay, well then, who filed the extension to,
my father,
so your father was present at the meeting?
I think so, he's president, but he filed the extension, I guess, to get time. I have no idea.
Okay,
But he didn't do anything. I mean, see, he's disabled. He's a disabled veteran. He's not capable of doing anything.
okay,
So I have to step up and take control.
So you got involved in May, but then he filed this extension that you didn't know about?
Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know.
Yeah. Okay.
This is my father's home. I mean, I can't, he's a patriot. That's his home. I can't do anything. Now I can get involved.
Okay. And then, I guess, when city staff talks about the owner not taking any steps, you're talking about his father, or his parents, right? His father?
That is correct. When Mr. De Los Santos, the son, came and presented to BSB and spoke on behalf of his parents as well, we have had no communication with him aside from that meeting directly. His father has come and been in contact with us himself.
And when was that last contact with his father?
The last time was in June, when we spoke to him and he requested the 60 days to remove his
Okay, and
personal
that's
belongings.
the last contact you've had with him?
That is correct. Mhm.
But then you got involved.
That's when I filed the notice of appeal.
Right.
My father is, with all due respect, is not 100% physically or mentally. I mean, he tried his best and he cannot do it. He's 82 years old. He's a disabled veteran, and
Yeah.
I have to step up and take. All I just want is an opportunity. Like I gave the example on Junior Terrace. Do that to the house, like Mr. Postley said. If it's going to demolish, I agree. Well, we'll demolish the house, but just give my parents an opportunity to see the house and see if it's worth fixing or not.
Right.
We're not going to throw bad money after a house that can't be fixed. All I'm asking is an opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's all okay.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. De Los Santos, do you have legal authority over this
Yes,
house?
sir. There's a power of attorney on file.
You have the power of attorney
sir.
from your father? Okay.
Father and mother. Yes, sir.
Okay, that was question number one, that you
Yes, sir.
can do this. Secondly, I look at your estimates. They only talk about the I guess, the exterior of the building, not a whole lot on the interior.
Well, I got the estimates for the main structural, what needs to be repaired. The rest would be cosmetic. I mean, painting and taping, floating, that's cosmetic. The thing is to get it structurally sound, by code, and we'll take it from there.
Right, and those estimates were for the main building, not for the garage, right?
No, for the garage as well.
For the garage
Yeah,
as
if
well?
you have the material estimates on, and
The garage, it's leaning?
Hmm?
Wow.
Like I said, we can clean it out. If it needs to be demolished, we'll demolish it, Councilman.
Okay.
We just want an opportunity just to clean it out and see what's going on. There's a lot of personal mementos in there.
Well, I'm sympathetic to your plight here in the sense that, you have, elderly parents that are not necessarily cooperative and probably not capable either. I have my own experience with this, so
It's challenging. It's very challenging. But I wouldn't trade it for a minute, especially caring for my mother. I wouldn't trade it for a second.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Councilman, I'm sorry, Mr. Risley.
In your packet, you will see a power of attorney attached to the BSB appeal. I would like to note that the date of that power of attorney is 23rd of September 2014, which gives Mr. De Los Santos the ability to enter and evaluate that property and operate with that property as though he were the father.
That was,
Go ahead.
respond, yes. That was for, to help them because my parents don't understand.
Right.
But I still could not go in that house. My
Yeah.
father lived there. Now he's no longer there. I can,
Right.
take it, which I
Right.
did. I tarped it. I did as best I could, and we really rolled. But it's his house. I can't.
Right. No, and Mr. DeSantos,
Yes,
I can sympathize because I have elderly parents and
Yes, ma'am.
I cannot make my dad do a whole lot. But it is a situation that needs to be addressed. It sounds like you were asking for 90 more days.
Yes, ma'am.
In which a decision will and must, obviously, if we grant that to you, must be met. But under the circumstances, and I'll just give my 2 cents, and with my experience with elderly parents, that I, being the only sibling here, in taking care of them to a degree, understand that you can have everything legal set up you want. Our parents are our parents, and they're very, very, very proud of what they have. It's obviously in dire, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Disrepair. But I also believe that it is only up to you to make the decision. It isn't our decision to say what should be invested in this or not.
Yes, ma'am.
It's your decision to say, it may cost more to do this or that, but depending on what that home means to you and your parents and/or your parents, you guys make that decision.
Yes, ma'am.
It's our decision here to either grant you that 90-day extension or not, based on, in your situation, there was a lot going on with your parents in
Yes, ma'am.
2 separate households. We've got a couple more questions, and then we'll
ma'am.
circle back. Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. De Los Santos, your work with your parents, I appreciate and sympathize. I know it can a challenging task that can be, even though rewarding.
Yes, sir.
It's the circle of life on there. So you said, and you've got photographic evidence that you've been clearing out the house. How much is left?
Well, quite an extensive amount, sir. But, like I said, we're going to clear it out. And I'll
Okay.
take photos. I'll keep a journal and let everyone know what's going on. I'll send you emails and just keep that. All he wants is an opportunity. It's a sentimental. This is my parents' first home that they purchased, and that's all they want, just an opportunity to take a look at it. If it needs to be demolished, yeah, I'm going to recommend to them it needs to be demolished. I mean, obviously, but I just want the opportunity.
And I guess I understand exactly where you're coming from, but the 90-day time frame seems a little, you can bring in experts. The time to finish cleaning out your house is one thing, but I think even now that, a roofer could go in there and assess the condition of the roof. Does it need as is? So 90 days to me seems, with this house being in the condition in the neighborhood, a long period of time. So, that's it.
Thank you. Councilman Molina, are you back on?
I'm back on, but
Okay. Okay. Councilman Pusley, is that new light? Yeah.
Yeah, I concur with Councilman Smith. I think 90 days is way too long. You've had since January of this year to have worked with the staff here to come up with, a recommendation to this council. And Mr. De Los Santos, you have to think of what the impact of this home has been on the neighbors that live in that neighborhood and next door across the street, and how it impacts their property values. The yard hasn't been kept in months and months and months. The garage is basically almost flat on the ground. And and I took care of my parents. I took care of my dad up until I held his hand the day he passed away. So I understand what that's about. But I also made sure that my parents' property was being taken care of and that the things that needed to be done were done. So I think 90 days is way too long. I think this could be assessed in 10 days at the most. And I want to remind council that if we extend this to 90 days and then the report comes back to us that he can't save it, then they've got to arrange for this rate. We could be looking at another 90 days. So this house could be here for another 6 months. And that, to me, that's just not fair to the people who live around it.
Councilman Molina.
If we were to grant the extension here, or I guess the appeal, Mr. De Los Santos is going to have to go through the permitting process at some point. How long would that take, just the permitting process itself?
I'd have to defer to development services on that.
You know, if we grant the appeal and it takes 90 days to get the permit, then he's not going to be able to do any work.
No, sorry.
It depends on what he's submitting a permit for. If he thinks he can rebuild the home, there's foundational work, there's roofing work, there's interior stabilization work. So it depends on what he wants to do. If he wants to demolish, we could review that in less than 3 days. But if he wants to refurbish or remodel or renovate the property, it depends on to the extent he wants to do that. And of course, that depends on how good the drawings are. So, but our review is only 3 days. So whatever he submits, from a residential structure, we do it in 3 business days. So, but the construction is really what I think what you're alluding to. Well, how long will it take them to do what he thinks he wants to do? And that really depends on the contractor or contractors he hires.
Okay, so he's got a couple of estimates here. One is for a roof repair, and then the other one is for to replace all the rotted framing members.
Okay. And by the way, he's not submitted a permit, or a permit has not been submitted yet.
Well, he doesn't need to yet, right?
I'm sorry?
He wouldn't need to at this point.
But that's true. If he was looking to remodel or save the property, one would think a permit would have been submitted.
Yeah, well, the contract's not even signed yet, so he's got to sign the contract with the contractor, and then he or the contractor will go and pull the permit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've had some conversations with Mr. De Los Santos, and I can tell he's enthusiastic and he's willing to put in the time and effort. But I agree with my colleagues here that this house has been an eyesore in the neighborhood for a long time. And I do get calls from people in the neighborhood about not just this property, but there's other properties in that neighborhood that need some attention. I'm not sure that I feel comfortable with 90 days. Mr. Risley, do we have the authority to change the dates, the number of days?
You can amend the order. However, I haven't normally to be able to amend the order, you have to have a proposal that describes what he's going to do with specific dates, like that he's going to meet, not merely evaluating the building. He hasn't given us what he handed out to you, so I don't have that. But you have to, he would have to be here committing that he's going to complete specific items by specific dates, such as the roof within 20 days or 30 days, and not simply evaluate the building. So I would, we're kind of at a loss as how to craft a modified order in this case, because there's not a plan that's being proposed.
So right now it's 90 days or nothing.
I don't think you have really two options here: uphold the order or not uphold the order, and it's not a matter of 6 months. Don't expect this building to come down for a long, long time if you don't uphold the order, because he's had more than 60 days to evaluate the building so far since he's filed his appeal, and he's had the right to do so since 2014. And he has not presented a proposal to city staff of a timeline. I mean, he mentioned 90 days, but he hasn't presented that proposal to us.
So either uphold the appeal or deny the appeal. Or not the appeal, right?
How can we get that? Is there a way to get that from him before, making a call on
Can you turn your mic on, Mayor?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Is there a way to, is there a way for Mr. De Los Santos to provide a plan, or how is there a way to give him an extended period of time while abiding by what must be submitted?
You could adopt an order and provide for the order to automatically spring into place. You could suspend the order for 30 days and provide for it to automatically spring back into place unless the permits are all requested and issued within the next, that 30-day period. He would have 30 days
Okay.
to apply for all the permits and get them.
Right.
Now, at that point, he'll have, each of the permits, I think, has 180 days to do the work. So if he doesn't do the work within the 180 days, you could have a second date at which it automatically, you could say that within 180 days, the order automatically comes into place if he hasn't completed the work. We could do a little bit of crafting to come up with something like that, but he hasn't even provided the proposal to staff, so it's hard to craft something like that on the fly. He gave a handout to y'all, but I think it's a bit, just time to speculate on it. So I guess you could just suspend the order for a period of time if you wish, and then it automatically becomes effective if you.
So if we suspend for 30 days, that's the suspension you're talking about.
And then the demolition order is then effective in that 30-day period, and it automatically, then he can.
So the
tear it
order
down.
today, if we approved it, would be to move ahead with demolition. Is that correct?
Or suspend.
And then you would go ahead with demolition just at a
Well, yeah.
slightly later date.
Okay. Mayor, I want
Yeah.
to make the motion.
Well, hang on, we have another comment.
Okay, well,
Also, I think staff has a presentation too, right? Did you have one?
The PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
It's been running since everybody
Okay,
was talking.
so is that sufficient? I didn't know if you wanted to go through it or not.
The
Yeah,
one
but
pager.
Councilman,
I'd like to hear a
I know.
presentation.
Okay, you want
I'd
to,
like to hear a presentation.
before your comment?
Yeah, if that's the case.
Okay, absolutely.
Excuse? Am I excused?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, yeah. You can have a seat here, Mr. De Santos, in case we need you to come back up. Go ahead, yes.
So, Mayor and Council, so as we've previously been speaking, this property, as we mentioned, has negatively impacted, the community and contributing to blight, throughout the neighborhood. So Neighborhood Services Code Enforcement Division has been working actively, and as well, Councilman Posley, to address blight throughout the city, right? And so this property, and we'll speak of others here in the next appeal, we feel contribute to that blight, right? So our recommendation, our staff recommendation is to uphold the BSB's decision to proceed with demolition at this time. There's been no active permits pulled, as mentioned. I did look back at my notes, and Mr. Michael De Los Santos has actually been a part of the entire process back into January, where we've noticed him and his parents as well. So I would argue that he's been notified since January as to the condition of the property, and we've been working, as we proceed through our code enforcement substandard process throughout this property. Additionally, there's been no active utility since February of this year, and no attempt to make any repair aside from that tarp that Mr. De Los Santos mentioned. So at this time, staff recommends to uphold the BSB decision to demolish.
Okay. Councilman Barrera?
Ms. Maldonado, you indicated that there's been no utilities there since February.
Yes.
Now, we talked briefly regarding this property, and you indicated that there was still someone living there.
At the time, Councilman, when we initiated the case, there was someone still living there. At that time, once, like they mentioned, back in February of this year is when they moved out, and so it became a vacant property. We actually, the city, with utilizing city funds, paid to board up the property earlier this year, and it would cost roughly $190 to board and secure that property. So we've also maintained it since the inception of our case.
Okay, did we, and so maintaining define what you mean by maintaining.
When we hired a city contractor to board and secure the property to avoid any possible vagrancies or drug activity or illegal activity from occurring at the property, especially since we initiated in our substandard process.
And did we, at any time, cut the grass, remove debris?
We just secured it, but we have not had to mow it or abate it as such.
Okay, and that was done, okay, once again, that was secured when, again?
It was February 25th of this year.
February 25th of this year.
Yes.
And during that time, would the property owners have had the ability to remove all the contents?
Yes, it's still the ownership of it, right? If they needed anything, they would have initiated contact with us. It's still their property. All we do is board it and secure, so they could have removed it themselves if they needed to, or hired a contractor, or contacted us so we could assist with that.
Okay. And Mr. De Los Santos, I guess how long would it take you to remove the contents?
Can I respond to
Yeah, turn your mic on. Or you can go back up to the podium.
Yeah, that one.
Here. Sure, go ahead. I'll give
With
you.
all due respect, I like to see the evidence of that boarding up, because there's no evidence. You have photograph of what you boarded up? So I'm the one who put the plywood up in front of the door. I don't know what she's talking about secured.
Okay, well, that's something else.
Okay, but I just want to get that clear on the record. They did not do any security or boarding up or anything.
Okay, but once again, back to my other question.
Yes, sir.
How long will it take you to remove the contents?
I asked for 90 days. We can get it done as fast as possible.
Yeah, I just can't, I think under the circumstances, it'd be very difficult to allow 90 days, considering it's been, we're September and it's been raining, and, it was first sighted in January. And I understand, at what point, so your father left in February?
Yes, sir. But like I said, I could not get, as his home. That's his home.
Yeah, I understand.
Now, now it's, I had to take control. But it's his home, it's his castle. And all, the lack of a proper term, one man's, stuff is another person's treasure. It's a delicate situation. Like I said, if this is a vacant home, zombie home, I go out there and clean it in 2 seconds, pardon the expression. But this is someone's personal home for over 60 years.
Yeah.
So it's got a lot of sentimental value. That's why I wanted the time. And once we get it all cleaned out, then we can properly assess it. And if it needs to be knocked down, it needs to be knocked down. I have no problem with that. I'm not gonna pour money, bad money, but I think, it can be salvaged, the assessment I've done so far.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I have nothing for Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Miles, just for clarification, if we suspend the order, it's going to not take effect for 30 days, and Mr. De Los Santos here, can pull a permit that would allow him to start working on getting this property mitigated.
Now, what do you mean by start working on mitigating? I have not. Keep in mind, even if you approve what's here, he has 30 days to actually do the work, remove whatever he wants to remove before the city will touch it. This order that's before you, the resolution that's before you doesn't even truly take effect until October 6th. Section 5 says the city may vacate, remove, or demolish the buildings or relocate the building occupants if the action ordered by the board is not taken by October 6th, 2022. So there's an automatic 30 days to remove his property. And what you're talking about is doing more than suspending. If he wants to come in and evaluate, you got to wonder what would he be doing after he evaluated. Does he want to not have the order become effective? If all you do is suspend the order, then it becomes effective automatically, and he's not going to be able to get an order to rehabilitate as long as this order is in place. To put the roof on, to reconstruct this building, to put walls in. He's not going to be able to get that order as long as this order is in place. And he hasn't provided a plan to us that he wants to do it. He's had months and months and months in order to be able to evaluate the building already. And he has not provided, he may have provided that to y'all up here, but he hasn't provided that to any staff, any plan of rehabilitation. that would require more of a modification to the order than has been requested.
Well,
What did the 30-day suspension with being able to go take out permits entail then?
The permit is the permit to demolish. That's the permit that he can get right now.
No. So Miles, forget about why and when and all of that. You know, him having the authority to do whatever. I think what we were getting at was if we can extend 30 days, a minute ago, we talked about within that 30 days being able to go take out a permit to do work, which therefore would give him more time. We get that. So is that what is before us today as an option in amending the current board's decision?
What we haven't seen, normally if you're going to do a authorization to rehabilitate a building, you need a plan before you to do that rehabilitation. We don't have that plan, therefore you don't have that option to have a plan of rehabilitation.
Okay, so
you can just terminate the order and we won't worry about it, and that'll be that. Or you can extend and then it'll be demolished at a later date. However, to have the option to rehabilitate, we need to have a rehabilitation plan in front of us. Because we don't have the dates upon which the order would cease to exist, that he would have to rehabilitate by.
Okay.
So where I'm at with it, I would like to give Mr. De Los Santos some time. I think 90 days might be too much. Now, Mr. De Los Santos did provide a handout to each one of us that you haven't seen yet.
Yes, he has a secret handout that he gave to y'all that he didn't give to any staff.
And so in here, he has steps that he's planning on taking. Now, there are no dates attached to these steps. But now that you know what I want, how can you help me get to that point?
If you will give that to me, I can.
Yes, Councilman Pusley.
We could.
I just want to mention one thing, and I've had lots of conversations with staff about the blight in Corpus Christi and these abandoned buildings and abandoned homes, which people in this community have been complaining about for years. And one of the games that developers or builders, contractors, property owners play with the city is they go pull these permits fully knowing that they're never going to do anything with them. But what it does is extend their ability to not have to take action. So we've now got people who go out and secure a demolition permit, and Miles, correct me if I'm wrong, but that demolition permit gives them like 180 days to demo the property. Is that right?
Yes.
The demolition permit is a requirement to demolish.
I understand.
You do have 180 days.
Yes.
However, if you order that building demolished, he has 30 days to demolish it himself, or the city will do it, regardless of the issuance of permits to
No, I
other
understand
people.
that part, but the point I'm trying to make is what we have found in visiting with staff is they go get the permit for demo. When it gets close to the 180 days, they come back down here and apply for an extension for another set period of time. And the next thing you know, they've bought off a year.
That's true.
We've got one out on Leopard Street. We've been trying to get torn down for almost 2 years now, and that's what the guy keeps doing. So it's just a game they play with us.
It's not in the law, but it has been practiced.
Yeah, Councilman, I just had a conversation with staff last week on the same issue, and it is, Councilman Pusley is accurate. What he's saying is true. So we're trying to close that loop with Development Services, because the front clerk person that's issuing the renewal demolition may not be aware that the case is something like this case.
Right.
And so they just issue another 180 days.
Right.
And Councilman Pusley's brought to my attention a building that's been on Leopard Street since he was in high school, probably because of some of those reasons. But so we're trying to evaluate that to make sure Al Raymond knows, his front clerks know all the cases, so that they don't issue an extension.
Right. Well, that's great. And that's not, that's for whoever's doing that. And I understand that. I think here, here's what I feel about this. I feel that if we can extend this, which would be in essence tabling it for 30 days so that Mr. De Los Santos can come back with a plan, and then we look at it at that point. There isn't a plan now. So let's give him the opportunity to bring forth a plan with some dates, and then we move forward.
Yeah.
Isn't that
I
something
actually think we can do more than that. We can work with Mr. De Los Santos today, insert some, but before we're to the end of this meeting, we can insert some dates into this and incorporate those dates into the resolution you can adopt. And when he doesn't meet those dates, the order will spring into place and the city will be able to demolish the building.
You mean if he doesn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, if he doesn't, Miles is correct term. Okay, so we can do it now then. Well, that's what I was asking
yes,
earlier.
we can, and I think that would be, if we can get some dates inserted in here that are
Right.
reasonable, we can do that today, and we can move this off the council's docket with something that's approved, and in the next
Right.
20 or 30 minutes or so.
Okay, Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, the concern that I have with doing something that says you have to do this by this date or else demolish is I would hate to be in a situation where he gets 80% complete with the house, but it doesn't meet a deadline and then we have to demolish it. So maybe we do something where we actually reevaluate where he is after a certain number of days, because I'm also inclined to give him more time. But I do think that we have to have a plan. Have we told him that we wanted a plan with dates and times and
actually, we've always tell the people that are at the BSB hearing that they know that the BSB can't give them an extra time specified unless they provide a plan.
Well,
to rehabilitate.
And, you know, and I understand that we want to get houses like this taken care of in a reasonable time and quickly. But I also want to give people an opportunity, if they want to get their properties fixed on their own, to fix the property, because I would rather have a fixed property than a vacant lot. And you know, and even though I'm not optimistic on these amounts that you think you can get it done for, but that's not for me to really decide. I think that's why you need to really evaluate closer the actual cost of what that's going to be. But I do think that because of that, we do need a plan with some deadlines. But I think at those deadlines, we need to evaluate where we are instead of it being an automatic. Unless it's, hey, 30 days, he hasn't done anything at all, then in that case, I think it would be appropriate. But if he is taking steps and making progress, I just don't want there to be an automatic demolish if he's making good progress on what he's trying to do.
Right.
I recommend that he sit down over the next 15 minutes with our representatives from code enforcement, and if he can provide some specified deadlines, that would work. If he can't provide those specified deadlines, then we could come back at the next time we do demolitions, which is these appeals. We could bring them. We normally bring them about a couple times a year, and by then, he will not have completed it back then. If you want, then that gives you another chance to do the demolition if you're not willing to make specific commitments with specific dates.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
Okay, I'm a little confused, you know. I drove by there on Friday, and I wasn't optimistic. I talked to you, Mr. De Los Santos. You know, and the thing that disturbs me, I'm a little inclined to give you some time, but the thing is that a large, in absence of all the rain that we've had lately, I could tell you there were several neighboring homes that it looks like they're manicured on a regular basis. They had green grass. They looked like they were kept up. And the first thing I did when I Googled it, and I told you that I usually think about what's the situation with the neighbors. And you know, when you Googled it on Google Maps and you see that a lot of there wasn't a time during rain, and you see a lot of kept homes. And that's the challenge that I typically face, is that, what about the neighbors? And I shared with you, having family and it's particularly in my district, that we have that situation where there's a rent house that's not particularly taken care of, and you've had somebody that's lived there 40, 50 years, and they do their best to take care of it. But I guess that being said, Miles, what is it? Moses. Miles, so we only do, or Ms. Maldonado, so we only do the demolitions twice a year, so if we gave him 30 days, then what is
Well, we
that?
do it periodically. We do bring these appeals. We cluster them because they do take a lot of time for the city council. And what we could do is Mr. Maldonado could meet with our representatives, and while we do the Klein appeal, the Markman brothers, and if they can't come up with some dates by then, we would just recommend we leave this on city council and tell you that, and recommend approval of the resolution and denial of the appeal.
Okay, so would we have the ability to table it a week so it comes back to us next week? I'm just asking. I'm not saying that I want to do that. I'm just asking.
You can always table things a week. I mean, you're just same place.
Yes, you can do that. Yes,
yeah.
you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that if the
Well,
council wants.
that's what I was proposing.
let's
Just
table this
let's
for a week,
table
and then
it,
we can-
let them come back
Yeah.
with the plan and move forward.
Okay, let's do that.
How are we-
We're gonna-
Mayor, I'd like to move to table this item until the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
Okay, Councilman.
Point of order, is that a motion to table or is that a motion to postpone?
This, it's a motion to postpone, technically, yeah.
Motion to postpone
With a specific date, so I just want to make sure we're.
Okay.
for the next city council meeting.
We're gonna move it to next week.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Did we have a second? We did? Okay. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. All right.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank
city
you, Mr.
staff.
De Los Santos.
And who do I
Okay,
speak
Bobby
with?
Ray, thank you.
Who do I speak
God
with?
bless you. Yeah, we got one more. You're not going anywhere. I'm just thanking you for this one. Okay, so that was item number, that was 9. Okay. Then we're going to go back to 8 now.
Okay, Miles, who's doing number 8?
Hang on, for rehab plan.
Doing number 8, and I have just handed out the 4 pages, the 1-pagers to the city council.
On Josephine, correct? Is that Josephine?
Yes, the 4-page color document that I handed out shows the pictures of those 4 properties, and this is 4 appeals of 4 BSB findings and 4 orders that have been consolidated into a single resolution.
Okay, so number 8 is an appeal of the Building Standard Board's order to demolish dilapidated substandard structures located at 110 Josephine Street, AKA 106 Josephine Street and 102 Josephine Street, 2212 Ruth Street, and 1216 Martin Luther King Drive, owned by Markman Brothers Investments Corporations, LLC. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is David Klein. I represent Markman Brothers Investments. All of the properties involved in this appeal will be demolished. Markman Brothers has gone back and reevaluated the properties, and we will be demolishing all of the buildings. The only thing that we're asking for this afternoon is an additional 15 days to do it. It is my understanding that we've already requested demolition permits with weather and access and labor. We're simply asking for an additional 15 days so that your order would be to have it demolished within 45 days.
Okay. Okay, so that said, Miles, so basically the order, I mean, he's actually advancing it, if you will. Is that correct?
No, what he is requesting is that the resolution be amended to require the removal by, the new date would be, instead of October 6th, it would be October 21st. Is that right? Right?
That's my math, yes.
Okay, so we would be amending the board's decision to change the date. Miles, correct?
Yes, and what it would be that the dates in the resolution that are in Section 8. Section 8 says the sixth city may vacate, secure, remove, or demolish the buildings or relocate the building occupants if the action ordered by the board is not taken by October 6, 2022. We would change that date to October 21st, 2022.
Okay,
I'll make that motion.
okay, we've got a comment.
sorry.
Councilman Pusley, no, you're fine.
But you just said a while ago in the previous case that if we pass the order, they get 30 days anyway, right?
That's why it was October 6, 2022.
That's the 30 days?
That's the 30
Okay.
days, and he wants 45 days to do it himself. And what that does is it says if they don't do it by that 30th day, in this case the 45th day, then we have the order to do the demolition.
So
We have the ability to do the
There's no 180-day
demolitions
extension on this,
and assess a lien then.
pardon me?
And if the city does the demolitions, then we assess liens on
Okay.
those properties.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay, well, yeah, I make the motion to alter Section 8 to October 21st.
We're supposed to, we approve it first, then do the amendment, and then, and
So
then approve it as
you make a
amended.
motion to approve it, I'll second.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'll make
Motion
amendment.
to approve.
I'll make an amendment to the motion
I'll second the amendment.
to make it the October 21st.
Okay, and you seconded that?
I'll second
Okay,
that.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, then we just need to
Pass as
pass the
amended.
resolution as amended.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to pass?
It's already made. We
Oh,
just,
right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Thank you for making this one easy.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Bobby Ray. Okay, so that will take us to Section L, our budget-related items, items 10 through 21. Let's see here. Item number 10, our fiscal year 2022-2023 budget recap. Mr. Houlihan, you are going to give a presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just kind of recap and review what occurred last week and where it stands and what are the next steps, what are the options. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, last week at the first reading of the budget, this is just a list of the rates adjustments that the council approved. The second one there is with development services. It was fee increases that were consistent with the four-year plan that was presented in '22, except for the fees to recover the cost of public improvement inspectors, and the public inspector fees were increased to recover the cost of adding 4 public improvement inspectors in the amount of $496,000. Just want to point that out. And the rest of the fee, Marina, Metrocom, Stormwater, Streets, and Water were approved last week. The item that the fee adjustment that council did not approve was the solid waste fee adjustment. That was the proposed monthly rate adjustment of $1.15 for residential customers and $2.24 for monthly for commercial customers. And there were some other transfer station increases in there also. So just this item, the decrease is $1,839,000 in recurring revenue, and $1,184,000 of that $1,839,000 was for the residential component of this rate increase. The amendments that the council made when they approved the first reading of the operating budget was a no solid waste fee adjustment of $1,839,000. General fund reductions that were on page 52 of the document with $22,706,706 plus some other items that were in an amendment sheet, and that list totaled $25,381,000, almost exclusively made up of one-time type of items. Then the council, as a result of the tax rate reduction of 0.0084 cents, that action redirected hot fund expenditures. Instead of the hot fund transferring money to the CIP for improvements at the American Bank Center facility, that same $2.1 million will be transferred to the debt service fund to make the debt payment for convention center debt. Some budget adoption decision points regarding the solid waste fee adjustments. If the fees are not approved today, then up to $1,839,000 of recurring reductions will need to be made in the general fund for fiscal year '23. Or if only the residential component wasn't approved, then $1,184,000 would need to be, up to that amount would need to be made. Regarding the general fund one-time reductions, the full amount could be added back to the FY23 general fund budget without an impact on the property tax rate, because these items were coming out of fund balance, not of ongoing recurring in nature. And the majority of the one-time items were essentially funded from the excess fund balance in the general fund, which in the budget document is estimated to be around $99 million. Then regarding the decision on the property tax rate, some potential options. The council could approve the tax rate that they approved last week of a 0.0084 reduction. In this case, no general fund reductions would be necessary or needed. In that particular, that tax rate that currently exists exceeds the no new revenue rate by 10.2%. And the no new revenue rate is 57 cents. And option 2 is to approve a tax rate that is 2.6 cents lower than what was originally proposed, or 1.76 cents less than what currently exists after the 0.0084 reduction. In this case, we would need $1,729,000 of general fund recurring expenses. And these could come from the recurring potential reduction list that was sent to you on Friday. And in this case, that tax rate would exceed the no new revenue rate by 7.2%. Or an option somewhere in between those two would be to approve a tax rate of 0.631264, which is 1.5 cents lower than the FY22 tax rate. In this case, it would need $1,226,000, almost $1,227,000 of general fund recurring expenditures. And it could also come from that list that you received, or anything else that you so choose. And this particular tax rate exceeds the no new revenue rate by 9.1%. Just some other tax rate considerations. This particular item, approving the tax rate, does require six votes in favor of the ordinance, or 60% of the governing body, if the rate exceeds the no new revenue property tax rate, which it would, of 0.78740. And if the property tax is not adopted today, then the truth in taxation process must start over for FY23, and a rate must be adopted by the end of September. And if a tax rate is not adopted by the end of September, then the FY23 tax rate that the city would be required to default is the no new revenue property tax rate of 0.578740. And that particular tax rate will result in over $11.5 million of reductions of recurring general fund expenditures. And then the bottom there, that the default property tax rate is the lower of the no new revenue rate or the tax rate adopted in fiscal year 22, which in this case it would be the no new revenue tax rate of 0.578740. The staff does recommend that that the council approve the solid waste fee adjustments and all other fee adjustments approved on the first reading on August the 30th. that the FY23 operating budget is amended to add back the majority of the one-time general fund reductions made last week, and that the council approve the FY23 operating budget as amended for today. The FY23 capital budget as approved on the first reading on August the 30th, with any amendments that the city council may approve today. So last week, quite a few one-time items were reduced, but the capital budget was adopted as amended. So we have projects in the capital budget that would have no funding because the general fund was sending that money over. So whatever projects aren't added back, we'll amend the capital budget to account for that. In other words, there's no funding coming from the general fund to do those projects. And then lastly, adopt in its second reading a property tax rate of the 0.0084 less than the FY22, the tax rate being 0.637864. I'll stand by for questions.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Houlihan. So I'm going to repeat a couple of the things you said, but I want to put it in my own terms so that we have absolute clarity as to where we are and so that the public understands exactly where we are. So today, our tax rate per last week's action is 0.637864, or 0.84 cents lower than our fiscal year 2022 tax rate. If we leave the tax rate at the 0.637864 or the 0.84 cents lower, then no general fund cuts are needed. Also, action taken last week included deducting from the general fund $25,381,031 in one-time expenditures. Today, we will consider adding back some or all of these expenditures. And I'd like to reiterate that these one-time expenditures do not affect the tax rate in any way. These are funds that come from excess fund balance in the general fund. Currently, we are well over the required reserves of 20% in those funds. These monies are being recommended to be reinvested back into the community based on community input and council direction. Lastly, if today we decide to lower the tax rate even further, then recurring general fund expenditures must be cut. Recurring expenditures come from submitted departmental decision packages. And I know these are things that the council knows, but I want to make absolute certain we're clear on what we did, where we are, and the options as to where we're going, which is what you just did. I just did it in a different manner.
Correct.
So, as you just mentioned, staff is recommending adding back one-time expenditures totaling $23,998,031. And of course, we all have the list in front of us to discuss and look into further. We're going to have questions on this. We've got a light on already, and that's fine. What I'd like to do before we get into this particular conversation, break for lunch? No, sir. We are not going to lunch. I knew you were going to say that. No lunch today until 3. No, I'm kidding. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. No, but honestly, gentlemen, what I'd like to do is entertain a motion to approve items 11 through 23 with the exception of items 20, 21, 22, and 23. And then we can go back and have a deep conversation into all of which Mr. Houlihan just mentioned. So, would you be?
Well, Mayor, I've got to abstain from item number 13, which I abstained last time.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
And then Councilmember Lerma is not present with us today.
Correct.
Due to extenuating circumstances beyond his control that require his attention. should we consider tabling this?
Item 12,
Was it
I
item
think
12?
that's one you had mentioned to me.
Yes, item 12 until the next meeting so that Councilmember Lerma has a chance to vote.
We can take that action first if the council would like. Well, that would mean, Mr. Houlihan, could you explain what that would mean if we did table item number 12, which is one reading ordinance amending various sections of the ordinance, Chapter 21, solid waste by revising applicable fees? If we tabled that, what would that mean today?
I'll let Miles chime in there before I.
Well, if you table it, it just means that you'll be considering it at the time that you decided to take it up. And you can postpone. You can postpone until a specified time, which is what you're doing here. And there, you're just postponing until a specified time. But the budget still has to be prepared as though you don't have those funds.
Right.
And you must establish a tax rate that fully funds your budget under the Texas Constitution. And so that tax rate that you establish would also assume that you will not have those funds, just like the budget would have to make that assumption.
Yeah, so in other words, we'd have to reduce the budget by 1.8 million to make it balance. We
And
do
then
that.
add it back in
Right.
once we take the vote, maybe Thursday, when, if we meet Thursday
Right,
on this.
Right, just to remind council, Rebecca posted a special meeting for Thursday at 9 o'clock. Rebecca, is it Thursday at 9?
That's correct.
Right, so you could consider it then, but what Miles was saying is the budget has to be balanced by state law. So if we reduce revenues, which effectively that's what would happen if we don't approve that rate increase, we would commensurately reduce the budget by 1.8 to have a balanced budget. But we can bring both the revenue and those expenditures back for consideration.
Excuse me.
And that would be consideration for amendment, because today, you have 7 days to adopt the tax rate under the Truth in Taxation procedure. And this is the 7th day after that initial public hearing. And you have, in order to adopt the tax rate, you have to adopt the budget. So unless you're going to start the process all over again, you need to adopt the tax rate today and adopt the budget first.
Right. Okay. Let's listen to some comments first before Councilman Pasley, is your light on? Is that a new light? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I have two quick questions. One, after these one-time expenditures, if we passed all of them, and as the mayor said, those are not adding to the budget, those are going to be paid for out of fund balance, what is our fund balance total going to be at that point?
99. Uh, 99 less than 79, around 74 million to be the 99 million that you projected to begin fiscal year 23 with, less the 25 million. So around 74 million.
Okay, and what is our state required, or what?
The council, local required,
Yeah, our
right?
local
Is
required.
57 million?
57 million?
Correct.
So we still have a little room left there to reduce some of the budget expenditures that we could take out of that, right? If we wanted to.
You could, are you saying you could do more one time?
You talking about for the solid waste fee, Councilman?
Yeah.
We wouldn't recommend that because the solid waste fees pay for recurring expenditures, and you would be using one-time revenues.
Okay,
Yeah.
so is there anything else that is a one-time fee that we're looking
Just
at?
just on this list that just on that list.
That's the only ones?
Right.
Okay.
So we could reduce that list again, if you'd like. That's a good idea. You could go back to this list and not fund $1.8 million in one-time revenues. But we don't recommend deleting recurring revenue and taking.
Yeah, I know we can cut stuff out of this list, but I was just wondering if there was anything else that we didn't have on the list that we have budgeted as a one-time expenditure.
Residential streets was an additional, but
I mean, you're talking about 17 million in excess fund balance. Correct?
So the 50-something million you talked about, Eddie, that was at 20%?
20%, correct.
Yeah. Right, so the city council approved policy goals at 20% of general fund. Today, we're at 25%, 26%?
Yeah, 28 or, yeah.
28%?
But with, okay. But you just said we started out at 99 million. We're gonna take 25 million in one-time expenditures out of that. Leaves us 74, and our ordinance, local ordinance requires 57 million be maintained, right?
Right, yeah, the city council ordinance that approves the policy goals for the budget.
So,
And one of those is for the general fund to have 20% of expenses.
unless my Texas Tech calculator's wrong, that's 17 million in excess fund balance.
Which is good to have though, Councilman, and our financial advisor's
Well, I
here
know.
with us today.
I tried to explain that to my wife and kids for years.
Yes, sir.
But
So,
I just, okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask is, I'm so confused about the fees and things that we've talked about. Which one of these items, 11 through whatever, 18, contains the fees that we would assess for paying for new inspectors for street work that we've talked about here at nauseam?
13.
which one?
13?
13.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've talked about this a lot, and I will tell you, and I use the old Abbott and Costello routine of, who's on first. I'm not sure I know who's on first, and I'm not sure the city or the Builders Association does as well as to, I've heard the builders say they do the inspections. We got an email from staff over the weekend that said, no, we really do the inspections, and we haven't developed a update to our road construction parameters as yet. And I would just like to say that I think we ought to defer those fees until we get our hands around exactly what we're doing. And that is, the city knows exactly what they're gonna do with new street requirements, what those construction parameters should be, and that we have a clear understanding between the city and the development community as to who's inspecting what. Because at this point, guys, I don't know.
Well, we know, and Brett's here, or Neiman, to explain it. We did get that email that was sent late Saturday, I guess, or Friday. But Neiman, why don't you explain it? I know the answer, but I want to make sure these guys say it right.
Yes, sir. I don't think that there's confusion with the city nor the building community on the role that is
Okay,
performed
well,
by.
I may be the only person in this room confused.
Yes, sir.
I'll freely admit that.
The building community has worked for a long time, has had an established relationship with the engineering services department, are fully aware of the roles that different personnel, to include inspectors, perform in the engineering services department. And the reason why it's absolutely critical that we do increase that staff of inspectors is because of information that I did send you all over the weekend, which included no less than 143 repairs that were needed to be made on our roads as a result of badly built roads requiring the warranty to be exercised. In addition, we have before you as well, and if you'll pass this out to council.
But Neiman, let's answer the question, which is who does the inspections? We do, right? We perform the inspections of the material, and the development community pays
So
for it.
are we on item 13 then?
Yeah, well, I don't know what item,
Well-
we're trying to answer Councilman Pusley's question.
Yeah.
Which is who does the inspection? There was some confusion. We want to try to see if we can
Can we
clarify.
just pull item 13 in that way? Because I have questions for that, and
Okay, well, I'll leave it up to the mayor. She's,
Well, yeah, so what I had proposed, and then we got
Sorry, I
into.
jumped out of line.
It's okay. No, you're good.
You didn't. You didn't.
I'm just
But
asking questions.
we can entertain a motion. We're obviously gonna pull that one.
Mayor, I'd also like to pull 16. I plan to vote no on it.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to approve items number 11 through
19.
19, with the exception of item number
13 and 16 is what I heard.
13 and 16. 16
And
was
12.
Gill. 13 is the one we're discussing. Okay.
So we're going to approve the marina fee schedule, the emergency services fee increases,
The right-of-way, right.
the right-of-way, we're pulling 16, right?
We're pulling
Yes.
16 and 13. Mm-hmm.
And
And then 12 is the one Councilman Molina had mentioned to table, so
to
we'll
wait
pull
for-
that first, consideration. Yes, so,
But
yes, sir.
I'd just like to comment that I know Councilman Lerman's not here, and I'm sure he would like to have input on this, but not voting on 12 today puts us in the predicament of we can't set a tax rate, we can't really set the budget. I don't want to have to do this again. I think we
You
ought to.
can, you just have to pull it out and put it back in. I mean,
Yeah, but we'd have to have another meeting to do that, so that means we've got another week of uncertainty about what our budget
no,
and tax rate's
this would be
gonna
Thursday.
No, we'd have
We
to
have a
approve the
meeting
tax
set.
rate. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. The council has to approve, to follow the schedule we have, we'll have to start it over if we don't. The council can approve the tax rate today, the property tax rate. If it's not approved today, then we have to start over the public
No,
process.
I realize that, but if
Right.
we approve a tax rate that doesn't include that item, then we would have to change the tax rate
No,
Thursday.
we would, if we don't approve the fees for the solid waste, we would reduce expenditures by 1.8 million. And then when we have another meeting, we would reconsider those revenues and the expenditures. In other words, if we approve that fee, then you restore the expenditures. If we don't approve it, then we keep the expenditure reductions.
Okay, and I'll go back to my original question. And I realize, Peter, that you said that this is the solid waste is a recurring expense.
Right.
What is wrong with us paying for that 1 year out of fund balance, and the next year, budget year, we put that back in,
You put what back in, the fees?
the fees?
Well, you could do that as a risk. If not, then we would cut the budget next year by 1.8 million.
Well,
Or actually
that's
twice,
next year.
'cause it-
Hopefully by
actually-
then, the economy's better and things are
So
looking
you're
better.
saying take it from the fund balance this year
Yes,
and call it, okay.
because we got $17 million in excess fund balance.
Okay, Constance, I'd like to know what your, or Mr. Houlihan, what, either one of you, you are the finance people.
Mayor,
What do you, hang on one
point
second.
of information.
Hold on one second. I want to answer this first.
Well, it's in our budget policy. I'd like to read it.
I'd like to hear it from her first, the CFO, and then
Read the budget policy.
junior CFO. We'll get to you, Junior, in a sec. Mrs. CFO.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yes, we could do either way. Typically, the expenditures that we have in our budget are covered by recurring revenues, if they're recurring expenditures. However, in the event the City Council decides to implement it next year, we would have to take that risk, as the City Manager had stated. So it could be taken out of fund balance this year for 1 year only.
For 1 year only.
And then either the fee would be adopted next year, or we would have to make those hard cuts next year.
Can I just add to that too? And Noe from Strata Inahos is here, our financial advisor. We may want to hear from him because I can see him in the audience shaking his head. But the other thing is we would be having a budget that's structurally unbalanced, meaning recurring revenues don't pay for recurring expenditures. And so persons looking at our financial consultants and so looking at our finances would question that, I think. We do want to have recurring revenue pay for recurring expenditures, even if it's for 1 year. And Noe, who looks at a lot of budgets in Texas, may want to elaborate on that.
No, I understand that, Peter.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, this is not my first budget, but, difficult times sometimes requires innovation and out-of-the-box thinking about what we do and how we pay for things. And I'm just suggesting that
Right.
this is one way we might be able to do it to buy us a year.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
right.
no
It
doubt
is.
about it. It is a way to do it. I'm just telling you the negative effects of it.
I understand.
Which is credit weightings would probably not look at us favorably. Next year, if it doesn't get approved, we'll have to cut anyway, but, yeah. That's all, just giving you some feedback.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yes,
No,
sir.
that's
Yeah.
good feedback.
You can
and
do
I
it.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr.
I don't
Julian,
have-
you were going
yeah.
to say?
No, that's pretty much.
Is it ultimately, I don't know if I want to use the word recommended, that might be putting you in a spot. It's obviously not necessarily something you would recommend, but in this scenario, is it, I know what you just said, and it is concerning, absolutely, our credit rating and all of that. But Constance, would you, where would you put this option in terms of?
For me personally,
Yes.
as a CFO, I would say we'd have to take it out of recurring expenditures and not take it out of fund balance.
Do not take it out.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Smith. Oh, were you done, Councilman Pusley?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Well, thank you. Frankly, I'm quite confused on there because in this budget we're looking at, we're pulling out of this current year and next year about $10 million in our water fund out of reoccurring out of there. We're pulling out of fund balances. So I'm hearing on one side we shouldn't do it, but we're seeing 6% of that total revenue coming out of there with it. So why are we doing that? And it is as far as the garbage fees on there, I know there's been a lot of conversation on it. The increase is what, 4%?
Yeah.
So it's pretty small, and I kind of like balance on there. That I fully support the lower tax rate because we had an 11% appraisal adjustment on there. With it, I'd like to see coming out there. Next year, we probably won't have that much. As far as the solid waste fees on there, with it, we know that if you look at those line items in that budget on there, we've gone expenses from $25 million to $33 million. And yeah, we can defer it to next year on there, but we really need to be adding more than 4%. I think staff has come pretty light with that. We just added $2 million to catch up fuel we've already purchased, right? With it. You know, there's a lot of nuance. I'm one on there, but we had a huge tax increase, or not tax increase, appraisal increase this year that a lot of people have been hit hard on it. So I like the 62-cent tax rate for that reason. That's a 7%. We're going to get 7% more in revenue there. So the question, do we get 7%, 10%, 11% on there? We're going to get more no matter what. Our low end is 7. Our high end now after the change is 10.8. We are taking out of reoccurring deals, and we're doing materially in our water department. Again, $10 million and fiscal year 23, 6% of the overall revenue. So as we make these decisions, how do we balance it? If it was up to me, I'd be raising water rates. I'd want to bring that in balance. I'd be raising solid waste. I want to bring that in balance. I'd be lowering property tax on there. By lowering, I'm just asking for 7% increase in property taxes, not 11%. That's kind of how I'm looking at all of this with it. So we're going back and forth on one side of the mouth. Yeah, we can do reoccurring. On another side of the mouth, no, we can't. I'm very comfortable with our reserves, spending down some on there that we're well above what are mandated on there. I think financially, I'll ask the question, Mr. Hinojosa, when we get there as a city, we're probably doing pretty good. So some of these one-time charges coming out of these funds on there, I think is good policy. And then the last thing is, one thing I hear almost completely when people are talking is residential streets. So at the last, when we didn't approve $22 million in one-time expenditures on there, and they're a whole smorgasbord, actually with 22 in one tranche and another 5 in another on there. But I would like to see some of that redirected to residential streets. Again, I'm comfortable with that amount if we can bring it in within the 62-cent tax rate. But just to those people out there that give us those calls about our residential streets on there, that we could put a little bit more emphasis in there. So that's where I'm going to be coming from. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to kind of cover a couple of things here. In our budget policy, Section 16, use of non-recurring revenue, city shall endeavor to use non-recurring revenue to fund one-time expenditures. Non-recurring revenue may include items such as sale of fixed assets, court settlements, and revenue collection windfalls. It does not say we can't use it for what Councilman Pusley had mentioned. But, I mean, just unless you want to change our policy, our council-directed policy, that would be some items for the future. The,
We didn't say you couldn't use it.
No, it doesn't.
I know, I just want to clarify that. I want to clarify that. So I didn't say you couldn't use it, but you're recommending against it. I didn't say, so I want to clarify that it is possible to use it.
Right.
It's just, per our budget policy, it's what it's considered for. All right, now, also in terms of what we're required to maintain in balances, from what I read in the budget policy, it says 2 months, which is equivalent to 17%, up to 20%. But also the city manager is supposed to have a contingency fund of 2%. So if you max that out, that would be 22%. Am I incorrect there?
I thought it was up to 500,000 for the reserve.
Well, right,
Yes.
which is roughly, what, 2%?
Well, that's less than 2%.
Less than 2%?
Right.
Or maximum of up to 2%?
Yeah, right.
Up to 2% of annual appropriations, operating contingencies may be budgeted. So it's 500,000, up to 2%.
So I think the 2% is pertaining to other funds. The general fund is 500,000. Is limited to 500,000 in the city manager's reserve.
City manager direct budget up to 500,000 a year in operating contingency as part of the general fund expenditures in order to insulate general fund unreserved balances for unforeseen circumstances. Up to 2% of annual appropriations for operating contingencies may be budgeted as deemed necessary in enterprise, internal funds, and special revenue funds.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes,
So,
yes. Not
right. So
general fund.
500,000
Right.
only for that. So you put the 500,000 on top of the 20%.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to make sure that it was clear that, anytime we have questions like this, I always go back to the budget policy, which we approved back in July, I want to say, early August, late July. Yeah, reaffirm, right? I have to, I want to make sure I had clarity on what Councilman Smith had said about the funds for solid waste, because it's in the general fund. And so whether you have taxes or you have rates on the solid waste, it goes to the same location in the general fund. So whether you raise rates or have taxes, to me it's kind of the same thing, because you're raising one or the other. So it would be somewhat hypocritical to say I'm lowering taxes and raising your rates, or not raising your rates and having a higher tax rate. So I want to make sure that we're clear on that, on the sense that it's still all of it's going to the general fund. And because the solid waste is in the general fund and not an enterprise fund, it doesn't have its own contingency. It's part of the general fund contingency. My statement correct?
That's
okay.
correct, Councilman.
So again, I'd like to, if we're going to pull it, I think we should still pull it so we can discuss it individually. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barrera, and then we'll move forward.
So we are gonna pull item 12?
We're going to pull.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, well, I just want to reiterate, and I'll make it clear right now, I'm in favor of the 62-cent tax rate. Well, we can order where the fees are, because I was supportive of item 12 last week, and I'm supportive of it now. And we can debate that later on. But I just want to ensure, as well as, and I know we've been going back and forth on this, that number one, I ask that, once again, make very much clarification when we get to item 13 about how much money that we're actually trying to generate in revenue from the engineering fees, because that's very touchy. The other thing is, we know what the sacred cows are. The sacred cows is that right now, at least for me, and my feeling from my colleagues, is the cost of living adjustments that we're going to provide for the employees. We want to provide them with that relief, and I commend you for wanting to do that for them. So we want to make sure that they're rest assured that they're confident where we're going with all this uncertainty. At least that's my feeling. I'm not speaking for everybody right now. The other thing is that for the public, that our commitment to public safety. You know, obviously, this council, the mayor, it's always been a big priority. So I want to make sure that you understand that when we go through that process. So, you know, those items that are there. And so the other thing is that on Friday, when these reports or these items that were sent to us, there were proposed items with regard to some cuts from the capital budget that, and I think when we had our meeting on Wednesday, what we had with a few council members, is that we talked about specific items, and I thought we left that items, as Councilman Smith had said, to utilize that for streets, because that's been a priority of this council, that some of those items were a like to, but the need to sits with the streets. So, but when I left that meeting, I thought we were somewhere in the neighborhood of, and then the other thing I want to try to mention also before I go into that other question is with regard to the operating budget. You know, I think one of the things that is that when we begin to have these healthy reserves, which is obviously important for our bond rating, but then when it starts to exceed it starts to exceed our own policy, you know, then all of a sudden, even from that standpoint, you know, the money needs to be, and as you've done, Peter, here with these last 3 years, is put the money out on the street, not have it in the bank. And I think that's unfortunate, because now we've come to this point. As if I said, you know, and you know, I said it the other day on the health plan. I see no reason why we're increasing the rates to the employees, and the reason being is we have our budget expenditures are 37 million, and we have a reserve of 35 million. I don't even know why we're buying stop loss, but that's another argument, because for in the last 4 years that I've been on the council, we've been the stop loss insurance that we purchased has operated at the loss ratio has been lower than 100%. We've never had a situation of that. Now, who knows? It may be different this year, but once again, that was an expenditure of $4 million. That expenditure of $4 million, well, once again, you're proposing $3.5 million in cuts. And I'm not saying we still have to put money in reserves for that, but I'm just wondering. So that I say that now because we are fat on the reserves. And that's money that we could have been out on the streets. We could have better benefits for employees, whatever, because right now I think our reserves are fat on that side. The other thing is when we left on Wednesday, I thought I remember we were looking at about 1.2 million in recurring operating expenses that we cut. And this I guess this document or this spreadsheet that was sent to us has cuts of $3.5 million. Why was that? Is that just any item that we brought up?
No, it's to cover for two potential items. One, the solid waste fee, and then two, a lowering of the tax rate. So
Okay.
those combined total 3.8.
So then if we were to approve item number 12, which I'm in support of, I can't speak for the other 8, what have you, then at that point, then we'll go back to what we had said about so you're just confirming what I said.
We just gave you options. So we know that there's questions on the tax rate and the solid waste fee. Those two revenues total 3.8. So we just want to make sure we gave a recommendation of what we could consider, what council could evaluate to consider for reductions.
And the anticipated revenue from these other inspectors is how much?
496.
496, so 500,000.
Yeah, 500,000. That would pay for the 4 additional inspectors that were also added as part of that amendment.
Okay.
So it's not excess revenue.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can I just add, Mayor, and to follow up on, I think, 2 council members' comments, but on the street side, we agree that the more neighborhood and residential streets we do, the better. I did have Neiman check with our teams to see both contractually and in-house crews how far into the future before we get caught up. And so given that we're still working on the 21 program, the 22 program, and now October 1 will be a 23 program, we're saturated with street work, not only internally, but the private sector as well, to about calendar year 24. So even if we did add more streets today, it wouldn't get done for another 2 years or so. But I would say that we have looked at the IMP, the 5-year infrastructure management program. And when it was first developed about 2 years ago, there was some costs that were not considered in there, and they should have been what we refer to as flat work. So curbs, replacing curbs, sidewalk repair. This year, we've been able to do it through some using balances basically within the operation. But if there's any additional dollars, we need upwards of $6 million to cover the cost for the concrete work that either will skip or will reduce in scope. So we'll take it. If there's any excess revenue, we would support that over even some of those one-time initiatives to fully fund the 23 and 2022, the 22 and 23 IMP.
Okay. Councilman Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. So what you're saying, we're going in and redoing some residential streets, but we're swiping from someplace else that very necessary curb money and importantly sidewalk. If we don't put a curb in on there, replace curbs, we've got a drainage issue for a couple of decades, right?
That's correct, Councilman, right. So when they first, 2 years ago, or maybe more like 3 years ago, when they estimated the cost, they just did the cost for the asphalt.
Yeah.
And as we got into the work actually doing it, we need the budget for the curb
The flat
replacement,
works.
sidewalk
Yeah,
replacement.
okay.
The concept is when you're in the neighborhood, you might as well do it right. So,
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'm perfectly fine with that on there.
Yeah, we are too. We're recommending it as well.
With what?
With that, if there's some
Moving
one-time.
the money over to do the
Yeah.
curbs, not necessarily streets. Well, that's important to note, Tate, though.
Right.
We're not building new streets with this.
Well, it's an integral part of the streets.
Absolutely,
With it.
but
So
we're not building the
it's technically not the riding surface on there, but the curb is what you drain out of.
Right.
And the sidewalk too, a lot of them are damaged, the
Absolutely.
30, 40-year-old streets.
We'd love to pull it
We're gonna,
all
so
to
just for the big picture too, the pavement condition index analysis is almost done, right? We know we hired a company, and they looked at the entire city. So with their data, we're gonna reassess the remaining 2 to 3 years in the IMP and bring back a report to council in the near future. But we do know we have issues in the 22 and the 23 program where we could use more dollars to take care of what we call the flat work, the curbs and sidewalks.
Understood. Okay. So I'm going to bring this back so that we can start focusing on individual items that we pulled. There is a motion. Would you repeat your motion, Mr. Molina?
Well, I had a motion to table item number 12 until the
Oh,
next
okay, yours was to
meeting.
table.
I guess we need to pull it first.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so we'll pull, so the motion that was, or I entertained a motion to approve items 11 through, what was it?
19.
Through 19, with the exceptions of 12, 13, and 16.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve items 11 through 19 with the exceptions of item 12, 13, and 16.
Okay. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Does that include pulling the one that I had the question about on the fees for
Yes.
development
Yeah,
services?
that's number 13, Councilman.
That's 13.
Okay.
That's
12
fine.
and 13.
All right,
Okay.
so, and then 16, we didn't pull?
No, we did pull.
We did pull?
12, 13, and 16. 13 is the one you had a concern on. 12 is the one we've been talking about, solid waste. 16, Mr. Hernandez pulled.
Okay.
Yeah, the rest of them are going through.
17 and
18 and 19.
19. Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry, for those of us who are dyslexic, I'm just
That's
trying to keep
okay.
up.
We're, got time. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so we will, okay, no.
I would like to table item
Oh,
number.
well, actually, we probably need to discuss, we've kind of been all over the map with some of these items. So item number 12, let's bring that to the table and talk about tabling it versus the idea that came up from Councilman Pusley, which is to use the one-time, right, not one-time, I shouldn't use that term, but fund balance. So let's address that, gentlemen, and then we'll move forward. So item number 12 is a one reading ordinance amending various sections of the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 21, Solid Waste, by revising applicable fees, rates, and charges. So what's on the table is, do we table this, or, as Councilman Pusley suggested, use the reserve balance to pay for this year's
Right.
expenditures there?
And there's, right, not to make it more confusing, but there's two components to this, is the residential fee, which is about 1.1 million.
Correct.
And then the 700,000 for commercial
commercial.
fees, things to include when you go to the landfill maintenance fee. So there's, you could consider deferring, you could consider using one-time revenues
Right.
just for the residential fee.
Just for the 1.1.
Mhm.
There's that, okay.
We have David Layfeld, who's here, has spoken with the commercial haulers already, so they're aware that there could be a potential rate increase, of course.
Okay.
They're not supportive, obviously, but they're not here, so they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not hell-bent against it, right?
And do we have any discussion on that, or Councilman Pusley would?
Well, again, I'm just trying to be sensitive to the fact that, these fee increases that, I supported the stormwater fee increase because, we had somebody speak in open forum here who bashed us for not doing enough about water and stormwater, but you have to spend money to fix water and stormwater. And so it's a little confusing, but, I'm just trying to reach a middle ground on some of these fees that we're going to assess to residential and even business owners, and the stormwater fee is going to be a big part of that. And if we could do something on a one-time basis to help us get over this hump, I think we ought to take advantage of that, especially seeing as how we have excess fund balance to do that with.
Yeah.
And Peter, I fully expect that, next year we wouldn't have a trouble doing it. We could split this and go ahead and pass the commercial part and then use the fund balance to pay for what we need for the residential side.
Yeah, that would be a little more acceptable. 1.1 million
Yeah.
could come from the,
I agree completely, Councilman. I think it's a good idea. Councilman Martinez?
yeah.
Yeah, no, I support Councilman Pusley's idea on this. I think that, it doesn't make sense to me that we have the excess money in the fund balance that we need to spend, and, we're having to consider projects that we may not want because we've got to spend the money, but we can't put it in something like this to give our taxpayers and residents some relief, which seems like it'd be a perfect opportunity to do that. So I agree with Councilman Pusley on this, and I support that idea.
Okay, thank you,
Councilman Hernandez, excuse me, Councilman Hernandez?
It's funny, in having the discussion on this, it was the only area where I thought I would be able to compromise on when I talked about it with my fellow council members. So okay, well, if that's the case, I can do that. I'm not, honestly, I still think this is an aspect of raising rates for the general fund and taxes. It's one and a half dozen the other. It's the same thing to me.
Yeah.
So but ultimately, we don't want to raise rates on the end consumer.
Correct.
Right? Because there are individuals that can't, that are, on tight budgets, especially people that are on fixed incomes, that even small increases like this can
Right.
be effective. So I'll support that recommendation.
Right. Thank you, Councilman, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. Councilman Pusley.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve, this is item 13, correct?
12.
12, I'm sorry. Item 12, that we approve the commercial collection rate as submitted by staff, and that we delete the residential collection portion of that in lieu of paying for that out of our excess fund balance.
Okay, and before that, and Rebecca, was that correct?
Is that okay?
Yes, I mean, from a parliamentary, it's fine. I don't know if legal needs anything different, but, or the city manager.
Just to elaborate, what Councilman Pusley said sounds accurate, but just to elaborate, so it would be the commercial collection fees, the Cefe Valenzuela landfill fees would be approved, the J.C. Elliott transfer station fees, that's mostly for commercial haulers, and then the municipal service waste charge that we have, that's also for commercial haulers. So those four totaling 655,000 would be approved with Councilman Pusley's motion. The residential collection fees would not.
Right.
And that would total 1,184,000 that we'd take out of fund balance.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. And before
Point-
that, I'm going to
Point
go
of order,
ahead.
Mayor, point of order, is that something we have to vote on and then amend it? Or make a motion to approve and then amend it?
So we're amending the current ordinance to remove,
so it's-
right, the 1.184 million, correct, for residential?
That would be the residential rate. Well, the number 13 includes all of the above, Rebecca? So
12.
it totals 1.839.
Okay.
Yeah, number
Oh,
13 is all of the, I'm sorry, number
13.
12 is all
Oh.
of the solid waste fees.
Right.
Mayor, the
Right,
reason-
so we're
the
just
reason I bring
taking,
this
his
up is
motion
that-
is to remove that, right?
Right.
That one portion?
Right.
Right,
We're going to take that out.
yeah.
Okay,
Mayor, the reason I bring this up is because it was not approved last week, so this is not
Right.
coming back.
Right.
It is a new
correct.
item.
Well,
It's a one
we're
reading
amending-
It's a
ordinance.
one reading
That's right.
ordinance, so do we need to make a motion to approve and then amend it?
Right, we do.
Okay.
So we can, Mr. Pesley, I don't know if anybody seconded that yet. I didn't hear a second.
Second.
Okay, and before that, we're going to open public comment on this item.
Okay.
So is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 12? Okay, there being no one, I'll close public comment. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
And that's to approve and
To
then.
approve, and then we'll amend.
And then we'll amend.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So he's going to
All
amend
in
now.
favor? say it.
So
No, no.
I make a motion to amend per the comments that the city manager made for the commercial rates, which includes J.C. Elliott, the Cefe Venezuela, commercial haulers, all those particular ones specifically.
4 fees. 4 different ones.
Right.
Yes. Okay,
I need a second.
so we need a second.
Second.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
No.
Too
Okay,
late.
Hunter
You
said
voted
no.
for it.
That's pretty good, You would let me vote on that 2 separate things,
So
And Michael,
approve
you're
as
voting
amended.
no
Approve on it as amended,
everything.
yes.
Michael wants a rate increase. Oh, wow. Yeah. That's interesting.
They're leaving.
Okay.
Okay,
We
we
gotta
just
vote
need to
as
approve on it
amended.
as amended, so.
Okay.
So is there a motion to approve it as amended?
Well, it's already the original motion.
Okay, so,
We have a motion and a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion,
okay, Michael said no.
the motion carries. All right, so that's item number 12. That's done.
Huxley are missing. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now we'll move on to 13, which was also pulled, and after that, we'll do 16.
We gotta get Mike.
What's that? Oh, okay. Yes, Councilman, Molina is abstaining. Okay, you know what? Can we take a 5-minute? Or, well. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute, maybe 7-minute recess, and then we'll be right back. We're not eating, just for the record. We should take a 7-minute recess, and we'll be right back.
Some of us may.
process, we can certainly do that, but I think these two are kind of long in the tooth.
Okay. Okay, we'll reconvene our meeting now and move on to, I think, or we are on
Item 13, Mayor.
item 13, but I think was Councilman,
Pusley, yes, ma'am. You want me
no,
to go
no,
get him?
Councilman Molina, was he abstaining?
Yes,
this
from
one?
13. Yes, ma'am, he was.
Okay, so we need Councilman Pusley and Hunter.
Yeah, we do.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, since we don't have Councilman Lerma here, and this is a important item, I'd like to propose we table this until Thursday.
Okay.
Can I just clarify, Councilman Smith, table the new inspection fees or all of development services fees? We could carve out just the new inspection
Yes.
fees. The other one was part of a, yes, sir.
Okay, that's probably the best bet.
Okay.
So,
So what's the motion?
well, the motion would be to approve all of the fees with the exception of the engineering fees.
Right, the inspection fee amendment.
The new subdivision inspection fee, which we will refer back to that on Thursday.
Right.
Okay.
And if you want, because Councilman Lerma may be out as well because of that situation, but we could bring this back in the next meeting in September or even early October.
Okay. Well, I'd like to keep it at Thursday, and we can make that decision then.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Was there a
Okay.
motion to approve the?
Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to the next scheduled meeting on Tuesday, so we don't have to come back on a Thursday just for one item.
I think we're already coming back for,
No, we did the solid waste. We were planning to come back for the solid
oh,
waste.
we don't know yet, because we've not gone through the meeting through the other part of the, the budget. So we may, we'll see.
Well, then I'll withdraw my motion, and then if we have to, I'll make a motion
Sure.
to reconsider for the
Okay.
following week.
The next available
Right.
meeting.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Yeah, we're just going to, right, but, well, we're going to put through the new positions, the new ones only. We're tabling the new. Right.
So you're approving the ordinance except for that part, right? So you're amending the
Correct.
ordinance to remove to table the
Mm-hmm.
new subdivision inspection fees? Is that what your
That's right.
plan, what the
Yes.
plan was? But otherwise, you're voting on everything else?
Correct.
Okay, so it's an amendment,
It's an amendment.
right? Okay, so who made the,
Councilman Smith and Councilman Barrera.
okay, so you made the motion to approve, and then Mr. Smith, you made a motion to amend it to include all fees except for the new subdivision inspection fee?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All in favor, right?
And
we
who
said-
seconded
second.
that? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so is there a vote on that?
All in favor, say aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Okay, and Molina abstains. Okay, and Hunter says no.
Voting against the amendment.
Okay, and then just approve it as amended.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, so that'll come back Thursday, the new inspection. Okay. And we'll move on to item number 16 is an ordinance amending section 55-709 drainage utility charge of the Corpus Christi Code to levy an amended schedule of stormwater drainage charges, repealing conflicting provisions and providing a savings clause. Mr. Julian? Well, actually, do we have questions on it?
Councilman Hernandez.
Councilman, Hernandez, yeah. Let's just get to it.
I don't have any questions on it, Mayor. I voted against it on the first reading. I'll be voting against it on the second reading.
Okay. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve? Okay, do we have a second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, we have Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Hunter. Motion carries. And then that takes us over to item number 20. Is that correct? Okay, so we've tabled just the one item, correct, Rebecca? Today?
Yes.
Number 13, right? Just a portion, exactly.
Yes, just
Okay.
a portion.
All right, very good. No, I'm sorry, not item number 20. Yes, item number
13.
20.
Oh, we're on item number 20.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, item number 20 is an ordinance adopting the City of Corpus Christi operating budget for the fiscal year 22-23. Mr. Houlihan.
Okay. I have a PowerPoint for you. Item, as the mayor mentioned, item number 20 is the second reading of the operating budget. The FY 22-23 does address council priorities and community priorities. Just some of the highlights: $136.4 million investment in our streets, $6.3 million, which includes $3.6 million from the MPO for 5 pedestrian mobility and safety projects in the street area. In the public safety area, the budget includes 25 new police officer positions. That brings the total to 45 that the city has added in the last 4 years, and 24 new firefighter positions and 1 additional medic unit. In the park area, the budget includes one-time expenditures of $2 million for parking. Excuse me, it does not include that because that's in, they were in that, well, it does. I'm getting confusing myself. They were in that amendment. They were actually in the amendment that was taken out. But you have the opportunity today to add that back in. It does include the $7 million in the SHOT fund for North Beach, for the North Beach restroom facility and the Gulf Beach area improvements. And then in the water utility area, it includes $50 million for replacement of water lines citywide in the water area, and then $39 million for capital improvement at all 6 of the city's wastewater treatment plants. Total city budget is $1.4 billion. That's comprised of little over $251 million in the general fund, over $255 million in the enterprise funds, $157.8 million in special revenue funds, $126 million in the debt funds, and a capital improvement program of $567.7 million. The general fund, with the reductions made last week, is a reduction from 306.1, excuse me. The proposed budget was 331.5. As amended last week, it is 306.1 million, or an 8.3% decrease from the original proposed budget. The positions in the general fund and the overall citywide goes from 3,900 to 4,192. That does include all the items on the right there, the 25 police officers, 24 firefighters. Also includes 24 positions that were transferred from the county to the city health department as part of that new business plan. Some animal control positions. Also includes 17 wastewater positions for construction and concrete restoration. Now looking at toward the bottom there, 4 public improvement, or 9 construction inspectors. The public improvement inspectors will be held off until the future. And then also in the municipal court area, some part-time judges and 2 additional vital statistic clerks. The list of amendments, this is from the original. You've seen some of these a couple of times, but the original, the ad valorem taxes based on the final roll was reduced by a little over $907,000. The industrial, in lieu of, increased by $421,000. The short-term rental area true up about $750,000. Lease purchase payments were moved to the general fund, to the debt service fund, a little over 3.9 million. We had some solid waste lease adjustment that were to be paid out of a composting savings, but that won't occur until 24, 598,000. Some true ups in the street area for the 4 cents of property taxes, 545,000. And then both in the residential street fund and the street maintenance fund, some true ups there. We moved the economic development position from the street fund, which was a borrowed position, and we're moving it to the general fund where that department exists. And then a list of several items that were on that one-time list that are actually reduced below by council action. But some of those items were the North Beach drainage of $2 million, the Salinas Park lighting for $100,000, bike path master plan of $100,000, refreshing that master plan, and the additional 13 public Wi-Fi spots. And then some action that the council took that was just changed, but that originally it was the adjustment for the removal of all the solid waste fees. And then there was a reduction list that was taken out last meeting of $25,381,000. Some of the other funds, water fund was adjusted for a water resource specialist position, for PIO person for conservation. The engineering for the contracted audit services of $260,000. One of the adjustments was for the public improvement inspectors. Then in the information technology, being that the Wi-Fi funding was coming for the general fund for the 13 additional positions, we also have to take, because that funding was being transferred to IT, and so the revenue has to be taken out that would have came from the general fund, and then also the actual expenditure to produce the sites has to also be taken out of the IT fund. Some changes in the debt service fund, 6.9 million from the original proposed budget for the increase on the debt service side of the tax rate. Then the interfund transfer, that was really just a expenditure in the hot fund that was going to the CIP for some improvements over at the ABC Center. Now it's changed. It will be a transfer to the debt service fund to pay the debt. And there below is the council items that I just mentioned. The reduction of the .0084 involved the moving of that expenditure out of the hot fund. Moving on to the special revenue fund, it's the same item there, the expenditure in the hot fund. In the hot fund, there was some, due to community input, there was a adjustment of art project funding from 200 to an additional 100 to 300,000. We did add reinvestment zone 2 property tax revenue of 3.8 million. The visitors, we adjusted the arena capital for $1,949,000. And then in the park development fund, formerly the community enrichment fund, we added all the balances that were left over from 22 and prior years of 2.4 million. And then there's the two items you saw in the general fund that would also have to be, the other side of it has to be done in the residential street fund, and the same for the street maintenance fund. Capital budget items, the projects were added for the community enrichment or park development fund of $2,129,000, and then there was some CDBG funding available for Ben Garza gym improvements that were added to the capital improvement program of $482,000. And the American Bank Center area, the City Terrace and Suite enhancement project was increased. The project was increased by $1,700,000, almost $1,700,000, and then some increases in the ABC facility improvements of $4.9 million. And then in the stormwater CIP, that project budget was increased for North Beach drainage improvements. So if that's not added back, we'll amend the capital budget and take that particular item out of the capital budget area. And just a recap of the budget process, we had six workshops, 5 community input sessions in each council district, We had a public hearing on the tax rate and the budget last week, and we had the first reading of the budget ordinance last week. Today's the second reading. So I'll stand by for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Houlihan. Councilman Pusley? Oh, old light, no problem. Okay. Sure. Let's see here. So, I guess the first order of business, if you will, would be discussing the adding back of the one-time expenditures. So we should address that first. So everyone has
Correct.
their, yes, did someone say something?
Can you, in the back, can y'all pull up 20B?
Yeah, Mayor, I think that's a good strategy, so you can, and let me
Right.
just add for context while people pull this up. So
Sure.
we got input from council members on these one-time items to be put back in the budget. We tried to reflect on the document, the consensus that we believe we recognize from the council. So this is a starting point. We're not saying this has to be it, but this is based on the input from the council members individually.
Okay, perfect.
On the document that was attached to the materials in your agenda packet, and that Eddie sent out, they're ordered, they're kind of ranked to where fully funding is the top of the list. And then as you get to the bottom of page 1, you can see some have begun to have a reduction, beginning at the pilot program for spay-neuter animal care. And so those amounts forward are reduced on the bottom of the page, and then the second page is a zeroing out or not a restoring of those ones to include the gateway signage, the North Beach shade treatment, and so on.
Okay. Right. The last, on the first page, it's 2.1, right? That's the last one. The entry?
Yeah, so on the first page, the total goes all the way to the second page.
Yeah.
So you can see the subtotal for the general fund was 2.5 initially, 2.5 million. This is saying we're recommending 2.9 be restored. And then the 2.1 for the convention center, we're recommending that be paid for by the hut tax, basically.
Yeah.
I didn't get
Or
that
can y'all
handout.
put that up on the screen?
Yeah, that's, so it's in the agenda packet, but it's 23 council reduction list. It's a 2-page document with a blue header. It's on page 704 of the book, of the agenda book. Agenda number 20. 20, yeah, go to agenda item number 20, look for a reduction list, a one-time reduction list. Right, is that the title of it, Eddie?
It's the council reduction list,
Yeah.
FY23 council reduction list.
Okay, council reduction list is what it would have been titled.
I'd rather go back and look at the list that had everything so we can discuss whether or not we agree with some of the things that were pulled out.
Well, so this list has everything, and there's 2 columns. This is still the inclusive list. The first column to the left is the title of the improvement. The next column, moving to the right, is the initial budgeted amount.
Okay.
You can see on page 2, it totaled 25 million. And then the amount of money on the final column to the right is the amount that is being recommended to be restored. And beginning on the top, all the way down to the 1, 2, 3, the 4th from the bottom, everything but those 4th from the bottom would be restored at 100%. And then the last 4 on page 1 would be a reduced amount. We're saying restore them, but at a lesser amount. And then on page 2 is a continuation, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them would be zeroed out, or not restored.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
Which one's zeroed out and not restored now?
Yes, sir. So on page 2, so beginning, the first one would be the
These,
North
just these.
Beach Shade
Okay.
Plaza. Recommending not restoring that. That was 835,000. The gateway signage in 3 different areas totaling 2.3 million, that's not recommended to be restored.
Right.
The library study in District 5, not recommended.
Okay, I got it
Yes,
now.
sir.
I'm
Okay.
up to speed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez? Thank you, Eddie.
Yes, thank you. You know, I didn't have much on here on these one-time expenditures. I think I had 100,000 for a library relocation, and I didn't even ask for it. So all these are in other districts besides District 1, exception with the transfer of the CIP for city parks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I was a little concerned that we were discriminating against District 1, and the district councilman isn't here for that shade structure on North Beach, but adding it to Cole Park in District. Well, or we're having it in Cole Park, so, you know, it seems like a little unfair. Shouldn't there be some equity there?
Well, we did keep, so on this list, we do have the 2 million for drainage at North
Drainage?
Beach. Yeah, so we thought that'd be a good compromise. The 2 million for drainage is in, but the shade structure is not.
And again, this is coming out of excess.
Excess
Yes,
funds.
this would be
balance.
excess fund balance.
Has nothing to do with the general fund.
No.
Nothing
Thank
to
you
do
for
with the
bringing that
tax
up.
rate.
Right.
None of it.
Well, I mean, you're taking the money out of the general fund excess or additional fund balance, so, I mean, it's still coming out of the general fund. Seems like a lot of pet projects here, but I will, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's a
Thank you.
great idea. Great idea. Okay, Councilman Presley.
So, with any of these projects we're looking at, and I'll talk about North Beach first, and then I'll talk about residential streets. With respect to the North Beach, we've now got $7 million set aside to start working on the drainage plan.
That's right. That's correct.
And some of that is gonna still go into engineering services.
Right, for design of the
Design
drainage.
and all that, which will be a one-time fee.
Yes, sir.
Could we not put that, where is that now budgeted? Is it in,
In the capital budget, so this, you referenced 7, there's 5 million from this federal stimulus money, and then there's 2 million in this recommended list.
if we put the 2 million, or if we put, okay, we cut out the shade structures, which was over $2 million.
Now, the shade structure was 835,000.
No, I'm sorry, I said that wrong.
Okay.
The signs at the entrance
Oh,
to the
right.
city.
That was 2.3 million. Yes, sir.
$2.3 million. We took that out. So with respect to the one-time expenditures for engineering on North Beach, could we not pay for that engineering services out of that and then save the rest of the 5 million and the other $2 million for construction costs?
We could do that, yeah. You're basically saying add another 2.3 million to North Beach for a total of almost 9 point something.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can see the need. I sent you all pictures over the weekend
yeah.
of the flooding, from a minor rain event.
And I'm just thinking that would be one way we could help foster moving the North Beach drainage issue down the road.
That'd be significant.
Because otherwise, we're looking at doing the engineering, and then we've got a little money to start the project, but we don't have probably near enough to complete it.
That's correct,
Okay.
without a doubt.
The other thing I was gonna say, but you sort of poured cold water on that earlier, was we could take that $2.3 million and move it into residential streets. But you're saying now, even if we did, we wouldn't get to it for 3 years?
Yeah, but, right, 2.5, 3 years.
Okay.
But we have identified a need to fully fund the 22 and 23 plans. So
Right.
you could put 2.3 million into curbs and sidewalks.
Right.
In the program.
And that would all go into residential?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to throw that out there for some council discussion.
Okay, Councilman Smith?
Thank you, on there. So we see a disproportionate amount of money right now. We've got $5 million going to North Beach plus another $2 million. We saw in this rain event that we had this week, and thank goodness for the rain. I don't want to say anything negative implying we shouldn't have lots of rain. We had flooding every point in this city on there. We had from Cal Allen to Flower Bluff to the island. And we're talking about disproportionately putting more into North Beach with a few hundred souls on there. That I saw the flooding in Flower Bluff. You were sending the pictures on Airline on there. We saw flooding in Cal Allen with it. As far as our use of funds, these precious stormwater dollars on there with it. Councilman Pusley, we did an HDR study in 2018, and it suggested $5 million for improving North Beach drainage on there. We spent about $2 million of that already. And now, it's, I think if we're going to go more with drainage, we need to look at all across this city and not just one specific area, particularly when this area is getting the lion's share.
Councilman Pusley.
I have to disagree with that, Councilman Smith. North Beach has been shorted its share of city funds. In 2009, when I started going to North Beach as county commissioner, the city of Corpus Christi wasn't even returning their phone calls. So they haven't had a significant improvement in storm drainage over there in a number of years. And so this is our opportunity to move something forward, to get something done finally at North Beach that makes a difference. And I'm not saying that we're going to short any other part of the city. I voted for just a few minutes ago, increase in funding for stormwater improvements and stormwater drainage fees to help supply drainage. But we've done a number of things across the city to help with drainage and fixing Packery Channel and building a bridge over the Lake Padre Canal, all of that stuff. And we haven't spent any significant funds at North Beach to correct this problem. So I just feel like it's our time to do something there. And if we need to do something in other parts of the city, then we can look at that and with respect to how we spend our storm drainage fees.
Councilman, excuse me, Councilman Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Pusley. I think it would behoove all of this council to see how much has been spent on North Beach in the last 10 years. With it, so we're not having this discussion on there. We can start North Shorelines, Surfside, Timmins. Like I say, the $5 million in the HDR study. When we were last briefed on that, I see Gabe back there, a couple of $1 million down into it on some of these. You just look at all the projects on North Beach with it. So I think it would be very helpful for this council to see that list of what actually has been spent on North Beach in the last 10 years.
Councilman Hernandez.
I'll have to agree with Councilman Smith on one thing. We do have a lot of stormwater issues. And unfortunately, we only have about 24 million programmed into stormwater from the stormwater fund, of which a couple million are already accounted for on debt service. So we might look at an opportunity to look at some of this reserve balance fund and transfer it to stormwater so they can get more work done, which would include the curbs and gutters for the streets that are part of stormwater. That instead of some of these, what I would call pet projects, but I think that would probably address not only North Beach, but also some of the things that are other pressing stormwater issues within the city. I don't have as many issues in stormwater as some other areas, so I wouldn't mind that acquiescing that amount to other areas. The only area I'm concerned about, in the long term, are some of our retention ponds that are both privately owned as well as the public one at Lakeview Park. So maybe we should consider, transferring, getting rid of some of these other things and putting it into a fund for stormwater. That way, it would address both Councilman Smith's and Councilman Pusley's concern. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, but I just, Councilman Lerma isn't here to stick up for District 1, and I'm doing that mainly because I am an at-large member and I see the needs there. unfortunately, we spent a bunch of engineering fees, studies and fees on a drainage program affectionately referred to as the navigable canal, which was never going to be possible over there. And we, as far as I'm concerned, all that money went down the navigable canal and will never be recovered. So we now have to do real engineering fees. It will come up with a solution. And I just thought this would be one way where we could pay for those engineering fees. They're a one-time expenditure, and then use the rest of that money for a solution.
Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, just to address the issue in North Beach, I think that if we want to look at it as keeping North Beach the way that it's been for the last 30 years, you know, then that's one thing. But I think that we have to look at it more of where do we want North Beach to be. You know, we've got the bridge coming down at some point, which is going to totally change the face of North Beach. And I think we need to take those things into consideration. We need to make it a more hospitable place for businesses, for tourists, as well as the residents. You know, we can't just look at the number of residents that live there to determine what the needs are and how to best address them. If we did that, then downtown probably wouldn't get any money, right? But I think that what we have in North Beach, you know, it is an area that I believe in the next 10 years is going to have a lot of growth and a lot of development, but we have to give them the tools and the ability and the hospitable environment to be able to do that. So I agree, we need to do something to get that in motion and to get it going so that we do promote it for what it can become and not keep it what it has been. And on another note, let's take out this $1,800 car allowance for the at-large. I don't think that needs to be in there. I know we had talked about it in the other deal. It's not a big amount, but I don't think it's something that needs to be in there.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. One project that I've advocated since I've been on council is Williams Ditch. Williams Ditch is a little bit like Viola Creek on there, the subdivision that they had water at this last rain event in their garage with it. I mean, not in the streets, but in the garage. And, you know, to keep looking by on there. And look, I've supported a lot of North Beach things. I've supported the $5 million on there with it. The $7 million is still on the list, and now we're adding another $2 million. It's not disagreeing with some of the points you're making, but at what point is enough? And we all know with North Beach, the true element is elevation. When the tide's a foot above sea level like it was, I don't care how big the pipes are, it's not going to drain on there. And for me, it's been very frustrating that with Laguna Shores, there never was a question on Laguna Shores that we need a canal or something to make Laguna Shores drain. What we did was we elevated the roadway. We haven't had a problem since, have we, Chief? And that's exactly the same thing that we've got sitting there in North Beach. When you have streets at 18 inches above sea level and you have a 2-foot tide, they're going to flood on there. And we've had, I cannot tell you, I refer to the HDR study. I think, Gabe, did you work? No, you were Naismith at that point in time. To Councilman Pusley, we've studied this ad nauseum. And until we decide to elevate on there, it's not going to solve the drainage with it, because you just don't, water goes downhill, and when you don't have any downhill to go, it's not going to go. I fully support the linear park on there, that we've had that TER sitting on North Beach for 4 years. We've done absolutely nothing with it except subsidize some private individuals. That's money we could have used to improve North Beach on there. But we basically sat on our hands while we've chased these other type of issues with it. Personally, I feel $7 million for drainage on North Beach is more than adequate with it. So if others, I'm to go along with the flow.
Your microphone turned off for some reason.
Yeah, if all the resources in North Beach, a disproportionate amount on there, then that's so be it.
Councilman Barrera?
Catch me up. Why did we add the 2 million in there?
So, Councilman, we met with all council members and the mayor, and the consensus of the group was to keep the 2 million in.
No.
Oh.
Before, not here in the last week.
Oh, why we had it to begin with?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, because there's a recognized, the cost estimates for the 3 drainage solutions on North Beach that we spent $1 million on to get, that Councilman Pusley talked about, had 3 choices. One, a navigable canal at $72 million. The second was a linear canal, a park-type setting. And that was about half that price, 30 to 40 million. And then a third solution was under 20 million. That was brand new underground system. So let's take the middle one. Between 30 and 40 million would be needed to come up with a remedy on North Beach. And so with only having 5, we thought adding 2 more would help get us closer to that 40.
Yeah, and see, that's really my challenge is I'm not opposed to it. And I've said if we haven't gotten, it's taken us 4 years just to go 10 yards, you know? I mean, it really has. And that's not counting the time before I got on the council. So I don't know until we have a specific, I guess I say this for my colleagues rather than you, because you've given me the background.
Right.
I mean, until we have specific direction, I just don't understand. I don't like us doing it piecemeal.
You know what? Can I
Go ahead.
add
Yes,
one more
sir.
thing? So it was late last Tuesday when we did have our newest consultant that's helping us in North Beach. And in that plan that MIG presented, there is a phase 1, which is focused on the north end of the peninsula. And the $2 million would go a substantial way to get that phase 1 done. So it would begin to have an outfall for what would be a linear canal drainage system, not a navigable, but a park-type setting, where once you slope the streets and the water would go into this system. The plan that MIG presented last week is a multiple phased one, focus on different solutions depending on where you are on the peninsula. So the $2 million would help us get the north end done.
I get you, but we haven't voted on that.
You haven't, you're right.
We haven't voted on that. We haven't made a decision on whether or not we support it.
Agreed.
What is it? And that's really my thing. I mean, I mean, if you have the money in reserves, let's decide what it is we want to do before we start appropriating this. That's just my opinion. I mean, once again, I'm with you. It's just, I think sometimes government has a tendency, and we're guilty of it too, to provide funding to placate individuals. And, you know, that's why we ended up with this canal. We were placating a group that was just very vocal, and we wasted a lot of time, and we probably spent more money than we should have. So I think that's just my opinion. I'm not opposed to and, you know, I got a real nice email from Carrie, I think, you know, basically stating that she saw my comments and then wanted to give me that information. So I just want to be very specific and very sincere to those individuals that we're committed to it. And I think just putting money out there and saying, hey, we got $2 million here doesn't really provide a solution. So and once again, it sounds like I'm in the minority, but I'm just saying that for the sake of my colleagues to understand.
Well, you're saying we should have a plan
Exactly.
before we start the allocation of money towards something.
Exactly.
And that's a question mark. What's the something right now?
And if the money's there in reserve, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's in reserves
Right.
that we were tapping out.
Right.
So anyway, my opinion. Thank you.
Okay.
We do have a plan. We do have a
Well,
plan.
a plan
so.
that's been voted on.
It hasn't been voted on, but we presented one last week,
Right.
Tuesday. It was late, and we're going to bring it back, not next week, but the following week, if the consultant can be here. But we have a plan that shows a phased approach at solving the drainage problems at North Beach. And it's not just one option. The navigable canal was a misleading system. So this shows different types of drainage depending on where you are in the peninsula, to include the use of pumps, like by the aquarium in the Lexington, which is all built out. As Councilman Smith said, an underground drainage system in and of itself is not going to work. but having some type of pump system like we have over here on Ocean Drive. When the water gets into this area, it's pumped out with a pump system, so similar on the southern part of the peninsula.
Okay.
But it is a plan, it's just not approved by council yet.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I just want to say that we do have a capital budget that has been approved that has North Beach improvements on it. So it's not, I mean, it doesn't have the additional 2 million. It has the 5 million that was sitting there from last year, and it's in this year's proposed budget as well. So there is something there that we would be voting on today in the capital budget.
Good point.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Smith.
Okay, and what do we have going on? We've got Beach Avenue, Gulf Breeze, the Causeway, 1.933 million. We've got North Beach Avenue primary access, $2.6 million. We've got North Beach Gulf Spray Avenue pedestrian and bike access, $2.6 million. We've got North Beach restroom and parking facilities on there. And then we've got $5 million plus the $2 million in North Beach drainage improvements, totaling $7 million. So the total of ongoing projects we have right now on North Beach is $14 million per Carrie Myers.
That's actually per the city, we gave her that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Per the city of Corpus
That's our
Christi.
numbers, right.
Yeah.
Just to be
So
clear.
this is what's ongoing with it, and these numbers, we also had $5 million that we've recently completed. So close to $20 million in the last 10 years over North Beach.
I don't have the list in front of me, but it does include things like the Texas State Aquarium, work at the La Vista Point, 600,000. There's road work that has been completed.
It's different projects, and
Different
the difference is really there's
Ultimate-
drainage and then there's projects.
Right.
And so-
Ultimately, the drainage has not been solved yet.
Right.
Right. But those projects included infrastructure,
Right.
road work, and Texas State Aquarium.
And this list was sent to all council on August 29th.
Yeah, and we talked about it here. Yeah.
I have the list, Councilman Smith, and if you'd like to, I can list projects in other districts that have been spent that far exceed what we've done on North Beach. I'm just trying to carry forward something that we have an opportunity to make good on. I've listened to Councilman Hernandez, I've listened to Councilman Smith, I've listened to Councilman Barrera talk about what we need to do over North Beach and that we need to do something, and I thought we were all in agreement with that. But if you don't want to spend the money there, I'm fine.
Okay. So that said, okay, that's out there. Everybody can take the comments for what they're worth to each of yourselves, right? Moving down the list, Peter, the recommendation basically on this list in front of us on our screen.
Right. So if we scroll down, can you scroll up on the screen? I don't know who's controlling this, but go up, Eddie, a little bit. So everything's fully funded up till, keep going, Eddie, to where we start to see reductions.
Right.
Keep going. Okay, right about there, Eddie. Okay, so you can see here the animal care, spay neuter. We're recommending 250,000 instead of 500,000.
And Councilman Martinez, unless anyone has any issue with the 1,800, suggested we pull that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can delete the 1,800. There was kind of a mixed review by the three at large, but we'll take that out. And then everybody was in agreement with the 250,000 for animal care, spay neuter. The next one is Parks and Recreation. We took out the merchant program at North Beach, so everything else remains, including the payment for the natatorium and a vehicle. And then the legal help, we kept the 200,000 for the outside help for the new industrial development agreements, but deleted the 100,000 for the study of the roads in City Council District 5's industrial park.
Great.
And then the neighborhood services, we reduced the facade program from a 250 to a 150. That one was kind of it's maybe mixed amongst the council. but we thought we could do a pilot program at a minimum. And then all the rest, we're not recommending, we're not recommending them at this point. The shade structure, the signs, the library search, the homelessness services, the bike plan, and the Wi-Fi for the public.
There was one up above that
Did we
we
miss one?
spotted, yeah, the fourth from the top, the dog park was.
Okay, good
it was
point.
the consensus that we, that would
The
reduce
golf
from
park at-
550 to 375.
Right, instead of 550, try to get it done for 375.
Okay, so this totals, can you go back to the total?
So the list as presented totals 20.998 million. Right there.
20,
Mhm.
oh,
Yeah, 20.998,
okay.
except you would remove 1,800, so.
Oh, right,
For the-
minus the 18.
At large.
Yeah.
That would be 20,996,706 without the 1,800.
Okay. And it does include 2 million for North Beach, just so.
It does include
It does include
Okay.
2 million for North Beach.
for drainage.
Mhm.
Councilman Pusley?
So were the Leopard Street projects added back in?
So on Leopard Street, there's a couple, one, the 500,000 for the engineering work on that section of the street pending our legal review with TxDOT, that is in.
Okay.
The facade program went from 2,500 to 1,500. And the trees, I think the trees, what happened to the trees, Eddie? Let's
Didn't we
see.
cut that?
I think we reduced it a little bit. The trees stayed at 100,000 based on consensus amongst the council. Yeah.
We didn't cut that?
No, well, some council members said take it out, others said keep it in. So the tree planting initiative is 100,000. The facade program is 150,000.
Right.
And then the 500,000 is still in there, but subject to review with TxDOT. We may not need it. But at least it's there. If TxDOT says it's your job to maintain the streets, and maintenance means reconstruction, then we would use that for some pre-engineering work. Does that help, Councilman Pusley?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez?
You know, I'm interested on the consensus thing because I know we talked about splitting it in half as part of, and also address some of the concerns with the long-term aspect of that, with we're having to maintain a certain height, trimming and irrigation associated with it and that kind of stuff. So
You're talking about the trees, right?
right. So
Right.
there was a kind of a reduction in that, but I guess assuming that was not a consensus, or I mean,
It wasn't a consensus, but everybody's here if you want to ask them.
I don't know. I don't know if that discussion took place.
We just for some context, we have in the past two budgets, not this one, but the prior two, spent over 200,000 for trees. So this would be a reduction of 100,000.
The reason I brought this up was because in my neighborhood, the HOA takes care of the trees in the Lakes neighborhood where they're on the medians, and there's a lot of maintenance costs with it, a lot of irrigation costs with it. Plus you have to maintain a certain height requirement at 14 feet, because if a U-Haul truck comes and hits one of your tree branches and damages a U-Haul truck, it's the tree owner that has to pay for it. So there, we have a hard time keeping up with the trees in our parks. I can guarantee you not all of them are at 8 feet, which I think is a requirement for pedestrians if they're along a sidewalk. So even in parks, I can tell you, parks in District 5, Brockhampton Park. Brighton Park. Brighton Park has trees that are all sorts of places that do not meet the standards. So I want to say that, there's a lot of maintenance that comes up with it. That's why I suggested 50% of it, not the full 100.
Thank you. Councilman Smith?
Well, I think I'm probably on the same boat as Councilman Pusley on this with it, that having those trees and the medians on there, and you go to cities that having that greenery with it, and that particularly that area is you think farmland. on there. And a mature tree requires the maintenance that you're talking about as far as trimming, but water-wise and stuff. So I supported keeping the trees in there.
Okay. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, and you know, the median where these are going to be placed, first of all, I want to say Leopard Street goes through an area of town that most of which is industrial, but there's a lot of neighborhoods that Leopard Street goes by that are underprivileged neighborhoods where they don't have HOAs. And we've been trying to get improvements to the Leopard Street corridor going back all the way to when Betty Jean Longoria was a District 1 council member here. And we haven't had much luck. And the trees that would be planted along there are going to be spaced fairly, you know, whatever $100,000 worth of trees by, it's not that many between the areas that we're talking about. And here it's listed as
It's from Violet to McKenzie.
yeah, Violet to McKenzie Road, which is, you know, a pretty fair distance. And it's something that we've been trying to do out there for a long time. But I don't disagree with the fact that you have to take care of them, you have to trim them, you have to water them, and that's going to be a city responsibility because there is no HOA to do that. So, but I think $100,000 to spend on investing in the northwest area of Corpus Christi is not a big deal. It's a one-time expenditure. It doesn't affect our budget, and you know, it will go a long way in showing the people who live out there that we care about them.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman
I
Hernandez.
just want to respond to that. On the HOA, we took over that responsibility from the city, right? We're taking care of it. We lost 3 trees to people dragging down Yorktown and running into the trees, and AEP lost at least 3 poles as well. So, I mean, I can only imagine on Leopard, you're probably going to lose a few trees as well to wrecks. But that's beside the point. What I'm saying, I just want to make a reference that, you know, the HOA thing was just to address the cost and what experience I have with that, not to say that I expected somebody on Leopard Street with an HOA to take care of it. It was just a reference to cost.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We understand. Thank you. Councilman Barrera.
Like Rush, the song, I support the trees. There's trouble in the forest.
I support the trees.
And Mayor,
Okay, moving on from trees.
Mayor, I also recommended that we have wastewater look at it in terms of having wastewater
Right.
irrigate those trees.
Irrigate,
not-
yeah, and I think we will, because those aren't the only trees we
Right.
care for or plant so yeah, I support the trees as well. All right, so moving on. Does anyone have any other suggestions or comments on any of what has been amended on this one-time expenditure? The other, you know, we would, I guess I'm going to defer, Mr. Pusley, pay attention. Okay, Mr. Pusley, I'm going to defer to you and anyone else who'd like to make comment because, again, Councilman Lerma's not here, and we do need to address the sign because there is a sign, the 3 signs that were taken off, and, you know, I was one that said, I'm not sure if you know, that is something, if that's an expenditure that needs to be made. I'm, you know, on the fence, but I want to defer to you regarding your thoughts on that expenditure.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Councilman Lerma and I did discuss this, and we both feel that it's premature to budget for those now. There's, especially on the northwest end by Labonte Park, the state is working on that new bridge there. They're going to probably be another couple of years before that's finished. We're going to be in the baby steps of a new master plan at Labonte Park. So I just think it's premature to put those signs there at this point because once that new bridge is finished, we may have a whole different perspective on the location of where that sign should be. And I think it would be a little premature to do that. So he and I both discussed that, and we're okay with pulling that out for now.
Okay, very good. I'm glad. Okay, so does anyone have any other questions or comments regarding any of the edits on this page? Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for the amendment. So first, I will make a motion to approve, approve the items as listed in the
One-time expenditure form?
one-time expenditure form.
Minus,
Well, that's the amendment. Right?
didn't you take that one out?
We do a motion to approve
Oh,
and
I
then
see,
amend
I
it to
see,
take
yes.
out, right?
Got it, okay. Do we have a second?
I need some clarification.
Okay. He's
And
doing a-
then we amend
And then we'll amend it, so he's doing a motion to approve this as is, and then he'll amend it to take out the 1,800. And then if,
It's the motion.
you know,
So-
people want to pull
Yeah.
something else out, that's your chance.
Just so I'm clear, the motion is to approve the dollar amount totaling 23 million, right?
Correct.
Okay.
20. Wait,
Yeah, 23 includes the 2 million for the debt service payment. The HUD fund would pay for it.
Well, actually, we're doing item 20, right? So it's
Yes.
what's before the council is an ordinance adopting the budget, right? So we would
Okay.
make a motion to approve the budget and then start with the amendments. And the
Oh.
amendment would be to include,
to include the one-time expenditure.
the one-time expenditures minus the 1,800.
Mayor,
So it'd
point of
be-
order, we haven't discussed the reoccurring expenditures, so I think if we vote on this, we'll be.
Well, just another amendment. It would be,
Okay, but we haven't, so we'd have to do another amendment.
Right.
Correct.
Before
Yes.
we vote on the full amendment.
correct,
On the
on the
full-
full
Right.
budget, I mean, as
Okay, so
amended. So we want to
Is
vote
my
on.
motion premature? Do I need to withdraw it so that we can discuss the recurring expenditure?
Sounds like the council has concurred. We might as well just move forward on that one amendment and then continue with looking at the recurring. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, but then we're limited to amending 3 times?
No, you can, I mean, not on the same, you're not amending the same, it's a separate amendment.
Okay,
So you're fine if you propose another one.
okay,
Yeah, there's no issue.
Okay,
so I've made the motion.
he's made the motion, was there a second? I think did somebody second?
No, I think they had questions. So y'all clear, we're gonna just vote on, we're gonna start with the budget, the operating budget, and that's what's before the council on item 20. And then, once there's a motion and a second, then we'll start with our first amendment, which would be the one-time expenditure
To
list.
put those back in?
Right.
Okay,
No, sir, we're on
No.
item 20.
operating,
We're on operating. Yeah, capital's a whole other,
okay.
So do we have more discussion with respect to the operating budget?
yes, sir.
Yeah,
We haven't completed.
We have to talk
This
about
is
the
just first
recurring
amendment.
reductions
Right.
and the tax rate.
So I'd agree, we probably ought to wait until.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
You want to wait?
So they want to wait. They want to
That's
do the amendments all at once,
Okay.
which is fine.
Okay, so let's move on to that then, to the recurring. So everybody has their recurring expenditure list.
Right.
That's 20C in the back. 20C, pull up 20C.
Yeah, yes, sir. There's 2 handouts. So there's a 11.5 by 14, I think. This one. Smith has that one, but this one here that we attached to the packet, this one that was attached to the agenda material is an 11.5, 8.5 by 11. And this is the staff's recommendation on reductions that the council could consider. If you want to go to the inclusive list, if you don't like any of these or you want others, then it's going to be on this 8.5 by 14.
Now, Constance said the big one was the same as this, right?
No, it's not. The big one has some additional recurring enhancements that aren't on the staff recommended list.
I don't have that.
You don't have what one?
8.5 by 11.
It's okay. Can somebody get the councilman 8.5 by 11?
I didn't either, I don't either, but,
It's in the packet, but we can get some paper copies.
yeah.
Yeah, it'd probably be easier if you have a paper. I have one here if somebody needs it.
Mayor, point of inquiry, Eddie, could you give us the information on what the solve for is, considering what we did with solid waste? You have 1.1 million, so you have that plus a tax rate consideration. So what are we looking at?
Well, the million was going to be taken care of with one time.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're taking care of that in the one-time
Right.
expenditure. So
Right.
we're just
So-
talking about the tax rate from the 63,746
Correct.
to the 62,007.
620261.
Right. So what the gap is there? What is that gap?
$1,729,000.
$1,729,000, and you have 3.5 million in recommendations here for reduction, right?
Right. So if you go to, on that list, we numbered everything, so you could, if you look at item 21 through 42, 21 through 42, that totals exactly the property tax rate reduction, 1,729,644. And then if you want to look on the other page, page 1 through 18 is pretty close to that 1.7, 1,738,776.
And none of this amount brings up the stopgap insurance that Councilman Barrera had mentioned.
No, it doesn't. That was already purchased and,
Okay. All right, so you're asking us basically to pick out the things to get to 1.7 million per the direction of Councilman Smith.
per the direction of the body, the majority of the council seems to want to go to the 62 cents. So if the consensus of the body, the council is to do that.
Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Yeah. If 6 council members say, let's do that tax rate, we think that that's
Right.
probably what the
But-
council's
So
at.
there's the opportunity to actually go lower.
You can go lower, that's why we have a
You can go
bigger
right in
list here,
between.
3.5 million.
Well, there's
You can go down to 5.7.
There's 3.5. Well, there's 3.5 in reoccurring thing that were added that we're looking to go back out of. And so we only need 1.7, so there's some numbers to play with that we could possibly, either be a little bit higher, a little bit lower, depends on what we ultimately want in this particular item and what we want to eliminate. So there's that option, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, could somebody explain to me, where did, because I got 2 8.5 by 11s. Okay, so is this the one we're talking about?
You know what, can
It's
somebody go see, 'cause I
labeled
can't see without my
potential
glasses.
reoccurring reductions. This one is labeled general fund decision package summary.
What are the potential reoccurring
Which
reductions?
Constance, you gave us this and said it's the same thing, except you made it Big Chief tablet size. This one is the one you wanted us to look at, okay. And that's, who made this list up? Where'd this come from?
Is this the one that's
City
called
staff,
FY23
city staff.
potential recurring?
Potential reoccurring reductions.
Yeah, this is the one that myself and Eddie and Constance developed over the last week.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, gotcha.
So
Councilman-
it's a subset of all the improvements in the budget, all the enhancements.
So the total reduction, if you did all of these on these 2 pages, would be $3,569,581.
Right, correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Pusley, excuse me. So the 11 by 17, that long one, is the same as the one that was landscape?
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
So I
And so that's
can
more.
throw this one away.
That one's more comprehensive than the one that's portrait, or did I say that right? Portrait up and down.
Yeah.
So there's a few more things on the long one, like we didn't take any police or fire decision packages and recommend cutting those. Those
Okay.
are, but they're on the long paper, but they're not on the portrait paper. That makes sense.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
I think his question was, can you throw away?
Yes, yes, sir, you can throw away.
I can throw this one away?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
In light of doing construction audits, I'd like to keep the auditor position and not remove it.
In light of what? I'm sorry, Councilman.
In light of us looking to do construction audits in the future, I'd like to keep the auditors, the staff auditor position that we have in this decision package to remove item number 3 for 71,472.
7147, 9-month funding.
Right.
Okay.
So are we gonna ask of what we want to remove from these items? Because this total equates 3.5. So has staff recommended some of these things to be changed so we could get to the 1.7 or maybe 2 billion or whatever that looks like?
Yeah, we're recommending, we can recommend item 1 through 18 as a starting point. That totals 1.7 million that would be needed for the property tax.
You're referencing this one?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would give us a 2.6 reduction,
Right.
Yeah.
2.6 cents.
Right, but Mayor, I don't agree with adding a fourth assistant city manager and an executive assistant.
That's why we're reducing it. It's on the reduction list. So like I said, item 1
This
through
is-
18
yeah.
would be reduced.
So items 1 through 18 would be city care, council support, removing 2 support positions, auditor, removing 1, the budget specialist position, removing 1 assistant city manager and their assistant, vital records clerk, removing increased printing advertising, remove an accounts payable manager, remove 1 of 2 proposed economic development positions, finance other pay, remove environmental public health inspector, 1 of 2 health inspectors, an environmental quality scientist position, human resources, removing a proposed assistant benefits and compensation director, security guards at 5 library branches, five library branches, so several security guards. Remove 1 proposed librarian position, remove a municipal court clerk, 2 of 3 kennel techs, remove 1 of 2 proposed administrative support dispatchers for neighborhood services, and then 1 proposed full-time veterinarian assistant. No, through
Through 18, through number 18.
So the veterinary assistant would stay. So we could look at items 1 through 19, and that would get us to the 2.6. And going midway, obviously, Gil, on your plan, we wouldn't remove anything.
No.
Okay, and if we did, pardon?
Yeah, if it was the 63 cents, I
Right.
guess we wouldn't remove anything.
We wouldn't remove anything.
No.
And
Okay.
if we went the 1.5 cents, what numbers would that be through? That would be.
That would be 1 through 12, so 1.2 million you would need.
1 through 12.
Right. The 1.5 cents, that kind of third option, would reduce the budget by 1.2 million, or items 1 through 12.
Right. And we would in essence be able to keep items numbers 13 through 19.
Right.
Okay. So Councilman, this is your time to speak up, and, we can cut 1.2, we can cut 1.7, we can cut anything in between or over.
Well, I want to speak up in support of the council support positions.
Okay, that is.
Which is number, can you refer to it as number?
Number 2. So-
Okay, Councilman Hernandez, we're just gonna make a note on it, Peter, for now.
Yeah, we have. so
Circle number
item-
2.
Right. Item 2 and item 3, two council,
Yeah.
the auditor. So
Who, number 3, yeah.
we can find 200,000 off the other list, like, we can go on the other side.
Councilman Smith?
I guess I support going down to 18, the $1.7 million cut. I find it difficult, since we're policymakers and not operators, what to cut. So I'm deferring to staff on their suggestions.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. That list we presented is in that order, so.
So we're looking at the numbers we're saying. 1 through 12 would be for a 1.5 cent reduction. Items 1 through 19 is for a 2.6 cent reduction. Councilman Hernandez?
However, the city auditor works for the city council, not for the city manager. So that would be one that, to counter Councilman Smith's argument there, plus also the council support, they would be working for us. So I agree with Councilman Pusley on that one as well. So those should be, not be considered to be cut.
Yeah, we have those on the table.
Okay,
to not be
and
cut.
so they're, and like I said, Did you prioritize them this way?
Yes, it did.
So in terms of how you would cut them, what was your justification for how this was put together?
We looked at really the least amount of it. All these have an impact, but the least amount of impact versus the greatest in terms of delivering city services and addressing decades of neglect. So things like we have parks mowing as an example. I put that almost towards the end. We don't mow our athletic fields today, and that's why they look the way they do. But we could get away with, it'd be more work for the team, but we could get away with not adding an assistant city manager. It's kind of an example.
Okay, I mean, there's some things that you left out, like the office lease for Parks and Recreation at $109,000, right?
We didn't leave it out. We didn't put it on the list.
Well,
right?
that's what I meant. You
Yeah,
left it
okay.
off the list.
Right. Yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay.
today the Parks team is not at City Hall. They're at 3 different or more homes over there at the Heritage Plaza, which is not conducive to running the business. So we're trying to get them into some temporary office space. Similar to what Visit Corpus Christi did,
Yeah.
that we pay for.
Councilman, oh, are you done? I'm
So
sorry.
just one last thing. So if, since all these are reoccurring, we just have to give you the number of what we want. Councilman Smith said 1.7, whatever that difference is between the 6.2 cents. So he wants a 7% tax or no new revenue tax rate increase.
Right.
Is there? I don't know if there's options to go further down or not, but I mean, looking at this list you would have, if we put back the items 2 and 3, what else would you have to remove?
We need about 200,000. So if you did, we could put 19 and 20, and let's see.
21 and part of 22?
You could do 21. Yeah, I could do 21 and 22.
Part of 22, we could do part of
City,
22.
uh,
Still add some
22.
funding.
That's the catering for, 21 is the city, is our package, and it was to increase some operational costs in the city secretary's office, and also to the catering services that we've been using. It was to fund that for the rest of the year. We're on a trial period right now, but it would continue it to next fiscal.
Do we have to keep 21?
We didn't get a chance to.
So
You
we're gonna
get
keep
at a
21 is
reduced
what
level,
that's
yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
You get lunch, it would just be the way we had it before.
Well, that's an extra. But that is an extra.
Total those up. What's
$26,000?
19, 20?
There are some travel expenses that are in there for the city secretary's office, just augmenting that. That's part of that. But,
And the 26,000?
Yes. But most of it is for the catering.
Part of 22.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have this team, we're gonna have the staff look at totaling up item 19 and 20, 21, and then the difference would come out of 22 to fund the restoration of the council support positions and the city auditor position.
Just keep 21 and then have it all come out of 22. It's got 205,000 there.
Well, it's easier said than done. That's to try to keep the code compliance officers hired.
Or 23. I mean,
Okay, you wanna keep 21?
I don't know that.
It's the
I mean,
food
it's
budget.
only 26,000. I mean, compared to the other ones that are much higher, much higher.
Councilman Barrera.
Of course, I'd rather have staff than more money for gas, so I would pull out, even though it's only $7,200, the additional car allowance.
What number is that, Councilman?
It's 26.
Oh, right.
The other one, of course, I know this is near to a couple of other people's hearts, but the economic development position. Now, and here's part of it. I think some of the challenges that we face in economic development is our own customer service. As I've said before about development services, I think we need to. I think we'd be better suited to look inward to review our own ability to enhance economic development rather than hiring somebody to do something else. And then what is this Tourist District Cole Park positions.
So these are positions to provide cleaning and maintenance along the bayfront from McGee Beach all the way to, in fact, including some of North Beach. So the whole Ocean Drive, Shoreline Drive, it's additional positions to keep things cleaner more often.
And we couldn't use that from the DMD or hot tax?
No, we can't.
Yeah, that's very needed.
And I guess the team's not be able, is unable to maintain it adequately now, is that what we're saying?
I've got numerous complaints over the summer, yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I would look at 26 and 31. I mean, I'd question 23 myself, but, anyway.
Okay.
Those are my opinions.
So we could do, just getting, not to discount what you said, Councilman, but if we take 19, 20, and then we can take the difference out of 22, that would balance out to the two that we need, the 135 and the 71. Anybody, did you total that up, Camille? What's the 135 and the 71 equal?
200.
So if you take number 19 and 20, that's 101,161. You would have to cut 103,839 from 22.
Okay, and what's the total of those?
So the total of all of those together is, and through 1,730,000.
No, just the total for the four. What's the 200, what is it, 200,000 and what?
Oh,
Yeah,
total for the four?
right, just the 19, 20, and 22,
19,
the difference,
20.
you know, the 20.
So together, that's 306,161.
All we need is we just need the 135 and the 71, though?
Okay, so that's what I said. So it's
206.
it would be the 1920 at full price, at full amount, and then another 103,839 from the 22.
Right, what is the total?
Oh, the 205.
Okay, 205
Sorry.
what?
Even 205. If you wanted to get to the exact number of these two, we needed 206,747. So just let me add the 1,742 to that. So that together is. So together, if we take the 1920 at full amount, 105,581 from the neighborhood services progression 22, that gets us to 206,742, which is exactly the amount for item number 3 and 4.
Okay, very good. 207, 742,
206,742.
206,
742.
742. That's the total of items 2 and 3.
2 and 3, yes.
So to restore those, we delete 19, 20, and half of 22, more or less. So that could be a way to approve this list today.
Hey, Mayor, and if I can add something else. You know, Peter, one of the things that I brought up on Wednesday was, of course, this is just something to look at, is that, you know, as part of the municipal court committee, you know, another judge brings in about $900,000 in revenue.
Right, so Councilman, not to cut you short, but we did talk to the presiding judge, Jackie Chapa, and she said she was not supportive of another judge.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, sir. We followed right up that same day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pesley.
Oh, okay. So if we put 2 and 3 in and we take out, which ones did you recommend, Peter?
Take out 19, 20, and half of 22. So we would delete 19, 20.
Okay.
Neighborhood
Now,
services.
So does that mean everything else you've recommended on here stays in the budget?
So 21 would stay, and then 23 through 42 would stay in the budget.
Okay.
23 through 42.
Yeah.
And as well as the city secretary's 21 would stay.
And so there wouldn't be another judge, but we're going to put a additional
some additional salary for the magistration.
You're right.
Right, Judge
Yeah.
Chopper, the presiding judge, supported that.
Okay,
Yes, sir. Yeah, we talked to her after Councilman Barrera's
Okay.
conversation we had with him.
okay.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
I mean, if there's, you're just getting to the 1.7, but there's some other things in here that we could probably cut. The solid waste compliance officer, foreman, and assistant.
We don't recommend that.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
I get it.
Right.
Well, I think-
I get what you're saying.
It's to help with contamination in our cart
Yeah.
systems.
And we're
I
trying
mean,
to
we
get
still have the
to-
inspectors. This is just the guy that's going to be in charge of those inspectors, right?
Right, so as.
So he's not actually going to be doing any inspecting.
The person may, but the team has grown in the past 2 years to where they need supervision. And
Well,
so,
I could tell you some complaints I get are about, somebody poking around their trash cans or in this case, the recycling cans. So, I mean, I do get complaints on that, so I'm just wondering how much more we need to do.
it's saving, yeah, right, it
And
saves
then I thought-
money, but yeah.
I thought we had discussed on number 31 that we would go down to 1.
Well, we did, so it's on,
Well, it says remove 2 of 2 proposed.
that's
right,
deleting them
so-
both, so. where's
But
it?
but if we don't vote for that, they stay in, right?
One of them stays in.
One
Number
of them
10,
stay- yeah.
number 10 is
Oh, there it
reducing
is.
it by 1.
Yeah, we recommended on number 10 to remove one of the 2, and so if we had to get deeper cuts, then you would take 2
Okay,
of
so
2.
it's the second one, okay.
Yes, sir.
I would rather add half of the council support to go back to number 22.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
you could remove one of the council liaisons
Well,
and give that back to
But,
22.
I mean, what we're talking about here is if we could keep neighborhood service progression plan, which I'm not sure what that is.
It's funding for, it's better wages, really, and incentive pays to get co-compliance certified, their office is certified.
Kind of like the CDL program at solid waste.
Not really, similar, but not
Well,
not quite.
it's an idea to get certified, right? Or-
Yeah,
Right.
right. You're right. This would be a
Right.
first time, right, okay, a driver certification.
So, well, you got the number that you wanted to get to, 1.7 if you go to 62, to the, shoot, I should have that number in front of me.
Yeah, the 62026, yeah, 620261 would be the new tax rate for the city. And
All
that
right,
would-
I'm not in full agreement with this, but, I mean, this is your prioritization. We asked for I asked for the auditor back, which is what I think which is necessary.
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, we restored that with this recommendation we have, Councilman.
Okay, Councilman Pusley? Okay, so let's, Peter, we're looking at, let's do a kind of recap of where we are.
Right, so on our list here, we would recommend eliminating 1 through 18, with the exception of 2 and 3, that being the 2 positions for the council support and the auditor. And then to fund that, we would eliminate 19 and 20. We would keep 21, and we would reduce 105,587 or 1.
No, we would
81.
keep, did you say we would keep 21 or half of
We
20?
would keep all of 21, the 26,000.
Okay,
And then on 22, we would reduce that 205,000 by 105,581. And then the rest of the list would remain, meaning it wouldn't get cut.
the rest would stay.
The rest would stay. So 23 through 42 would stay in the budget.
26, what happened to 26?
It would
Councilman-
stay in the budget.
I thought we said to take it out.
Well, it's just my
No.
offering.
No, yeah, that was just one person, one council member. We did cut already the at-large differential. That was reduced. So this just takes everybody up $500. It's probably
Okay.
warranted, given our survey we did, and the
Sure.
escalating gas costs.
Right. Okay. And then what happened with 31 after all?
31, we already eliminated one of the 2 economic development positions, so 31 would remain. This is the second of 2.
It would be eliminated.
No, it wouldn't.
Would not.
31 would remain. And just for context, number 10 was the removal of one of the economic development positions. We recommended
see.
2 in the budget.
Right.
So we said, well, let's get the office organized and get a leader for those 4 persons we have scattered all around the organization today.
Right.
And that would be that one position, number 10. I
Okay.
mean, number 31, because number 10 would be eliminated.
Right. Okay. And then that's it, the rest of them.
Right, the rest would stay, 23 through 42. That would get us to the 620261 property tax rate, which is the rate that the city manager had in his proposed budget. And that would, these reductions would equate to $1.7 million, $1,729,644.
And that's the 2.6.
That would be the 2.6 additional, because as you said earlier, the council already cut the tax rate by 0.84 cents
Right.
last Tuesday.
Total. Okay. Okay. So we need to just, we can go ahead and vote now if the council agrees on the recurring and the one-time
Correct, yes.
together.
Yes, ma'am.
Which will give us the rate, the tax rate that Peter just mentioned.
Yes, the
Right, that would give you the
0.62.
tax rate.
Okay. I will entertain that motion then. Who would like to make it? Boy, we're quiet. The motion,
So moved. I move to adopt, so what am I doing? We're gonna adopt the tax rate, right? Or
No.
No.
Not yet.
No.
We're going to
That'll be
adopt.
second, yeah.
We're adopting the budget with those 2 amendments, one to the one-time expenditures
Okay.
and one to the recurring.
Well, then, I guess I'm gonna move to adopt the budget, and then
Yes,
somebody
sir.
has to amend it.
Right.
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 All right.
Okay, so you're moving, yeah. So we're moving to adopt the budget. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in.
Wait, no,
pardon?
no, no. Then we're going to do the
Oh,
amendments.
I'm sorry, yeah, now we're going to amend.
Right.
So,
The first amendment, well, we can do them together if you like.
yeah, let's do them
So
together.
on the list of one-time expenditures, so I have a question about that. We're going to remove the $1,800 for the car allowance, so the total is $20,996,706. There's also a GEO debt fund that's listed as well on this list. Is that not included?
That is, that's part of Eddie's motion, Eddie's amendments, which Miles and I were just talking, so there's really 3 different amendments. that
Okay,
have
so
to be
there's
made.
another one. All right.
There's 3 amendments to the budget. There's the one-time restoration list that council agreed to here.
Right.
There's the reduction list to get to that lower tax rate, which we seem to have consensus on. And then there's any other amendment that Eddie presented as part of his presentation. And that 2.1 million is part of that, which is that the HUT tax would pay for the debt service instead of the general fund.
Okay,
There's other minor amendments where things like the property tax revenue adjustments has an impact on the amount of monies for streets based on the 6% or the 1% rule, and some other corrections that were made as part of Eddie's amendments. He presented them all today as part of this presentation. That says second reading to the budget, and he presented them last week as well.
Okay. So we're doing amendments as presented by staff. Is that one?
Yeah, that
Set
would
of
be one
amendment?
set of amendments.
Okay, and that's pages 6 through
Right, 6, 7, 8,
9
9 on
of the PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Right.
So y'all want to do that first, accept the amendments, amend the budget per staff's recommendations on those pages 6 through 9 of the PowerPoint?
So I can amend my own?
Yeah, you can. I mean, you're right. We did that. So if you want to start with the First Amendment,
Yeah, that'd
or
probably
we
be a
can
good.
combine them, I guess.
I would do it that way, because this kind of sets, by doing 6, 7, 8, 9 through, what was it?
6 through 9.
6 through 9, that kind of sets the budget,
yeah,
normalizes it, then do those other 2 amendments. to
Right.
Restore one times and take out recurring.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that okay?
Sure, but I need to find out what I'm voting.
Yeah, okay. Maybe, Rebecca, just 6, 7, and 8, because 9 is the capital budget.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and we'll
Thank
do that
you.
one second.
Okay, so it's actually 6 through 8.
pages
That's
6 through 8.
operating budget, correct.
Right.
Yeah, 9 is the capital, as Mr. Zanoni
On
pointed out.
on the presentation.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's it, Councilman.
Yes, sir. Let's
Actually,
take
you
a
may
look
have
at
a different
those.
one.
I don't know if we've discussed them.
No, yeah, it's the one that says second reading, item number 20. I don't know if you, it's in, yeah, you have it, yeah. Second reading, September 6th. Okay.
One
just-
says capital and one says operating.
And we're looking at operating. Page 6. Okay.
Yeah,
So I
that's
move
it.
to amend based on staff or based on Mr. Houlihan's presentation on the amendments on pages 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. So now the second, are we adding the second amendment to that, Rebecca?
Okay.
Or do we vote on that?
Let's see, was there a second to Mr. Barreras? I'm sorry, as far as the,
Second.
If
okay,
there's
so
a
you
second.
did. Okay, thanks. Okay. If there's, I mean, we could do them all together, right?
Let's do them together.
Let's
So
just do
then
them
we need
together.
a motion to amend to include the one-time expenditures
Right,
in the amount
as
of,
long as you're okay with that, Roland, so,
Yeah, sure.
okay.
In the
So
amount
one-
of the 20 million,
okay.
let me go back over here.
So it's, I have
Amendment number
20,996.
You mean 20 million?
You're right, $20,996,706. So that's just excluding the 1,800 for the car allowance. And that's on the one-time expenditure list.
Yeah, I was gonna say 20,998,506 less the 1,800.
Okay, I
That's
just,
good.
I took it out.
So that's included in my amendment.
Yeah,
Okay.
just say that. That way it's, yeah. 20 million what?
20 million.
998?
Yeah,
506 less the 1,800.
yes.
And
Okay.
then is there another part that I have?
Yes, sir,
one
there's
Another
one
amendment?
more. So then going to the recurring list that we just talked about, the total goes to, so I just have the individual amendments. It's 206,742, right, that we're,
No, we would reduce the budget by 1,729,644.
1,729,000, okay.
Yeah, as described.
Okay.
So the recurring
And-
reductions of 1,729,644
644.
And to include
to include, yeah,
recurring deductions of 1,729,641.
644.
644.
Right.
Can't find $3?
Okay, are y'all good with that?
Recurring expenditures, one more time, of what?
It's
$1,729,644.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So is everyone understanding of what,
Everybody good?
what we just did?
So those are the three, that motion encompasses those three amendments.
Which then puts us at the .620261.
Right.
Yes, but yeah, we're
And-
not acting on that today, but you're right.
Correct, but I'm
that's
just
what we're- yes, ma'am.
reiterating that's what we end up at. We've
Yes, ma'am.
talked about three different
So
Right.
tax rates.
second. You need a second, right?
Yes.
Okay, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion or questions? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Who else said no, besides Michael?
Councilman Smith, Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? We're supposed to do a roll call on this anyway.
Yeah.
So,
I left you $2 million in there.
okay, I'm going to do a roll call, if you don't mind. So for
Okay.
passage of the motion to amend, Councilmember Letterman's absent. Councilmember Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Pesley? Smith?
No.
Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
No.
Mayor Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, the motion fails.
Okay. What-
More complicated than the county, Councilman?
All right, well, let's go back. So what is, I mean, you know, people voted not for, against it. So let's talk about those issues. Anybody? Councilman Smith?
Ah,
Well, hold,
I'm sorry. You called Smith, I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead. I'll get you next.
I voted against it because of the extra $2 million in North Beach.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
I'm okay with everything except I guess this general fund package, the big sheet, is that in or out?
No, that's nothing. That's not part of the conversation. That is in case council members wanted additional things to look at to
Okay.
remove from the budget.
So we don't need to.
You don't need that.
Think about that.
Yeah, don't
Okay.
even- yeah.
Well, I didn't know where we were on that.
No, just dump it.
Okay.
We're nowhere with it.
Then I'm good.
Yeah.
You're okay with it then?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we restored mostly everything on Leopard, Councilman.
Okay.
You want to revote, Rebecca?
We can do, okay, so
Mhm.
it's the same package, but we're going to vote again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So for passage of the motion to amend, Councilmember Ledman is absent. Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Presley? Smith? Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
No.
Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, it passes. So
Okay.
then we just need to pass it as amended, Mayor, the whole thing,
Okay, so we'll.
operating budget.
Sorry?
So for passage of the operating budget as amended.
As amended, okay.
Yes, okay, roll call vote on that. So Letterman's absent. Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Presley? Smith?
No.
Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
No.
Guajardo?
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
Okay. Okay, so we have a budget.
We have a budget.
We have a budget. An operating
Operating.
budget. It's a girl. We have a baby. Okay. All right. They're twins. Identical twins. Okay. That will put us at item number 21. No, yes, 21. Ordinance adopting the Corpus Christi fiscal year 2022-2023 capital budget in the amount of $628,234,271.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Item 21 is the proposed CIP budget, second reading. And this is just a list of the programs in the capital improvement plan. And as you can see, water and wastewater and streets make up the lion's share of the capital budget. So those items total up to $617 million, which was the original proposed budget. The next page has the improvements, the amendments that we're proposing. And it's the same amendments I went over previously, but we're adding for the projects in the community enrichment and park improvement fund, $2,129,271. Also, the project budget for CDBG funded at Bingarza gym improvements. Public facility CIP, adding to the city terrace and suite enhancements project at the American Bank Center of $1,696,000. Then the facility improvements at the American Bank Center, $4.9 million. And then the stormwater CIP, the drainage improvement of $2 million.
Eddie, does that 4.9 million have the initial 2.1 we were contemplating?
I have the number. We will have to amend the budget. That number includes the 2.097, which was removed. So the budget will have to be amended by $5,417,312 based on what just happened on the operating side.
Yeah, several of the one-time items that were on the operating side also affect the capital. So if they weren't approved on the operating side, including the North Beach shade structure, including the small reduction in the dog park at Flower Bluff.
And then 2 million out of the convention center, right? 2.1 million?
The sign.
And the signs too, right?
Yes, $2.1 million for the convention center reduction and $2.3 million in the gateway signs.
Right, okay.
2 million for North Beach.
The 2 million's in for North Beach, right? Oh,
The convention center, that will be paid by the hot tax.
right. That payment will be paid by the hot
Councilman
tax.
Hunter?
Correct.
So, can you explain to me, because I've heard this from 50 different sources and everyone has a different answer, how this 10%, 7%, whichever budget rate we go with doesn't surpass the 3.5% required by the state of Texas.
How it doesn't? So that's on the M&O side, the general fund side. So the tax rate was reduced from 42.68 to 39.912. So that tax rate on the M&O side or the general fund would receive the general fund would see that revenue was reduced.
So the 39.9312 is what you're referring to, right?
39.90, is it 93, 99, 39?
And that will be, that will go to what now?
That's just a
With the
reduction in the
62?
tax rate on the M&O side.
It'll remain the same?
That
Okay.
got us in compliance with state law.
Isn't that what the Island Moon said this weekend? I'm sorry to referring a specific source, but isn't that what it referred to, and we told them that they were wrong?
I think it said that we were using a loophole in the
Yeah.
Yeah,
state
loophole's
law
probably too strong of
to
a word.
move part of the tax rate to the INS side.
Okay.
But it's not a loophole, it's a state law, and most other.
The state law specifically say if it does not include principal, interest, or debt, it is not affected.
What was that second part? If it doesn't,
The state laws, I'm just,
yeah, no, go
this
ahead.
is one of the things I'm gonna vote yes on. I just wanna make sure I'm not messing up too far, okay? So I'm trying to get this from you
Right,
guys.
okay.
You're gonna get my first yes of the day.
Right.
So, the state law does not refer to principal and interest on debt
Right.
in their 3.5% increase.
That's correct, Councilman.
Requirement.
Yes.
That's correct.
State law
I
requires.
have to hear that before I do it today, so thank you.
Okay.
Correct.
Councilman Hernandez.
Just so we're clear, that INS also includes certificates of obligation, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
it does. Mhm.
So when you voted for the certificate of obligation, you increase INS, which moved it over, which doesn't allow you to reduce it 3.5% because you increased on the INS side. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So, and correct me if I'm wrong here, what state law does is it doesn't count if it's not secured by property taxes. So we've moved some capital leases over and some others there because you do include that calculation on interest and sinking fund or INS. So it's because the way we classify some of this debt that we moved over to INS, that we're staying within the technical bounds of the law. Is that correct or incorrect?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm not,
Yeah.
did you say it had to be secured by the full faith and credit of the property tax?
If it's secured by the faith and credit by the property tax, then that calculation goes against the 3.5, or that's my read of the statute.
Well, no, sir, if it's debt that's paid by the property tax, then that's on the INS side. And so the city, the only thing on the INS side is proper debt that the city has incurred.
Okay, and we're reducing the M&O tax rate, but we're increasing the INS tax rate.
That is correct.
So
No,
if we drop it a net of 2.6, what do we drop in M&O?
The M&O stays at the no new revenue rate, at the voter approval rate. the
And
third-
what's the change?
Pardon me?
What was it? You said it earlier, on there, 39, 42 to 30. So how much exactly are we dropping the M&O?
So the M&O is going to stay the same. It's the INS side that's dropping, that's lowering.
No, but I think he's saying from the current rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the current rate on the M&O side, Councilman, is 42.6 cents.
Okay.
It's going to drop to 39.9 cents.
I'm sorry, that's correct.
39.9 cents. That's effectively what Councilman Hunter's
Okay.
talking
Yes.
about, where
Yeah.
that generates only 3.5% more in property
Correct.
tax revenue.
Okay.
The debt service side would go from 0.219 to 0.22.
2.2, correct. That is correct.
It goes up slightly to pay
Yeah,
for
it goes up.
just a slight.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right, less than, I don't know what that is. Yeah, a tenth of a cent.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Could we get somebody to put that on a piece of paper for us quickly so we can have it?
Yeah, does
I
that,
wish we would have included that.
does that skylight work
Where?
up over there? Or do you have that in the PowerPoint? It says right there. see if the eye in the sky is AV control. Can they help us with the above ceiling camera?
We used to have that Elmo that.
Huh?
You can use it, Constance. Yes,
It's right up over there.
They have the camera will show it. Supposed to the left. Okay, it just needs
Yeah,
to
so
show.
AV control is going to put the overhead camera on so we can see this document that's on the table, similar to the boards and commissions setup. Can somebody go back there and see something? I don't know
I
if they're
called,
awake or
but
what.
maybe they need to visit. There it is.
There we
Okay,
go.
They got it.
Okay, can you straighten that, Constance, a little bit? There you go. So focus on this middle column here, that one and this one. Yeah, forget those arrows. So this is the current tax rate right here. And then this would be the one the council's leaning towards, which is a reduction. This, the .399 is the one that state law says you can't collect any more general fund maintenance and operations than 3.5%. And then the debt service, or the INS, is the difference between 2.219 and 0.22. That's the amount that we need to pay the existing debt. This was the one we did have here in the proposed budget. Or in between the proposed and the final. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, I think, yeah.
So even with the 62 cents, it's still a 3.5% increase because of the maintenance and operation? M&O?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so that, like we told the Moon, we generated the M&O rate based on that state law of 3.5%.
Mm-hmm.
And prior to doing that, we set the M&O rate based on the debt that's outstanding. And that's at 0.22 cents.
Okay. So you
Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Adler.
So I,
Oh.
that's all
So
we
we're
have.
on the
So
capital budget, so the.
Right.
Any more
right-
questions on the capital budget?
Yeah, I don't see any more
Yeah.
questions on the capital budget.
So the capital budget, Eddie went through the amendments, and Camille and Christina, who are tracking the changes, it would basically be the amendments shown by Eddie less 5 million or so to capture.
Less $5,417,312.
5,417,312.
417,312.
So that's the sum total of the removing 2.1 million from the convention center, because they're gonna pay for the debt now instead of the general fund side. And then eliminating all those one-time initiatives that impacted the capital budget,
The
things to
Gateway
include.
signage, the
Right.
North Beach sign, shade treatment, and the reduction in the Flower Bluff Dog Park from 550,000 to 375.
Okay, so those are the three, Camille, that's
Those
it,
three.
and Eddie?
Yeah, so it's, those three in the new budget would be now $622,410,756.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so it went up from 616 to 622? Is that what you said?
It is. The amended budget was $628 million. We took out $5.4 million of expenditures, so it drops it from 628 to 622 million.
Okay, so what we've got is that only shows 616, there's the added stuff.
616,
yeah.
yes. So you
Okay.
added the Parks and Rec community enrichment projects for
Right.
$2.2 million. You added $500,000 for the Ben Garza gym.
Right.
So that's $3 million. There's also an amendment for the terrace of 1.6 million for Marina, so and plus so that's where you got to 628, and then we took out 5.4 million. So that drops you down to 622 million.
Okay, so in looking at this, based on the 616, because all that you mentioned there doesn't include any debt, right? All those additions from 616 to 622.
You are correct, yes, that's all cash.
Because it was all from either the general fund or
Or HOT.
CIP or HOT or something
Yes.
like that, right?
Yes,
Okay.
you are correct.
So in the 616, not counting what we added to it, you still have 298 million in revenue bonds that are going to be paid out of this, so it's debt. One of the things that I'd mentioned was that by programming this much debt, you obligate us to rate increases in the future, specifically in water and wastewater, and probably others. So exactly what, and you know, when water made their presentation, water and wastewater made their presentation, I think water was going to be increasing over 2 years, $4.17, and then wastewater had some increases, but I don't remember them off the top of my head. So, I mean, we're basically obligating ourselves to increasing the debt, which obligates us to increase rates based on, you know, what? And this might be a question for our financial advisor to say how much we need to increase rates in order to cover our debts and be within our bond, in the, what is it, AAA bond rating or whatever that is.
Yeah, it's not quite AAA, but.
Well,
yes,
double A or
it's
whatever it is.
Yeah, it's of high grade.
High grade,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So what I'm looking at is, you know, I'm cognizant, and I haven't voted for any increases on residential stuff. I didn't vote on the stormwater stuff, and I didn't vote on the residential increase on the solid waste. So I'm concerned about continually increases of rates that we're obligating ourselves to in you know, in this capital budget in terms of debt. So if you can kind of address that.
Yeah, we can. So, and Mike Murphy may want to make his way up here as well, but we did show those rate adjustments. So we know that every other year the city typically has a rate adjustment, and there would be about a $4 rate increase next year to take into consideration some of these initiatives, and then there would be another rate increase 3 years from there, or the next 2 years out. And I think that was in the range of about $8. But it's two things, as we presented earlier. One is that we have a system that is aged and neglected, and we saw that again this weekend when I was getting lots of calls and emails about my sewers backing up.
Right.
Why is that? Well, the answer is the sewer pipe should have been replaced decades ago. It's too small to handle the sewer and rainwater inundation. And then we have things to include making sure our Owen Stevens, the only water treatment plant, is operating at best capacity, since it serves 500,000 people. So we're mindful of that. We're trying to have a system that's top rated. Based on some requests from Councilman Smith, we did put a schedule in this agenda packet that defers some of these projects to year 3 and out, and that would help to lessen the burden on the capital budget by about $28 million, 28.5. That includes about, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5 in water, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in wastewater. So about 10 projects we're recommending, based on asking Mike Murphy, the Chief Operating Officer, what can we defer slightly? In other words, moving it from year 1 and 2 out into year 3 and beyond. And that list includes a parking lot improvement at the water treatment plant, the warehouse facility, the Sand Dollar connection line at Coral Vine, the Water Street line replacement, the Owen Stevens chlorine system improvements. And under the wastewater, it would be the Upriver Road wastewater force main, wastewater treatment plant office facilities, the London wastewater collection system, the Water Street wastewater lines, and the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant flood mitigation. So that would help ease about $28 million in these first 2 years of debt. That's a recommendation we can make today to the council.
So what does that do to rates?
Is Reba here? Murphy? Is that $28 million, did you guys calculate the new rate? If we defer that 28?
We haven't had a chance to run the numbers through the rate model. but I could probably have it later today.
That's too late, yeah. It probably drops them a little bit, Councilman. We don't have the exact number.
Yeah, I'd like to know what is it we would need to drop, so we don't have, $4 increases and what was the wastewater rate increase projected for next year?
The wastewater rate was projected to go up $5.67 for 2024 and 2025.
Right, since you do them every 2 years on off-election years, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, okay, so, a combination of water and wastewater, we're looking at $9 over 2 years in increase in the utility
Yes, sir,
rates.
based on the numbers that we had, yes.
And on top of the increase in stormwater, solid waste, I mean, it adds up, right? So we're almost looking at what, $15 total increase in the next couple of years?
Does that sound right?
Right, so
I
15,
can't speak to
maybe
the other
20
rate
with, because
increases.
stormwater is going to be increasing every year.
Right.
Right, so I just, I'm cognizant of the people that actually have to pay for this, and I understand we want to repair this as quickly as possible, but it is incredibly difficult to continually raise rates, especially on people that are on fixed incomes, and I understand we have some assistance associated with that, but it's still, not everybody takes advantage of that, and we're continually, and I understand we're dealing with the sins of the past, I get it, but I think we should, try to live within a certain amount of our means, so we're not, putting this all on the ratepayers. We went through a big argument on reducing the tax rate, or should I say reducing the increase in the tax rate, or the no new revenue tax rate, right? So I just want to say it would be disingenuous to not also talk about it on the other side of this, because we're, by the amount of what we're projecting in this CIP, we're obligating ourselves for significant increases in every utility.
Right, that's correct. I
Right.
mean, yeah, I don't know if the word significance is appropriate, but there isn't a rate increase. Coincidentally, people were sending me articles this weekend on Jackson, Mississippi's water system. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see that, but they've been without water for weeks. Why? Because they deferred maintenance on their one of two water treatment plants. Basically, the inner city has no water. They have to use bottled water for everything. We don't want to get there. So this capital program we put together keeps us out of that trouble. But we can recommend moving 28 million into year 3. We don't have the rate calculation today, but it's really a risk tolerance. How much risk do we want to take? The good example is the 50-year-old line that brings predominantly water to the island, which is a predominant transporter of water. If that breaks, we're out of water on the island. The smaller line won't have enough capacity to keep up with water needs on the island. So 50-year-old pipe, will it break? It's all about risk. How much risk do we want to take? We're recommending those types of things be addressed now to mitigate that risk. Some of these things we recommended to defer. That 28 million has less risk, but it's really a risk situation that we're dealing with in decades of neglect.
And you're right, it is a decade, we mentioned this, we talk about streets because it's something everybody complains about.
Right.
But it was systemic, it was everything.
Right, that's why we had that federal government lawsuit, the consent decree.
That's correct. And I understand, like I said, but, I also have to look at it the other side.
Right.
Right? So how do we mitigate it?
Well, one way is, like we said, is moving $28
million out of 600 million is not really mitigating. It's like, taking off a few cents.
Well, it's out of 66 million and 37, so 90. It's 28 of 90 million. The projects that I talked about would have been 90, so we're moving about 1/3 of that out.
Revenue bonds is 298 million.
Right.
In terms of funding sources. Mm-hmm. Right? We're not even talking about, the other obligations that we'll have to pay. I mean, the 125 that's on the bond package is not even included in any of this, and in terms of the CIP currently, correct?
Right.
It's not even in the plan because it hasn't been voted yet. So
Right.
we'd have to throw that on top of this as well. So I just want to make sure that we're living within our means and trying to address this. And I would have hoped that we would, in terms of the question I had, that there would have been some recommendations and what that would reflect on the rates.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Really, today, we've been talking about pennies, now we're talking about dollars on here. So as we look at the CIP, it's multi-year. You kick a project off on there, you don't stop mid-year, and usually they run 2 to 3 years on it. So we're a very debt-funded in this organization on the CIP with it. So we've got $616 million, that's the adjusted CIP for 23, correct?
622 after
Or
adjusting.
yeah, it was 616 adjusted for 622
Right.
on there. But also, as I went through, but before the stretch, so to speak, we've got a 3-year CIP for just our basic utilities. This doesn't include future bond issues, general fund, parks, things like this. So what gas, even gas, it is stormwater, water, sewer. That's $1,263 million over the next 3 years. We could fix every residential street in this city for that amount. It's got to be paid for. We've got our financial advisor here. I'd like to have him say what he thinks the rate impact and so right now we have about $900 million in enterprise fund debts, a little under $1 billion. So we're looking at basically doubling that with it, that our cash flows to cover that additional debt service, we're going to have to raise rates. And it's not going to be $2, it's not going to be 4% on there. So could we have our financial advisor address this?
Yeah, Noe's there, and we've worked with him again this past weekend, like we have for the past 2 months. But Noe, why don't you come up and tell us what you think?
Scary to say what I think. Glad my wife is not here. Anyway, well, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Noe Hinojosa for the record with the Stride Hosting Company. The brains in the operation is that little young fellow over there by the name of Isaiah Huerta. So he works with me and Paul on these matters. I guess to put it a little bit simpler for some of you on macro numbers, you got 2 types of debt. You got the geo debt, you got utility revenue debt, you got other kinds of debt, enterprise funds and so on and so forth. And what is being talked to you right now, it's about utility debt, water and sewer. We were provided with a list of about $1.1 billion, not necessarily to be funded over 3 years, but to be identified as needs over the next 3 years. And conceivably, this project probably won't be funded for another 5 or 6 years. The supply chain, performance by contractors to deliver this services, this products is just a real challenge. And it's not only here, it's in Dallas where we work with, it's in Laredo if you want to work Laredo, San Antonio. It's just a tough thing right now to have materials delivered, to have projects delivered. But let's just say it's $1.1 billion. And if you were to do $1.1 billion over the next 3 years, well, the impact will be pretty significant on user rates. What we have tried and what the city's done for many years, I guess if it gives the citizens a peace of mind, is the city has always paid out of surplus funds within the utility fund and reimbursed itself by meeting this benchmark of 1.4 times or 1.5 times coverages. And what is that? Basically, you have a $265 million business that is made out of water, sewer, and gas. That $265 million business generates about $100 million of profit. But once you generate that profit, you go pay your mortgages. And the mortgages are about $70 million. So that gives you about a $30 million surplus fund. So if, in fact, you borrow $1.1 billion over the next 3 years, conceivably your debt will double. You won't pay $70 million, you pay $140 million. So you would have to make an adjustment on the total gross revenues of your business in order to be able to not only meet your debt payments, but continue to sustain the 1.4 times coverage, which is what gives you this AA minus credit, this AA3 rating from Moody's. So we talked a little bit earlier about fund balances and how your legal requirement, or maybe your local policies to have 20% of revenues or expenses in fund balances, and you say, well, we have a $70 million surplus, let's use some of that, we still have a little room, that's fine. But in revenue bonds, you actually have very stringent covenants in that you must meet that mortgage payment 1.15 times. And we keep it at 1.4 times so that we can be a AA credit. Any sacrifice or commitment to that brings the ratings lower, increases rates on your loan. As volatile as the markets are today and the financial markets, that volatility, that spread over a lower credit rating is going to be greater your cost of borrowing. But having said all that, I just wanted to give you a perspective that to increase your revenues and be able to meet debt service, you're probably thinking, or we're thinking, that it could be easily at 55% rate increase. So if you're paying an average of $60, it'll go to $90. But as Peter has said earlier, if we go, I mean, I can share with you all this recent Texas Tribune articles on how cities just don't have water. And the other side of the coin is, if you don't have water, then you're going to have some real issues with people out there. And unfortunately for all of you who are sitting in this dais, when you make improvements to water and sewer, nobody sees those improvements, other than when you turn the faucet on and you hope the water's working. So for Peter and his staff, it's a real challenge to bring to you proposals that are adequate. I mean, I was just 3 weeks ago in Monterrey, Mexico, meeting with the governor of Nuevo León and some of his staff. They have absolutely no water. And how do we fix that? And I guess I came back as soon as I could, because that's a real challenge. Unfortunately for them, they've had a lot of floods here in the last 2 or 3 days. But again, it's an issue for you guys and for everybody on the street. I'm sorry for the long answer, Councilman.
But can I just add to that, Councilman, before you, but Noe,
Please.
so your assumed rate increase assumes we issue all that debt in 3 years?
In the next 3 years,
But
yes.
it's important to repeat what you said, which is that we're not going to do that.
Right.
That's right.
It's probably going to be more like 6 years.
Yeah.
And I don't think you've had time to look at that analysis, have you?
Well, in fact, if
Or
you
did
go, I'm glad
Yeah.
you brought that up,
Right.
because in 4 or 5 years, your payments of $70 million on your mortgages are dropping down to about $54 million. So
Because
we have
debt's
a
falling
real
off, or-
nice, if you remember,
Right.
we have a real nice descending amortization schedule. The problem is that the needs are greater than we anticipate. They are costlier. And just think about it. If you don't do anything, I remember telling this councilman, well, I don't have any debt in my books. I only have my mortgage and I have my student debt. Well, unfortunately for us, we die. The city will never die. The city continues to provide services day after day. And water and sewer is one of those services that you have to spread out as much as you can, I guess, the pain of those rate increases. But you're right, Peter, sorry about
Yeah,
that.
that's okay. I just want to point that out, because and even the letter that Noe sent, we talked to him yesterday about it, which is that's an assumption that's not really, could be a better assumption, because we won't issue that much debt in 3 years.
Yeah, if you
Given the-
move it back a
yeah.
year, you know,
Right.
it's about an impact of less than 7%
Yeah.
in having to increase revenues. So if you have 250 in revenues, you increase that 57% in the next 3 years, you'll have more money to be able to pay mortgages, be able to cover it. If you move that to another year, it brings it down to 50, to 43, thereabouts, for a number of reasons.
So in reality, and I'm glad you brought that up, Peter, because that's the first thing I caught, and I was going to interrupt you and say, hold on, because
always
we're
interrupt.
talking, I didn't, but thank you for bringing that up. So that needs to be, I guess, well understood. And I'm not, you're saying, I know this is a 3-year, we keep talking about 3 years, but in essence, I don't even know if it's possible to spend that kind of money in
well,
a 3-year period. But we're really talking a 5 to 6 in
Right.
terms of expending,
Right.
correct?
Right,
And
as
then
no-
that changes
yeah.
everything.
It does, right. So as Noe said, we don't, the capital program says this is when we want to take this project to council for approval. And some of that work may be designed first. So
Right.
if it starts here with design, then we design it for a year, then we award a construction contract. These are big projects. They're not getting done in a couple of months. It's more like a couple of years. And the final payment's not made until everything's done, the punch list is checked off, retainage money's sent back. So a lot of these projects, you're talking 6 years, 5, 6 years before all bills are paid. So that means we're not gonna issue the debt in 3 years and hold on to it. We're gonna issue it in year 6 when the
Right.
final check's due to the company. So that's why Noe's 50-some-odd% rate increase is a little bit underanalyzed, because we should model it a little better to say, we're really gonna issue the debt way out here, not way right
Right.
here.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's a good, weekend, quick and dirty analysis, but the fact is, we won't be issuing debt in 3 years to pay for this.
Right.
The bills won't come in until year 6, maybe even 7 in some cases.
Okay. Councilman Smith?
Well, and thank you. So, and Noah, you said you analyzed it on 1.1 billion, yet we have a 1.263, another 12, 14% more on there. And I want to beg to differ. As we look at the CIP, I'm looking at the bottom numbers. This is saying what we're going to spend. It's not saying we're going to spend it in 6 years on there. You total the bottoms out on there. So if we're going to stretch, let's put it on there, and that's what we ought to approve. But what we're approving right now is spending in those time period. And once you start a job, you start paying every month. You don't pay at the end of the job with it. And that's one thing I've asked for is to stretch. I know we've got a lot of needs on there with it, but if we approve it today, it's we're approving these numbers in this budget that doesn't have a stretch. So why can't we just go ahead and alter that? I'm not talking $28 million, which is 2.5% of what we're totaling on there. So if it's reasonable on it, why aren't we doing it? Because this is what we're telling the public. This is what we're telling the rating agencies. They look at the books, don't they know it?
They do, but
Yeah.
they also understand, Councilman, that the CIP is a management tool. And this CIP is not obligating or committing the city council to do absolutely anything. And I think if anything, you are telling your citizens, we got this much in needs. I'll say this, that in the past, and literally every single time we come to this council with any type of debt offering, the city staff is kind enough to allow us to present a plan of finance. We put together a bond ordinance. I think it's read a couple of times, Miles. And so at that time, that's when you obligate yourself. And at that time, if anything, Peter will be holding a gun on our heads and saying, are we complying with that CIP? And you will too, as it has been the practice. So I think, I wouldn't put, I understand fully your concerns, about the 3 year versus 5 years versus maybe more. But all I can tell you is just a management tool, and that helps us a lot when Peter and his staff presents to the rating agencies. But I don't want you to think that we're obligated to it, we're committed to it. Now, you just need to be obligated, committed to the fact that coming down the pike when we borrow those funds, you may have to make some rate adjustments in order to be justifying that. But we'll cross that bridge at the right time. I don't know if that helps any, Councilman.
Well, that does, and I'm wanting to make that bridge a little bit closer on the cross there with it. And, it is very helpful if we have numbers within the scheme that are achievable with it. So, staff is telling us, well, we can't spend it. Well, let's just reflect that in our CIP. If we can't do it, then why is it in there? Or let's stretch it out. We've got our midterm. I didn't look at the long term on there, but what is doable, what is achievable on there. And again, as I look at it and what you said and in your letter to us, if we go through with this, we can expect a 57% increase in our water and sewer rates.
That's
So
over,
let's,
the good thing is, that's the worst-case scenario, overstating it, but it's pretty much what it is.
well, that's at 1.1 billion, you haven't added that extra 150 million in it.
I don't even, you know what, I don't even think it is a scenario. He said it's a worst case. It's not even one, because we know that the way this capital budget works is that it's hard to tell the schedule of the construction when we don't even have the design. So unlike the operating budget, when we know, take a police officer, we know that he's gonna work 12 months, we know what his salary is. It's pretty predictable. Whatever that salary is, that's pretty much what we're gonna pay. These projects are in the tens and 20s of millions of dollars. We would be guessing if we said, well, we think we're gonna spread it out over 4 years. It'd be, because they're not even designed right now. So once we get the design in, then we know about approximately how long it will take, but it's really not until you put the bids out and the companies bid and give you a schedule, even that can change.
Well, and I've realized
Yeah.
it's a soft cost, and it'll probably be higher than what we're anticipating these improvements, knowing what's happened in the construction industry. What we've got will probably be higher than what we're talking about.
That's one reason to do them now rather than defer them, but you're right.
But that goes to my point on there. Why are we publishing something that we always have allowances for in a longer out budget there? But
Right.
We're telling the people, and I've heard a lot from my constituents out there that how are we going to pay for this? So as we're talking, we went from $1 billion to 1.4 billion, and we got to give our citizens credit. They know how we're going to be paying for it. They're just going to be paying for future rate increases there. And I want, if anybody's listening to this, what we're talking about has nothing to do with taxes. We're talking about the enterprise funds that's paid strictly by the ratepayers. There's always a lot of confusion about that. But when you pay your water bill or your wastewater bill or gas bill, that's not your tax dollars. So this goes into the rates that we're talking about, has nothing to do what we do today affecting our GO and our streets on there, but it does affect our enterprise funds and paid not by the taxpayers but the ratepayers. Personally, I would like to, from a policy standpoint, see this stretched out in paper, what's achievable, as opposed to loading it all in, and then people like myself just scaring the bejesus out of me, and then the people read about it in the papers and those kind of things too. So how are we going to pay for $1.2 billion over 3 years? We're saying we're not going to have it. So I prefer we alter our programs to adjust that. So thanks, I've spoken enough.
Councilman Hunter?
So what would be the flat tax percentage if it was 0% instead of an increase of 3.5? What would the number be? 6159?
That, Councilman, this is about the left hand. This is totally revenue bonds.
Sure, yeah.
This doesn't affect property taxes at all.
Yeah, I know. I was asking them about it earlier. I have nothing to do with what Councilman Smith says, even though I think all fee increases are taxes, and so does every single person living in this city. Do we have that number?
It'd be the no new revenue rate of just, we would only get the increases from new growth. The existing property on the road would stay flat, so it'd be the 0.57.
Oops, 0.578740.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes, sir.
5784.
8740.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. Okay, so, in talking about how this is going to work, we're asking for our rate increases based on what we're projecting to borrow in the capital improvement plan, correct?
We're not asking for any rate increase this year,
No,
Councilman,
no,
but next year
I
when we
said
do.
projected rate increases.
Right, we showed the council.
We're basing our projected rate increases based on our CIP currently.
Yes, that's
What
correct.
we have printed, right? Not
Yes.
what reality is going to be, but what we have printed.
Right.
So going to what Councilman Smith said, he's saying if this isn't reality, we're going to be increasing rates based on not reality.
We're gonna recommend a rate increase next year when we have better data. Right now, it's a year out, 2 years out, a year and a half out.
Well, I mean,
So-
for water and wastewater, but
Right.
we've already made the increase for stormwater and in some cases solid waste, but I mean, some of that was by certificates of obligation,
Okay.
which is a separate thing. But I mean, ultimately, we're borrowing money, and I don't know what our debt's gonna be at the end of the fiscal year. I know what it was last year, because it's published on our website, right? So we had $1.4 billion in debt from, certificates of obligation, lease programs, revenue bonds, general obligation bonds, the whole 9 yards was 1.4 billion. So, I mean, we've got to pay for this, right? And it's based on what is published. If, to that point, if it's not real, we should do reality, not.
This is, a budget's not real. This is a planning tool, as Noe said, our financial advisor.
But I mean,
It's
yeah,
a
I get it's a
planning
planning
tool.
tool, but I
It's
mean, if
only
it's
real
not
when the-
realistically, if your plan is not realistic, how good is your plan?
It's a plan. It's not an actual. We know that, like when you close the year out, we have an actual column that's actually spent. This is a planning tool, the budget, and the capital budget's even more of a planning tool, as I mentioned, because these projects need to be designed, and we're not even sure we don't know how to design them. We have the private sector design them for us, and then you have to put the design out for bid. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the capital budget, especially. As I mentioned, on the operating side, it's more predictable with things like labor and cost for tools and supplies and that type of thing. But this is a planning tool, and the city does a great job at having a 10-year plan. So the first 3 years, we're saying these are the projects we'd like to try to advance. There won't be any rate increase until we get to next year, where we see what do we actually get accomplished, and how is our operating side looking, how is the cost of construction, and what do our debt coverage ratios need to be? And then at
Okay.
that point, if the rate's too high, we can cancel things. We can say, you know what, we were gonna do this, but we're recommending not doing it.
Okay, Peter, I get it, but people hold us accountable to the plan, right?
Okay.
Okay, how many times have we had people from Flower Bluff come up here with the area development plan when we're deviating from it, say, it's not in the plan? Right? Right, in the aisle. Okay, so, I'm holding, what do I hold you accountable to? The plan or what was realistic?
The plan, right.
Right, so if you can't get to the plan, are you failing? No. But like what I'm saying is it should be realistic. It should be within line with what we can. We shouldn't be projecting rates out based on a plan we'll never achieve. So, because, I mean, I get questions on, hey, this said your plan was gonna do it this year. Why didn't you do it? And then I'm sitting there tap dancing, because saying, well, our engineer screwed up, or was over capacity and couldn't design it in time, or, we couldn't get construction, their bids were all over priced, there's a whole litany of things. So what I'm saying is that, are we, if it's not realistic, then what are we doing, right?
Yeah, the plan's realistic. What I was talking about realistic is the rates. We're not gonna set a rate based on this right now. We're not gonna guesstimate what a rate would be next year. The real rate will come next year when we're at that point in time. We see what our financial condition is, and we'll see how we've progressed in the capital program.
Right, and then as, we're dealing with inflation, everything's getting more expensive. I don't think if anything's getting cheaper.
Right, well, that was one reason we were saying, let's take care of some of this decades of neglect now, rather than paying even more in the future, after we take all that risk.
I get it. I just want to make sure we're doing this realistically, because we're projecting a lot of rate increases. And just like Councilman Hunter said, a rate increase is no different than a tax increase. It's just where you do it, right? It's like we didn't want to raise taxes for street user fees, so we put it on the utility bill. Well, past council did that. Okay, so, and then we're going to be discussing that here in the future, right?
Yeah, this year.
So there's a lot that we have, understand, people actually have to pay for this, right? And I understand we have the challenges, but there should be a happy medium somewhere.
That's what we're presented, Councilman. So we've spent since May developing the budget, and Mike Murphy and his team are here, but they actually presented a more robust plan to me, and I said, that's way too robust. There's no way we can afford that, and nor could we get it done that quick. So they cut more than 50% out, I think, probably even more than that, and put it in the future year plan. We think that this is realistic, and we think that a lot of the risk that we have today, risk that I got phone calls about this weekend saying I can't even flush my toilet with a minor rain event because the sewer pipe's backing up. Those are the risks we're trying to mitigate. So that's what this plan does. It's aggressive, no doubt about it. Does it do more than we've done in the past? Yes, but have we done more in the past 3 years than we have in the past 3 decades? Yes. And we think we can do it. So, but it's a plan, so
I
if
guess if
things
it gives you-
change, if design costs change, if our financial conditions change, if we go into a recession, if we have another pandemic, all those can change the plan.
It gives you a peace of mind. Dallas CIP is north of 3.8 billion. San Antonio is about 2.7 billion, it's us, north of that.
Well, I think their tax base is a little bit higher.
No, this is all revenues. This is all
Well,
revenue.
I'm sure
I
the
mean, they ha-
revenue is higher
They have
than
more
ours, too.
customer base, I
Right.
guess. Laredo is 650. I mean, just approved about 3 weeks ago. So the numbers that he's really sharing with you are not surreal. At the end of the day, there are 2 fundamental factors to credit, and that is your ability to pay and your willingness to pay. And we understand about the rate increases, and I think, as Peter said, these are numbers that we grab from up there, brought them to you, say, you know, if you do this, this is what could be the cost. But there are so many factors involved that will benefit you. In fact, I suspect that this year, without those rate increase, we're gonna have a better year this year in 22, I'm sorry, because of the drought that we had, than previous years in utilities. I don't know if those numbers are reflecting that, but everywhere across the state of Texas, we're seeing numbers giving you more capacity without you having to make any adjustments to that.
So what's our, so this is for Eddie or for Constance, what's our current debt in all
Current debt?
all
Yeah,
formats?
no
I
one
have
knows
it
it.
here.
No, he
Yeah.
hasn't.
So total geo debt, which is COs, solid waste and so on and so forth, that have been funded with COs, is 492,155,000. And on the utility side, this is strictly principal, $902 million.
So 1.3 billion?
Thereabouts.
Okay.
It's more like 1.4
1.4?
billion, 1.4 because of the 492.
Okay.
So we're still at 1.4 billion.
But again, Councilman, it's not, you know, you and I try really hard to make sure that we don't leave any debt for our kids. Cities don't work like that.
No, where I'm concerned about is programming, and we end up with more debt. than
No
the-
question.
Continuing to have higher debt.
You know, you have exposure to the elements like cities, not like, unlike cities like
Right.
down, you know, San Antonio.
And just so I understand, what are your assumptions for growth? I mean, are you looking at, what is the assumption? Is it 1%, 2%? What
Our
is it?
assumptions for growth are so understated. We think Corpus Christi is going to continue to grow by
Okay,
leaps
but
and
what is
bounds.
that? What is
But
that?
the law is telling us now we can't grow beyond 3.5%, which is another dilemma for us.
Well, that's on the,
Well, if you have property
Right.
values grow.
okay,
I
but I'm
can-
talking about in terms of your rate models. I mean, what is your projected growth?
Peter is always coming after me for being so conservative. We're in the 1.5%, 2%.
I think
Peter
that
has
sounds
given me a
right,
hard
yeah.
time over the past, that I should be higher, more like a 3.5%, 4%.
Well, we looked at the 10-year average, it was what, 5, 6%?
Yeah.
The 10-year, that's the answer. So the 10-year average is like 5, 6%. You can't just take 1 year at a time because of changes in the economy. Is that right,
Yeah,
about 5 to
yeah.
6%?
So
is
maybe that's something we look at our budget policy is to dictate what that is. I still
You
think
don't-
it should be much, it should be conservative. No, and I appreciate you being conservative about that. 2%, 2.5%, whatever that is, right? You know, because a lot of times what happened in the past, and this is some council members had brought this to my attention, was that they projected the 5 and ended up with a -2. And so then they had to solve for, right? So I don't know what the future is going to bring. Nobody expected COVID to hit before, and we were lucky in the sense that it didn't affect us as much as other cities. Or, what might happen, September 11th happened, right? So there's a lot of things that can happen that we don't know about, right? So the conservative projection should still be there, especially when we're talking about obligating our taxpayers and our ratepayers to debt.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Council, we're not saying we do 5% growth. We look at the 10-year average to determine a growth rate that's not super conservative, but the flip side is if you don't spend it, like some of the council members said, you're just sitting on the money.
Right.
When you
Well,
have pipe,
I mean,
you know,
we're
you have a
spending
sewer
down the fund balance, right? We're
Well,
not
it
sitting
grows
on the
to
fund
it,
balance,
right?
right?
It would grow. The fund balance would grow if you say, we're gonna assume 1% growth and you have 3, that extra money sits there when your pipes are rotting.
No.
Yeah.
You can always amend the plan as you go along. That's
Right.
it's not realistic. And what we're talking about is if you have additional funding, we have a requirement of 25% on the enterprise funds, right?
I was talking about the debt side.
Okay,
though,
on the
Ms.
debt
Gump.
side,
Yeah.
right? So, I
Yeah.
mean, but it still comes in through, we pay the debt service through the enterprise funds, right?
Right.
That's where the rates come in. They come in through the enterprise fund, and then we pay debt service from the enterprise fund. So it's not, whatever we get, if we end up with the fund balance, then we can reduce the amount of rates we increase,
Yeah.
right? So, I mean, like I said, the concern is how much we're projecting, how much debt we're going to be having, and what that does to our ratepayers. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, we did, so I said it earlier, but in the budget, in the agenda packet, we do have a list of 28 million in deferred. And if you want, we can give you, so each of the water and the wastewater had several new projects that we added. We can highlight those if you'd like to delete them. I think there's about 10 in each area, just to keep the conversation moving.
Yeah.
So.
Where is that list, Peter?
The list was included in the agenda packet, and I don't know if we can, does anybody have copies we can hand out?
Councilman Hunter, I think he's got a
Councilman
comment
Smith.
while we're looking at
Okay,
for that.
Camille's gonna pass this out. Councilman Smith
Yeah.
asks that we,
I mean, never mind. Never mind.
Oh, Rebecca. Okay. Councilman Smith?
Well, I think it would be helpful, Peter, that you mentioned what our demand growth is. So if we could see, I know water is critical to all of us, so if we could have the 20-year, Mike, where we've gone with water on there, what our demand has been over the last 20 years.
right now, you want that answered now?
No, just,
The-
Okay, are you?
Was that a, Councilman Smith, sorry, was that a question?
it was an ask.
Okay, and ask for the 20 years.
That this body could see what our water growth has been over the last 2 decades.
In terms of like gallons distributed?
Yeah.
Do you know that, Murphy? Where's Wes? Wes knows at least the past 10 years or so. He told it to me the other day.
Good afternoon, Council. Wesley Nepian, Assistant Director, Corpus Christi Water. So, Councilman, your question was, what have we seen as far as an increase in our water consumption?
Over the last 20 years, what?
Over the last 20, I can give you about the last 10. I've been here about 7 or 8. When I first got here, we started at we were averaging between 45 to 60 MGD a day. And now, on a regular basis, you're seeing around 85 to 90 MGD a day.
Yeah, but you're talking out of O.N. Stevens.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at, this is acre feet, that in 2000, we were 112,000 acre feet.
It's about 100 MGD.
Yeah, about 100 MGD. So that's 2001. The total bill consumption was 112. So what are we looking at right now, total bill consumption?
The total build, I don't know, and you're talking raw water sales as well?
This is all in, this is everything.
Councilman, if I understood your question, is the total bill for today?
Yeah, what's our average, Mike?
Okay, so average for this year is probably going to be around 89 million gallons per day. Is that what you're asking?
Okay, that 100,000 acre feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're using 112 in 2001, we really haven't had any growth.
No, but that's just coming out of Owen Stevens.
No,
I think you're
that's total.
including,
So so just, that is over the course of a 12-month period, as you know.
Yeah.
But in the dog days of summer, we did get up before we lost the Mary Road pipeline for a couple of days during the summer. we were up around 120 million gallons a day. That was our maximum production this summer.
Yeah. But we're looking at an annual basis. I'm
Yeah,
just trying to.
But annually, this year, we're
Yeah.
looking at 89 this year, and then we're proposing 92 next year.
And so if we go to acre feet, about 100,000 acre feet.
Well,
Because we're talking MGD, I know it's so confusing.
25,000, yeah,
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's all the questions, Peter, that we've got now. Okay, so
So we do have, Mayor, as I mentioned, in addition to the
The
5
list.
million in amendments that Camille talked about, we did put together a report over the weekend to see, to address a request from Councilman Smith, which was identify a number of projects that could be moved out. There's a total of 10, 5 in water, and I believe that document was handed out. So above the dark black line is the water. You can see the original schedule had 16.9 million in year one, 35.1 in year two. We would move out or reduce that by 14 million in year one, reduce year two by 18, and move it out into a little bit into the 3-year plan and then beyond. So that would be the water ones, including some of the facility where the crews are, and the sand dollar connection on the island, the water line replacement on Water Street, and a chlorine system improvement at Owen Stevens. And then on the wastewater side, 5 more projects also would be moved out. That's below the dark black line. So year one had 17 million. That would be reduced by nearly 15.7, I mean. And then year two had close to 26, 25.6. That would be reduced by 17.5. And some would be put into year three, and then the rest would be moved out into the 7-year forecast. That includes a very old and aged water line, wastewater line up in Upriver Road, wastewater treatment plant, office facilities, the London wastewater collection system that would be moved out more smoothly, the Water Street wastewater line, and then improvements at the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant, the second biggest one in the city. So that would save 28.5 million in the first 2 years of the CIP. And as I mentioned, we do have we have the list of projects. We can, just like we did in the operating side, we can cancel projects. We can eliminate water projects, eliminate wastewater projects at the council's recommendation or prerogative. This is the staff's professional recommendation, but we'll be willing to help on identifying even additional projects if you'd like to cancel additional infrastructure work.
Councilman Pusley.
So, but Peter, when you say it'll reduce it by, what'd you say, 28.5 million?
Yes, sir.
We're really not reducing anything.
That's right. We're not.
The
Yeah.
capital improvement plan, as Noe said, is a management tool. It's a projection at best about what we're going to do. So all we're doing is just taking it off the books and pushing it down, kicking the can down the road and saying, you know, instead of using the tool that the CIP is supposed to be used for, which is to let people know the kind of things that we're looking to have to do in the near future, this is what it looks like. Not what we're actually going to spend, but what it looks like.
Right.
Or we can continue to do what Corpus Christi has always done, and let's just wait till it breaks completely, and then we'll go fix it.
Right, exactly.
That's been the history of Corpus Christi.
Well, you know, and that's,
you know, the Mary Rose Pipeline is what, 30-something years old, and we've not had a maintenance program on it since its inception.
That's correct.
We have a
had
water
two
line to the
breaks.
island that's the same way.
Right.
We have wastewater lines all over this city that haven't been repaired in decades.
Right.
So, and the streets got in that condition because of exactly doing that. Let's not face the music. Let's not plan for anything. Let's just wait till it breaks, and then we'll fix it.
Right.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I'm going to say I'm offended by that, because I didn't say don't fix stuff. I said live within our means.
I didn't attach that to you at one bit.
I'm just saying, but it sounded that way,
No,
so I want to make
didn't attach
sure
it to anybody.
that is
I'm just making a
understood.
statement. I just heard you and Councilman Smith talk for an hour about what we ought to do on the CIP plan. And the CIP plan, our paid expert just told us what that is for.
Okay,
And so
but
we can
but you
ignore
just
that.
sit there and attacked both myself and Councilman Smith,
No, I'm
saying
not
like we did
attacking
say, don't
anybody.
fix stuff.
Yeah.
Be like what we were in the past. Let's not do any maintenance.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not what, this has nothing to do with that. This is capital improvement. Maintenance is something entirely different. That's in the operating budget.
Okay, then tell us what the solution is, Councilman Hernandez or Councilman Smith. I don't know what, I listen to y'all, but I don't hear a solution.
Y'all better, yeah.
So give me a solution.
So and I'll let Councilman Smith speak for himself, but I'm saying just live within the what we have in terms of rates and see what that plan looks like. If we're looking at the plan that continuously increases rates, that's the issue, right? Not everybody has a lake house on Lake Corpus Christi.
Oh my.
All right, I'm just I'm so offended by that like you're saying that we're not doing any maintenance, and that's not the case. So I want to make sure that we're still doing the work, we're still doing the maintenance, but we're not constantly putting this on our ratepayers for the mistakes council and staff made in the past.
Okay, Councilman, we're going to stop going back and forth between the two of you. Y'all have made you've made your points. I'm going to agree with Councilman Pusley. First of all, we don't attack each other personally. We don't. And secondly, throw out some solutions. Then show me let's stop going into the weeds and the weeds and the weeds. We have professionals that we want to go into the weeds. We have one sitting here who came in from out of town to speak to this very issue, and he did. So what is and I'm going to talk to you, Greg, and to you, Gil. Y'all are the ones saying no, 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 no. All right, what's the solution, as Pusley just put it? How about that? Let's talk about, and I get it. I hear what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, we got to move forward. So you guys need to stop building the case and let's move forward with, boom, give us the bottom line. What is it? And I'm asking both of you.
Yeah.
Greg, go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, I think we need to slow down a little bit on there. We have been spending a lot improving our plants. A year ago, we just did the headworks, the badly needed headworks that this council and councils in the past, we've taken an aggressive program, I think, with our system on there. So to say that we haven't, just doesn't go along with the numbers. As I'm looking at it, what is achievable, what is financially viable on there, probably a CapEx about half over the term, $600 million. $600 million, that's a lot of money, and that'll go a long way to improving, not improving, but to continue to improve. In 2016, we were looking at the Stantec report on there that called for wastewater consolidation. We decided not to go that route with it, and once we made that decision, we started making improvements. All the plants we've been improving on there. So it's not a either or on it, it's a question of magnitude with it. I think is what we're looking at, and the comments that I was making on the stretch is what's practical, and what I'm saying at $600 million, that's probably in the practical range, and we're looking over that term 20-25% increase in constant dollars with it. It's not an either or.
Okay, Councilman, so you're saying cut the program in half? Is that what you're saying?
Really, I'm not saying that because in my way of doing it, I'd want to take a lot deeper dive on there with it. On it, I brought up the numbers on, say, Owen Stevens, for example. So we're going to 200 MGD capacity. We had that talks about it. We haven't seen a lot of increase in capacity, demand with there. Just, looking at everything with it. And I'd like to make some comments there. So, we pay for things on 30 years. And we've got 3 ground storage tanks sitting out there, almost 30 million gallons of capacity. We're looking, they're 20 years old. We still have 10 years left to pay for them. and they're not being used right now.
Right.
With it, we've got money in there to convert one to a warehouse and convert to another. We all know about here the elevated storage tanks with it and how that's been. So we've got to be careful in what we do with the wish list and things like that. Like our financial advisor, cities will always be here, but we make these long-term decisions. They have to be fully thought out. I look at the 42-inch line that terminates there at Yorktown. That was put in to provide the island on there, but now we're cobbling together the 18-inch. And, you know, this long-term, consistent type of plans with it. And our system is much better now than it was several years ago. And I think you water and wastewater staff deserve kudos on there. 3 years ago, it was 4 years ago, the council gave the charge to staff, we want a superior water system. You all delivered on that with it. Again, we got the consent decree. We're running ahead of the consent decree on there. Congratulations on that. But then I look too at our operating levels with it, and there's work to be done. I guess I don't want to talk for an hour, and those are my comments.
But at the end of the day, Greg, you're saying to expand, which is what this is here, isn't it? I mean,
What I'm saying is we need to look at the nexus between what the rate increases would be, what the true needs are in our system on there, and what can be done. With it, within those three, you know, the $1.2 billion is outside of that range.
The 1.2 billion we're like, to use what Councilman Pusley said, this is the identification of work that has to be done to keep the system running.
But we've said we cannot complete it in 3 years.
Because of contracts, right? What's this saying is that we plan to take a contract to council at, I'm just looking at one here, wastewater backup generators. 5.9 million in year one. That's saying we're going to take a contract to council probably after the design. So in year two, we'll take the design out to bid. Then it's going to take them some years to build it and close out all the project. This just says we want to start here with this project to have the cost.
Well, let's adjust our CIP to reflect that.
That's the thing. What I said earlier is we don't have the design to even know how to reflect it out.
We can estimate it out, Peter.
I don't think so.
All the columns on the bottom and out years are estimates. But you're telling me on one hand that we're going to be stretching on there. Of course, there are estimates whether we stretch or not.
Right.
But as we go to our mid-year there, it doesn't reconcile.
Yeah, just to be clear, what we're talking about is the actual payment of the project, paying the contractor, does get stretched out by a construction schedule, 2 years or plus, and then this closeout and all that. But unless Murphy wants to say something different, it would be hard to figure how to schedule these out when we don't even have the design yet.
Well, I think we're beating the dead horse, but I look at the CIP and I look at these projects. It said we'll spend $10 million in year one, we'll spend $75 million in year two, and I'm just $50 million in year three. We are doing that right now in the CIP. Where we're not, and like I say, you pay the contractors every month with it. They provide an estimate with it. You don't pay them if job complete. Yeah, you do the retainage on there, but that's only 10% of the value with it. But yeah, I think on many fronts that the CIP we have presented to us could be improved.
Okay. Well, and excuse me, maybe the word is more prioritize. Prioritize the one point. I know you did. I mean, y'all don't just throw things together on a piece of paper, but
we have 10 projects we can move out.
Even more so. That's what I mean.
We can cancel several right now. I have all the new projects. Murphy, we can get the list if you want to. You know, we can eliminate some if the council desires. I heard Councilman Smith say to almost cut it in half. We can do that. We can move projects either off the list altogether or move them out.
Well, yeah, and that would be prioritizing. Call it the projects, call it the bottom dollar. You're prioritizing dollars to a project. So if that is the will of this council, it's basically what we just did for our operating budget. and we prioritized, we took out, we took out things, or things that
Yeah.
we all wanted, but we prioritized it, and we took out, right? So if that's the case here, and I know Councilman Hernandez has his light on, but we need to get to that, if that is the crux of this, gentlemen.
Okay. So prioritization number one is that sheet that's in the agenda packet that has 10 projects. That could be a starting point. We have the capital, we can print out the 2 pages and
Yeah.
just
Just
go
when
through
you
the
hand it
list.
out.
Well, just
That one there,
to
yeah.
be clear, we have stretched this out. I mean, we took this, and the process that we used, we started off with a much longer list. Then I cut that list down, and then we reprioritized it, we stretched it out. Then I delivered that prioritized list to Peter. He looks at it, he cut it down, he stretched it out. So we've gone through this a couple of 3 or 4 times already. What we're presenting to you is as council, is what we think that we need. Now, yes, there are some things in here that we can, like the parking lot, we took that out. We took that out completely. That was one of the things that we moved out. We left some money in there for material, but we're gonna do that, we're gonna figure out a way to do that in-house with our existing manpower. But the list that we're giving you is, I don't want you to think that this was just, and I know you're not saying that, I promise you. I know you're not, nobody on the council is saying that, but this is a list that we scrutinize very deeply, and these, even after we met with council a week ago, we've taken this list and we've even pushed these projects out further. At some point, we've got to quit pushing. You know what I'm saying? Deferring maintenance is going to be a huge challenge on water and wastewater projects, especially, just because of the age of our system. So we will do whatever council asks us to do, the city manager.
We need the list, Murphy. Can you get the 2 pages of the
Yes, sir.
Because we need to identify which ones are new if you'd like to prioritize.
Just want to look at it.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's what I'm hearing. I
Right,
mean,
get these 2 pages right there, you
Yep.
guys. The
Let me-
water, wastewater CIP.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez's comment, go ahead.
You want to go through
Okay. I want to apologize to Councilman Pusley because I had a visceral response to something he said. In the operational budget, there was 48 new FTEs to address maintenance. Am I wrong? Hello, Mr. Murphy?
I'm sorry.
There was 48 FTEs added to the operational budget for water and wastewater.
That's correct.
That's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
To address maintenance and operations, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're talking about is 2 different things. We're talking about capital improvements and replacements versus actual day-to-day maintenance, correct? No one said anything about not doing any maintenance.
No. So.
No, nobody said anything about not utilizing Maximo to do maintenance, correct?
No, right.
It's not something I'm asking. I'm asking you not to do maintenance. That's not what I'm asking you to do.
Thank you very
Right? We don't know what the prioritization is in the capital budget.
Yeah.
It just shows a list of projects in every area that shows these are the capital projects. There's not a prioritization of this is our number 1 project that we have to do this year, and then it goes down from there.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So we don't know what the prioritization of those projects are.
The projects that you've got before you today, not that list, that is prioritized list.
Okay, this is things that you're asking that we could take off to reduce the, that's, there's more work that needs to be done than just that.
Yeah.
You need to have a prioritization of what the capital budget is in order to address it, right? So we don't know what the prioritization is for each of those projects.
Yeah, there's a little bit of prioritization, Council. So in the first 3 years of the 10-year plan,
Now, I'm
something.
talking about the current year.
Right, if I can just finish. So of the first 3 years of the plan, anything that's in year 1 is the highest priority. So like the Allison wastewater treatment plant, that project is that's underway. Finishing it in year 1 is a priority.
Okay, but Peter, what I'm asking for is in this current year, what are the projects that you need to do, absolutely have to do this year, and in order until the ones that you are the ones that can be pushed into next year? We don't know what that is, right?
Okay.
At least we don't know, not from the CIP.
Yeah, you would know, if there's any prior year expenditure, that means it's in the works, so you wouldn't want to, you could push it back, but that would be a lesser priority to push back.
So what I'm saying is that, okay, so what is realistic? So I would recommend in future
capital improvement projects, that you order them in the priority of what the project is to be prioritized.
We can do that.
That way, if we know which one is at the end of that list, those could be probably pushed back into the following year,
Yeah, we can do that.
right? So we don't know what that is now. So in terms of recommendations, that would be recommendation number one.
Right, except for, let me just add that we did give you the list of 10 to help push.
I understand.
So that's a lower
I
priority
understand.
one, so there's
These
some
are-
prioritization.
Right,
Yeah.
so, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with the chlorine project. Is that to do on-site generation?
Yeah, that's on-site generation. That was a safety issue that we brought before council,
Right.
and it was a unanimous approval from council that we moved that
Right,
project
so that was
forward.
we were already in the process of doing that.
Yeah, it's,
But it's on your chopping block.
yeah, we're moving, well, what we did on the chlorine is, we kept it in as a project, but we took a harder look at it, and we figured that, as we get into construction, we could span that construction over a couple of years. And that's what Peter's talking about. This is a dynamic document. This is not static, this is dynamic, and so that was one of the projects that we adjusted. And it's a lot of money. I mean, that's a big project, $49 million project. So we figured like, you get, that, and that's what we did.
Okay, is that the realistic one? Is that, I mean, other than just the dollar amount, is that something that we can't get to this year?
No, it's actually happening right now in
Well,
our
that's
budget.
what I'm saying. You got it on the chopping
We
block,
awarded
but
the
we're-
contract to Adler to finish
Yeah,
finish
it's
that
not on
up.
it's not necessarily chopping, it's moving, it's just slowing the project, keeping the risk
Okay.
around longer.
So what we're asking, and I'm paraphrasing for Councilman Smith, is which ones are the realistic ones that we're actually going to be doing this year, and which ones aren't going to be
Right, we have that list. So any new one that we added are ones at a lesser priority.
Okay.
Although
And
they're
that-
all, yeah, they're
You know,
all,
and that shouldn't just be done for utilities. I mean, that should be done for every, we should have a prioritization for every
okay,
department.
we can do that.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
this is our only fourth year having the budget, the capital budget. Camille, thanks to him. So we can do that as another refinement.
All right.
Yeah, let's put prioritization on all projects going forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Councilman
So
Besson?
is that list being handed out? Okay, we're getting the list of, it's going to be 4 pages. It's an excerpt from the capital budget book. And you can tell us what projects you want to cancel or.
Yeah.
We'll get them up on the screen also.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, and I'm not trying to insult anybody, I'm just asking a question. So Councilman Smith said a while ago that we ought to be half of that 1.2 billion. So if the capital improvement list is just a management document, why don't we just say, let's cut it 50%? And
What
I'm
percent?
asking that question.
60 or 6?
50%. Why don't we
50?
just say,
You
we're
can
gonna
do
take
that.
off half of that, we're just gonna call it $600,000 and move on?
Okay, you can do that. We'll take out, I don't know how many of the projects, but.
Well, I mean, they
yeah.
don't mean anything, apparently, they don't mean anything anyway.
No, that's not, what this is this is the work plan for the city and contract crews. So if we cut it in half, we're gonna be telling you and the community, we're not working on 50% of this work. So when the water line
Well,
breaks,
well,
like you said,
if-
then we'll fix it.
So, are any of these projects that are on this list currently under construction?
Yes, many of them are.
Okay, so we can list those. How much would that be?
Yeah, we'd have to tabulate that. We have about 10 new projects that the team recommended to be added, so those, we can isolate those and show you those.
So if we could, we know we have to put the ones on there that are under construction.
Right.
We've already approved those and they're underway. What do we add to the backside of that to get you through year 6 or 3 or
we have,
whatever number y'all want to come up with?
Right, we gotta get those totals, you guys. Wes, do you have those numbers? Remember, we had the total of, we added about 10 new projects.
Yeah, I got them right here.
Do you have the total, Murphy? I don't know where that sheet is.
This would be
at.
water and wastewater, right?
Right, yeah, well, let's take one at a time. So if we go
Okay.
to water, so in the water, we added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we added to this plan 11 new projects.
The total
So-
cost of those 11 projects?
That's what Murphy's gonna get me right now.
Okay.
But it's, right. And then on the wastewater side, we added brand new for the first time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 projects.
Okay, so if we just added those to the CIP budget,
Right.
and that's it, what's under construction and the new projects you have immediately identified, and then move that forward?
If that's the desire of the council, that would be 18 projects that wouldn't happen until maybe year 4, if that. That includes the London wastewater collection line, the Waldron lift station, the Blucher Park water improvements, the Hewitt Place Santa Fe, the one that backed up this weekend, we'd move
Right.
that one. Upriver Road, a 50-year-old pipe, we can move that one. Water Street would be history, and water and wastewater. That was wastewater. And on the water side, we have the Mary Roads condition assessment, although we're going to try to bring that forward now. We have an electrical substation at Owen Stevens, some a baffle wall and a weir. We have a water line extension from Highway 286 to Alameda. The sand dollar collection line would be eliminated. The south side transmission grid eliminated. And the water line extension to Padre Island would be eliminated, as
Okay.
well as the Water Street. Yeah, those are the
Okay.
majority of them.
Well, so we eliminate those and we list the ones that you
Yeah.
have prioritized now as being the 10 and the 7 most important ones,
Well, those-
water and wastewater.
Yeah, those would be the ones that we would eliminate, the 10 and the 7.
You'd eliminate those?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the ones I just read off.
All right, so what you would put on there is what's under construction and
Right.
then what else?
And that's it, or just maybe under design.
Or what's under design?
Yeah.
So we've approved it and it's under design.
Right.
Okay, well then why don't we do that?
So why don't we do what you're saying and bring this back, bring a list of all of these things, like the ones you're reading out,
Right.
and we address this on Thursday.
We can do that.
Is that,
Let's do that.
but does that sound like what you're trying to get to, Councilman Smith, Council Hernandez?
Actually, I was asking them not to dump things. I want to say, ask them to do what's realistic, right? And maybe I'm misunderstanding with Councilman Smith, that, it's not cut it in half just for the sake of cutting it in half. It's what is realistic. What is the actual thing that's going to get done?
And that's what we need to see, what's realistic, what's going to be cut, like, all that needs to be shown, and let's do that on Thursday, because this is, it's too much, and there's not enough
Yeah.
clarity, it seems.
Yeah, I'm just trying to,
And I'm not-
I'm just trying to understand, and
Yeah.
if we don't need to be showing it on our books, then let's don't show it. I'm fully
We're-
okay with
well,
that.
Let me, just for the record, we're saying these need to be showed, they need to be done. We're not, our position hasn't changed in that. These are critical infrastructure projects that we've identified. It includes things like water
Right.
redundancy to the island. So when the 50-year-old pipe breaks, water's not gonna go to the island in a sufficient pressure, because the other line is too small.
Is there, okay, is there a way we can separate that and show that as, here are future projects we would like to do, but we're not in the process of funding or
Right.
bidding these out, or, a wish list, if you will?
We don't really have a wish list in the system. It's so far
We can't
gone.
have a wish list budget?
Yeah, these are not
I have
like-
one of those at my
yeah.
house.
With the exception of the parking lot and crew quarters for the teammates that we're trying to keep on board with us.
Right.
These are necessity projects.
Yeah.
And again, necessity is measured in risk. How much risk do we want to take?
I understand.
Do we want to have a power outage at the Owen Stevens treatment plant and have the generators fail, and then we don't have power? Most water treatment plants have at least 2 electrical backup systems. We have 1 electrical, 1 generator.
Then is the presentation of that what we need to fix? Like Noe said, do we need to, instead of showing that as a 3-year plan, that's really a 6-year, 7-year, 10-year plan? And if you do that, then that stretches that number out to a realistic representation that we present to the public each year.
We could do that, but like I said earlier, we don't have the actual design for many of these projects.
Right.
Well, I
But we could
realize
take a
that,
stab
but-
at it by Thursday. We could divide it, by more years and hope that that's what it comes in at. We just don't know because we don't have the design.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
but we
just
can
trying,
try.
I'm just trying to find a solution.
That could be a good one. We
We know the
you
problem. We're just trying to find a solution.
The problem is decades of you know what, so.
Right, and,
Right.
Yeah, but
go ahead. You turn on your,
Okay, yeah.
when are we actually improving the asset?
Sorry, Councilman.
I'm sorry. So capitalizing it over, or at least not capitalizing it, illustrating it over 5 or 6 years versus 3. When does the asset get improved?
Along the longer time frame, I guess, is the answer. And
So right now, the CIP was recommending over the course of the next 3 years.
no, so the CIP, unlike the operating budget, says there's an identified need. Let's get it designed, and let's take the construction contract to council. So when we take a contract to council, if it's for $30 million, that's what council approves. We don't come to council and say, we have a $30 million contract, it's gonna take us 3 years, so just approve 10 million. And we'll come back next year. So you approve the 30 million, so the capital budget's designed to do that, to say, hey, a big contract's coming at 30 million. This point that we've been trying to make earlier is that the payments, the actual payout and when we issue the debt depends on the work schedule, when the contractor submits invoices, all of that, so.
And we're just putting the potential liability on the books.
Yes, we're putting it right. So in a capital program, similar to how other cities do it in the country,
Yeah,
is you list the.
I honestly, I've been getting more and more confused, and I think I tuned out for a little while.
Okay.
Until the fireworks started. But, all right, I understand Councilman Smith's concern. I really, really do. But I think just like I was a proponent, and much criticism with regard to putting the asset of the desalination liability on the books because it was our intent to do so. I would suggest that we keep it in the CIP. That way we present a better picture of the assets that need to be improved.
You weren't asleep. That's a great example, Councilman. That's a real good example.
I said
Last year
tuned
we
out.
booked $100 million in 1 year. Why? Because that's what we're saying. We'll probably take a big contract to council at that point, when we know it's going to take a couple of years to actually spend that.
But the concern, Councilman Smith clarified for me, is that what it does to our credit rating by. I'm asking him. I guess that's the thing. That's what I want to make sure that we're
Yeah,
clear.
they know, Noe knows, and you can come on up, Noe, but when we meet with the crediting agencies, we talk about how this plan's going to be executed. They don't assume, hell, you got 120 million, that you're going to spend that much in 1 year, right, Noe? Yeah. So they know capital budgeting, and they understand that you're recognizing that that's when the project is going to start. It may take a few years before you actually have to borrow the debt. When we meet with the crediting agencies, we tell them, as we talked about earlier, there's cash reserves. So if we have cash reserves, we're not going to borrow money until we need it. So we'll say, here's what we have in the bank. This is what's in our reserves. By this year 2 or 3, we'll have to issue this much new debt.
The thing about borrowing money too is that you borrow on a tax-exempt basis. So if you don't spend that money within 3 years, the IRS shows up. And I think we've already had that issue here before.
had an issue
And we
recently.
cleared it. We cleared it with flying colors. But I think one of the things that you do very responsibly is identifying the project and make sure you can spend the money in 3 years. But, you're on the right track.
Yeah.
Yeah, prioritizing.
Well, I may be in the minority, but I'm not opposed to that.
Just a couple of quick things. So right now, as far as the budget, we've got about $220 million worth of projects improving our water system, our wastewater system out there. So to the public there, we are doing it today. You've got construction underway. And then one other thing to council on there, and Noe, if I'm wrong on this, for every $200 million we spend, you're looking about 6% increase in our rates. So however much we want to do it, if we spend $200 million a year on there, we need 6% every year to catch it. It might fall in later on there. That's just a debt service, fairly simple math. I'm not talking coverage in there, Noe. I'm just talking
Yeah, straight out debt.
straight out debt. So, and that's where I'm coming on. That, you know, a lot of our conversation today and last Tuesday has been what the impacts are. So if we as policymakers on there, just be aware every $200 million we spend is going to raise rates 6%. That's just the numbers.
Except that if your amortization schedule on current debt is manageable, or is
Yeah.
sliding nicely
But
like
we're about
that.
4 years out from that. Or that's when we start hitting that glide.
But we have some, Peter always pulling my ear about refinancing current debt so we can get savings. So
Yeah,
if
we
can
have
get-
debt falling off and we
Okay,
can
so,
do
but that's a
refinancing.
big part of this then.
Right.
So
Well,
what
nobody
does
said
that
it
look
earlier.
like then? But
Well,
we,
said
that
it
has
earlier,
everything to
Noe.
do with this conversation.
Yeah.
And knocking off, you know, how many calls did we get on Santa Fe? Because that water has been, I mean, my God, for 6 years, this weekend.
We had
because of the
sewer
rain.
backups on Santa
But,
Fe, right.
but, no, Noe, you need to tell us about that.
Yeah,
So
well-
it is not just one-sided.
Yeah, well-
Debt falls off and the amortization of that, so tell us about that.
Whether it's 6% impact, it could be 5, or it could be 4. A lot of things are pending, you know, we don't know what interest rates are doing, how you finance your old debt. What you have is pretty much, you dictate to us what it is that you need, and we bring to you a plan that says, here are the options. And Peter is always very adamant about making sure that we're looking at everything, all the options, so that we can mitigate that impact. But at the end of the day, you know, right now, it's, you know, so much info, but I would not be so absolute to say that, beg to differ there, Councilman Smith, but $200 million has been a 6% increase. It could be 5, it could be 4.
Okay,
But,
right,
but, you know, if rates rise tremendously, it could be 7.
exactly.
So,
Understood. Okay, Mr. Risley, did you have something?
Yeah, the Thursday idea, you need to adopt the capital budget today because parts of that capital budget are a component of your tax rate, and you have to adopt the budget prior to adopting the tax rate, or you're going to potentially go back to 57 cents.
We can do what we did last week, though, just reduce it by some, you know,
Okay,
just take
Councilman
out
Hernandez.
half. You can
I'm
take-
sorry.
you
This is
can
my
reduce
last
it by
comment
half.
on this.
Yeah.
And ultimately, my whole thing I started on this was what the impact to the rates are to the ratepayer, right?
Right.
You know, we're having the debt and work dictate the rates and not taking into consideration the ratepayer. So that's ultimately what I was trying to ultimately get to, is that we have, you know, people have to pay for this, right? I understand, you know, all the you know, Mr. Enosa, that the financial jujitsu you do to make sure that we're within our debt-to-income ratio, whatever we need to do, right? That's all fine and dandy, and I know we have a lot of work that needs to be done, but, you know, we got to make sure that, you know, we understand there's people paying for this. And so I want to make sure that we're also taking into consideration when we do this calculus of what projects we do and what ones we don't, and how we prioritize, that we take into consideration how much of a rate increase we're looking at, not just in water and wastewater, but stormwater, gas, everything that we look at, because it's not just the capital budget, it's also the operational budget. We have to you got to look at it in a macro sense, not just the micro sense. And it's only $1.15 here, and it's, you know, $2 over here and $4 over there. Well, that adds up. So I understand you have projects you want to do. We make sure it's realistic, and that we always, we keep the people that are paying the bills in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilman, can I just add to that? So we do just what you're saying. We know that ratepayers pay for this. And we did show council the rate impact, not only of the next year rate, but the next one after that. So we did 4 years of rate increases. We handed that out as part of the workshop. We'll bring that back Thursday, both in the water and the wastewater. And we did the same thing for stormwater, and we did the same thing for gas. And we did the macro. We showed that slide to council several times that showed overall rate adjustments across the board. But just want to make sure that's said.
Peter, if I could, in the document, I think you guys handed that out, just so we're all looking at the same thing here, right? You can look, no?
We didn't hand it out yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought y'all handed that.
Yeah, so Mayor, I think what we should do is we could, go ahead.
Councilman Barrera, yes.
You know, I know a fee increase is an increase in cost to somebody's pocketbook, regardless of whether it's taxes or fees. My personal assessment is that obviously, we need to take and consider the aggregate increase of which we're providing to our residents. However, the thing is, when you define that we have these challenges with infrastructure because of the institutional problems, as so you like to call them, because of the challenges that we have to fix, well then, we need to eat it up, because we need to bite the bullet in it. We did it with stormwater. You know, we did it with storm drainage. We had to do it. We understood that we had an issue.
Yeah.
Was it difficult? Did we have to tell people that with the challenges that their rates are going up? I mean, you know, my mom and her sisters are all in their 80s. You know, so they're all on fixed income. So I can tell you, I hear it as soon as it gets on Channel 3. You know, I get the call. So I understand that, but then I can assess that, and typically those individuals, if you tell them that we're trying to improve the infrastructure for the future, and you know, unfortunately, I think sometimes it's disingenuous when we come back and we say that because it's the same thing. And when we had to deal with the stormwater drainage fee, and I think the increase to one of my 80-year-old aunts was, I think her increase was $5. Gabe, yeah, he's nodding over there. And she really didn't. She qualified for the. She qualified to be able to have relief.
Yeah, the utility
but she says no, I'm not going to do that because I'm not that type of person. I'll pay the $5. I can afford the $5. She was frustrated over the $5. Now, if we look at it for the aggregate, you know, I don't know if sometime you figure in the future that we create an exemption for people over 65. Because we all use ideological pontification to say inflation is hard and those individuals, we need to protect them. But you know what? They're feeling it at the gas pump. We're feeling it at the gas pump. And I tell you what, when they don't have water, because everybody was here last February, when there was no water, there was no electricity. And we were one of the first ones to get it up and running. So we need to be prepared for that. And the reason that we didn't have water was because of the poor infrastructure. So if right now we're determining a budget so that way we can have capital improvements and we can assess that and we get that in the books and we know that's got to be there and we have to justify it with a fee increase, well then I'm willing to do that, because I want to tell them, you know what, I don't want your grandson to be without heat and without water next time we have an event like that. The next time we have a hurricane, we want to be able to be up and running as soon as possible. I can make that justification. So I'm willing for us to go, yeah, go ahead, roll your eyes. You know what, you were willing to go back and wanted us to look at the Evangeline, which would have doubled our water rates. And right now, you're giving us a hard time, because that's the thing. It's the pontification and the ideology. And yes, I'm pointing at you, not where it was in him. Wonderful, wonderful. So that's my point. I think we ought to go with what we have. I'm fine with it. And I don't know, once again, what is it? I don't know once again, but that's the thing that I'm standing on.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, I just want to say that we're all concerned about the fees and rates that people pay in this city. And like Councilman Hernandez says, we have to be cognizant of that, and we are. That's why I made the recommendation today to pay for the residential garbage increase out of our fund balance, excess and fund balance, rather than pass that on this year to ratepayers, so we give them at least a year break. We all swallowed the very sour pill with respect to stormwater improvement, but as the examples I've given here before, that was a problem that had been going on for decades, and I served on a stormwater advisory committee back in the late 90s where we introduced 2 different stormwater plans which were never adopted by the city. So we allowed that to happen, but we're all cognizant of that, and we're all trying to make the best decisions possible, and we're trying to make this as equitable and as fair as we can across the board and do some things. But we've done some really great things with this budget. Yeah. We really have. I mean, we've worked through it. We've cut out what we thought was unnecessary, and we've all had opportunities to comment on that. But I just want to say we're all cognizant of what people are going through right now, and we want to make sure we're doing the right thing. And I agree with Councilman Hernandez. We always need to keep that in mind as we go forward, and we're going to have to make some tough decisions in the future when we come to deciding whether we are or are not going to do a desal plant, and who's going to run it, who's going to operate it, and all those kinds of things. But we do that with the ratepayer in mind as the final analysis, and to make sure that we're doing what we think is best for everyone.
Right.
That's what they pay us the big money for.
Right.
Right.
Okay, Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, if we do decide to move forward with this today, by doing so, does it commit us to actually moving forward with any of the projects listed?
No, Councilman, it does not.
Okay, so as these projects are presented moving forward, you're going to have contracts brought to us that we'll be able to, at that time, either vote in favor of or against.
That's correct, Councilman. The design contract or the construction contract, or both. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. That's there's no commitment until we engage in a contract, and that comes to council for approval.
Okay, and so this is an evolving, a living document that we can amend in the future.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I have to respond to Councilman Barrera's comments. You know, this is the second time where it's been said that, you know, it's been implied that I'm saying not do the work. That is not the case. It's do the work, just do it within reason of what we're doing and taking into consideration the rates that we're putting on our citizens. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't do work, don't, you know, put off more and more stuff. That's not what I'm saying. Since I've gotten here to this council, I've talked about preventative maintenance. And so we don't run things to failure. So we're taking care of stuff so they can last longer, to have an asset life cycle management on this. And, you know, to have that implication that I'm asking people not to do the work or to, you know, to let just things fail, you know, which he implied and used a nice little story of his aunt, and you know, he's really good at that. It's almost like a straw man argument in a way. But that's just, I mean, it's nonsense. I want you to do the work. I want you to have a realistic plan and take into consideration the ratepayer in the long run. You know, we've raised rates since I've been here. We've been raising rates on the water and utilities and changing things, and some of that's all good and well, and it's needed. And we have a lot of things that we need to fix, but we can't just continually raise rates in order to meet that. It's got to be within reason. So that's all I'm asking in terms of when we do this and really be thoughtful in these projects that we're doing in the CIP. And like I said, people hold us accountable to plans. You do your business based on the plans that you present us, because as Councilman Molina said, you're going to bring us all that work. By that time you bring it to us, you've already spent a lot of time, man hours, and effort to bring it to us. And hours discussing it, making sure that we have all the information we need. And then for us to just say, you know what, we don't want to do that. That's not realistic. It should be based on this plan. This should be realistic. This should be really dictating what we're doing in the future. So I want to make sure this plan is correct and you know, solid, not necessarily pie in the sky, and within reason for what rates we're charging people. Because a lot of the complaints I get more complaints on the rates than I do on our taxes.
Right.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I would just say this isn't pie in the sky. It's the staff's professional recommendation of what we need to do in the water and wastewater system. This is our best estimate of what we need to do over the next 10 years, and more importantly, over the next 3 years to improve the system. That's it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So what we can do, Miles, we're having most of the discussion on the water and wastewater, which is not tied to the tax rate. So council can approve the exact capital budget that you have in front of you today, knowing that we're going to come back Thursday We'll be providing some prioritization lists to the council on things you can defer, eliminate, or you can do it now, or you could approve what you have presented. But this doesn't, because I think Miles mentioned the property tax rate, the water wastewater is not dependent on the property tax rate.
Right, it's completely
So
separate.
unless there's issues in the other side of the capital budget,
Right.
then you could approve it.
Okay,
knowing
and
that you
this
can
here,
amend it.
what are we calling this? The
So that
short
is
term?
this is a prioritization projects, 10 projects that we could save $28 million on by deferring or
Right.
figuring out a different delivery system. We're
Okay.
not doing them. Like we had a parking lot for $2 million. We're saying we're just not going to do it anymore. And we'll just walk, through Caliche and. Yeah, so all of them, with the exception of one, I think, on here, we would do, but just phase them out, just push them in the
Right,
future.
in a longer.
So instead of doing them now, we're gonna do them years down the road and take that risk.
Okay, Councilman Molina, yes.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, and Peter, I might need some help with this. I want to move to approve this item with this amendment. So how do I
Okay.
do that?
You can say approve the amended capital budget that Eddie presented, that totals, I don't have the numbers there, but to include this list here that amends it. This, yeah.
That's my motion.
Yeah, that would
Yes.
be, it would be to approve the capital budget as initially amended by Eddie in the council's work earlier, and furthermore, to be amended even more by this list that's included in the agenda packet.
Less, yes.
It would basically be two amendments.
Yes.
There's the amendments from the council's earlier work, and the amendments Eddie presented, that's one. And then the second one would be to modify the project lists as.
We need to make a motion to approve the capital budget, then we'd have to have a
Right.
motion to approve it as amended by Cody and his group.
Right.
And then the second amendment would be.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
Okay,
So
so-
Rebecca, you've got that?
Yeah, I'm going to move to approve,
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
and
you-
then,
And then the amendment
okay,
to include this,
motion to amend
to include.
to include the alternate water utility short-range CIP
Right, that's good.
as presented
Worksheet.
here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Well, we need a second on mine.
Right.
okay, we have a second. Did we not do Eddie's? On the first one?
Eddie's is another.
It's another one, okay, go ahead.
Well, you could include it in that one too,
You
right?
could
Just
include
say-
it in that.
Okay.
Just say. Oh, got it. Okay, so there's some dissension. Okay, so on this one, it's amendment number 1 is to include the alternate water utility short-range CIP, right? That list of
Yes, ma'am.
items?
Yes.
Okay,
It's actually water, wastewater, just to be clear.
water,
Alternate
wastewater, that's right.
wastewater.
It's
yeah.
2. Okay, water, wastewater list. Okay, there's a motion and a second. We're going to vote on that?
Yes, so this is to,
Just first amendment, yeah.
did we include them all in one?
No.
No,
Mr.
this-
Barrera wants to do the other one separately, the list requested by staff.
This one?
That's in your presentation. No. I understood what's in your PowerPoint, right?
I'm gonna vote against it because I think we ought to include them all. I think not doing so.
Oh, I see.
I think not doing so is disingenuous to the public because they don't know the capital improvements that we need to do. It's just a way for us to do financial jujitsu so that way we could say we're saving you money. So it's my opinion that we should include it
As presented,
as presented.
I see. Okay,
Vote on the First Amendment.
Okay. Yeah, we do have one on the motion, a second on the floor to approve that, Mr. Molina's motion.
That'd be good, because that'll give Councilman Barrera the choice to
Right,
not
to
vote on
focus
that.
on the
okay,
other one.
go ahead.
Okay, so for passage of the motion to amend, Councilmember Letterman is absent. Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Presley? Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
No?
Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
I don't know.
Did you say no? No. No, okay. And Mayor Wahardo?
Aye.
Okay, so that passes. Now we have a second amendment.
The second amendment would be the one to, do you have to approve or amend the CIP based on those 4 projects?
You have to amend.
amend the CIP
Yeah,
based
on
on the
this
4
list, right?
projects. Yeah.
And the projects that they
Oh, the 5.
reduced from the one-time list.
5.4.
So we amend the budget by $5,417,312, which was due to amendments from the operating budget.
Right, and the staff presented ones as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Do
Okay,
we need a
you wanna
roll
vote
call?
on that one? Yes, I
Or-
can do that. Yes, ma'am. So for passage of that second amendment, the proposals by staff and that 5.4 million by council, Councilmember Letterman absent. Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Pesley? Smith?
No.
No? Okay. Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter? Mayor Wahardo?
Aye.
Okay, so that passes. So then the whole thing is amended.
Okay, the whole thing is
Mm-hmm.
the entire, okay.
Including those two. And then we're going to come back and look at on Thursday, right? And continue
I
the
don't think so.
discussion.
I don't think-
No? Are we done?
No, no, we don't have to. Let's
Okay,
go.
this is it. Let's go?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Okay, so for passage as amended, Councilmember Letterman absent. Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Pesley? Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
No.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter? And Mayor Wahardo?
Aye.
Okay, it passes.
Okay.
We just have 2 more things on the agenda.
Don't even make me think about that. Okay, who wants to take a 10-minute break to eat? It's 5:45. I know.
I got King Ranch for dinner.
I know, it's gonna be to go.
You just have 2 more.
I know.
Is it
20, yeah.
That's the last, right?
Well, we're gonna do 22 as a tax rate. So ordinance setting an ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2023 of, Rebecca, what is it?
.620261.
620, what?
.620261 is the tax rate we've discussed.
620261.
.620261, yes, ma'am.
All right, 62.620261 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 10.2 increase over the no new revenue tax.
7.2.
Sorry, 7.2. All right, okay. Hi, Heather.
Hi, Heather Hurlbut, Director of Finance. See if they will come up. So we'll just move forward without the presentation. So what is on the table right now, because actually what I had in my presentation was the 637864. There we go. Was what the council had approved at the last meeting. And so just a reminder, our no new revenue rate is .578740, and the voter approval rate is .646264. So I believe y'all have discussed several different options today. And option 2 is the .620261, which is a reduction of 2.6003 cents from the fiscal year 22 tax rate of .646264. And I believe during the budget, the required expenses were removed from the adopted budget in the general fund of about $1.7 million. And so that is what would be up for a vote now would be the .620261.
So we're just voting to officially accept that rate.
Yes, this is second reading in the tax rate.
Right.
And you are adopting a lower rate than what was voted on at the first reading of the tax
Correct.
rate last Tuesday.
Okay.
And you will need, there'll be a roll call vote. And due to the requirements by state law, there needs to be at least 6 votes in affirmative for the adoption of the tax rate.
Okay. Alrighty. So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make comment on item number 22? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment and entertain a motion to approve item number 22 to adopt our tax rate.
Madam Mayor, don't we have to have special language?
Yes, we do. And Mr. Oh, is that what you were going to?
Have the special language in front of you?
I do.
Yes.
I do it, Greg.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay, this is the required language by the state of Texas. And I'd like to remind people that what you actually pay in taxes will be what your valuation is. So if your valuation did not increase, you're actually going to see a lowering of your tax rate. If your valuation increased over 4%, you'll see more that you'll be paying in taxes. So as we set the rate in this very complicated one, no valuation increase, your taxes are going down. The check you write will be going down with it. But if your valuation has moved up, then you'll probably be paying more. But I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of .620261 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 7.2% increase in the tax rate.
Okay. Councilman Pesley. Do you have a?
Was there a second?
Okay. Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
We have a second. Okay, further discussion, Mr. Pesley?
Yes, I wanted to, I should have done this earlier, and I apologize, Mayor. I wanted to bring attention to something that I discussed at the last hour with Constance, and she's putting the numbers together for us now. And I think it's something that this council needs to consider for our future budgets, and that is the Nueces County currently and for a long time has granted a 20% homestead exemption to homeowners in Corpus Christi and a $62,500 additional exemption for 65 and older. The city does 10% and $50,000. And I think we should move toward what the county does with respect to our homestead exemption and our over 65 exemption. And we don't have to necessarily swallow that all in 1 year, but the possibility of doing that, half next year and half the year after to get us to that. And that does give homeowners some relief. And I would also, Peter, encourage, and I spoke with Constance about this too earlier in the year. One of the things that our budget preparer at the county used to do, which was very helpful, is they would give us a one-page worksheet that showed our total valuations for the county, and in our case would be the city, and then everything under that would be the deductions that are applied to that before our tax rate gets applied to it. And they would even include the tax abatements that we had given to industry, because that impacts your total tax rate. So I think that's something that is important as a worksheet to show the council to start the budget process, to show what all the, even now if you're the spouse of a veteran who passes away, you get a deduction or a deferment on your taxes for that. So those are all important things to show people, and it makes a big difference in the final number.
Right, it does. I'm familiar with those schedules, so we'll start including that in our budget book and the part of the process.
But I think we should look in the future at moving toward what the county does with respect to homestead exemptions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilman. I think it's a great idea. Councilman, or Mr. Risley?
Yeah, I'd like to point out that we are passing out a substituted ordinance that has the lower tax rate within the ordinance. That will be the substituted ordinance on the floor to be voted on.
Oh, for this?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman,
You'll be voting on the ordinance as amended, as substituted and passed out, but the amendment is incorporated into the substituted ordinance.
what are we doing?
We had to cut that.
Okay.
I think it would be also worthwhile to, our floor in this, our no new revenue tax rate of 57 cents and whatever the decimal points are. If you round it up, it's 58 cents. if we adopted that, I think the number y'all gave us, Peter, we'd have to cut $16 million.
11.5.
Or is it 11 million?
It was 16.9 million.
16 point,
And
it's
so,
almost 17 million.
Yeah.
So what would we have to eliminate?
You'd have to start getting into those core services. The parks budget, I think, is around 20 million, 24 million, so you'd have to eliminate the entire parks budget, or
A big part of-
libraries, parks, police, fire, streets.
So there'd be no
Yeah.
25 new police officers?
I don't think so,
There'd
not
be
at that
no
level.
24 firefighters?
No, I wouldn't
There
recommend
probably
it at
wouldn't
that
even be
level.
10.
Or streets, like we put 6 million more into streets to keep this year's level with 23 level with 22. And that comes from property tax, so that would be.
That'd be
yeah,
eliminated?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Even though I found 14.8 when I was gonna hand it into our budget meeting that we had.
14.8.
Didn't include any of the police or fire.
We need to bring you on staff then.
I
Transfer
tell you,
him
after this
out.
damn session, you probably do.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Again, this is just a reduction in the increase. It's not to the no new revenue tax rate, so, but it is paying for some things that we think are necessary, like additional police officers, additional firefighters, equipment. Some of the things that, I don't agree with everything that's in the budget. Obviously, I voted against it, but we probably could cut this a little bit more, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Okay,
So we're going to treat Mr. Molina's, Mr.
Yes.
Smith's motion, it's an we passed the first rate on first reading, so now we're changing it, so it's an amendment. So that's his amendment, is to make it this rate, the .620261.
yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so we have that amendment on the floor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mr. Smith and Mr. Molina.
Okay, so
Okay, so
all in,
can I
does
do
it
a
have to
roll?
be
Yeah,
call? Yes.
let me do a roll call on the amendment, just to be on the safe
Sure.
side. For the amendment, Councilmember Letterman absent. Martinez? Molina? Pesley? Smith? Barrera? Hernandez?
Oh, come on, Gil. Yes or no? Come on.
No, join me, Gil. Join the dark
Jeez.
side. Go
Oh.
no.
No.
No?
No.
I know.
No.
Okay, Hunter, no? Mayor Wahardo?
Aye.
Okay. So the amendment passes. Now we'll just pass it as amended, the ordinance as amended, which was passed out to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so for passage of the ordinance as amended, Councilmember Letterman absent. Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Pesley? Smith? Barrera?
Nobody likes copycat.
Come on. Come on.
No, I'd be the first one. Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
No.
Mayor Wahardo?
Aye.
Okay, it passes.
Okay. Item number 23 is an ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 22-23 operating budget. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Item 23 is an ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the 22-23 operating budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the 21-22 budget. This is a state law, and it requires a separate vote from adopting the budget and adopting the tax rate. So the current amount in the second reading here is the $14,268,477. But that needs to be amended. The new amount, due to the reduction in the tax rate, would be the increase rate. The revenue increase would be $10,354,938.
Okay.
So I'll
Okay.
stand by for any questions.
Well, I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on our last item, number 23? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment and entertain a motion with an amendment, correct?
Right, so
I'm sorry?
First, we're going to approve it.
Right.
So
I'll entertain a motion. Do we have a motion?
Okay.
It's basically we're ratifying the tax rate.
Property tax rate?
Right.
So we're going to do an amendment. Yes, we're going to amend it first, but first, our process. We approve it first, then amend it, and then approve it as amended.
I move for approval.
Okay, do we have a second? All in favor, say aye.
No vote. Okay, so
Oh,
then
goodness.
now it's time for the amendment.
Amend, right.
So we're going to amend it to, motion to amend $10,354. God, I keep saying it. $10,354,938 is the amendment.
Right. Okay, do we have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so for that, all in favor, I guess, did I do a roll? I can't remember. Do you want a roll call vote, Mayor, or did you want,
Just do it.
We didn't,
let's do voice?
we can just do it. You go ahead and do the roll call.
Okay, so
It
roll
says
call.
roll call there.
Okay, we'll do roll call.
Yeah.
So, Councilmember Letterman is absent. Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Pesley? Smith? Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter? Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, so then as amended,
Yes.
okay, Lerma is absent. Martinez? Molina?
Aye.
Pesley? Smith? Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
No.
Mayor Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, so it passes as amended.
Great. Okay, so Thursday, are we doing something Thursday on what, or not?
No, I don't
Maybe
think you need a
not.
council meeting on Thursday.
No.
No, we'll bring back the item for the inspections of new infrastructure and subdivisions. That would be in a subsequent council meeting.
Oh, right.
Right.
Yeah,
Mayor,
that's
Mayor,
fine.
point of order
And I
on,
want- yes.
on this. We had, Councilman Smith had made a motion to bring the fees back on Thursday. I asked that we reconsider it. So I make a motion to reconsider it and to move it to the following Tuesday, so we don't have to come back on Thursday.
Yeah, the fees for inspections, right, Councilman? The
The
inspection.
inspection fee.
Right,
it's
and you
on-
can send that to
Yeah.
us.
That's
that-
on Tuesday though, right? I thought.
We can bring it back.
No,
We
the
don't have.
motion was
but- I know,
specific.
but his point is we weren't, it doesn't necessarily have to be this Tuesday. It can be any Tuesday. So I don't know what works best in terms of that particular item.
Yeah, we can bring it back either next Tuesday or
We
the
can look at
following.
it, yeah.
Well, we have to reconsider, no, we took it out.
We took it out.
We
so
took it
if
out,
do-
but the motion that was made was to be on Thursday,
Right.
right? So it has to be reconsidered in order for us to move it, so we don't have to come back on Thursday morning. Right? So I'll make a motion to reconsider, to postpone it to
To a future
a
council.
future
future
council
council date,
date.
yeah.
On Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. All right, so,
Well, that's a motion to reconsider. Now we have to vote on the,
So that was 2/3 just to reconsider
Right.
when we're
The-
bringing it back?
the date.
no, that was to reconsider was the 2/3, right?
Right.
It was unanimous, so now I make a motion to reconsider it on a future Tuesday.
And that's for item number 12, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we reconsidered, I have 12 is the inspector.
Right, no, this is for development services.
No, this is for engineering fee structure for,
Development
Oh, yeah,
services
it's
item.
13.
Okay, Rebecca, you tell us, please. Would you tell us
Well, I
what we
mean,
need
if
to do?
we want to do that, so I did write Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've reconsidered the item, and now the motion is to approve the ordinance, accept all fees excluding the new subdivision inspection fee, and that's going to go on a future council
future
meeting?
council
meeting.
A future
date,
council
yes.
meeting date,
On a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday, yes.
on a Tuesday.
No, not necessarily.
Just a
I
future
mean, we'll
date.
see.
It's my understanding. So is there, and you're making that motion?
No, I made the motion to reconsider. The actual motion is for a future council meeting on a
Right.
Tuesday.
Right,
Right.
so you're making that motion?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
then who's,
Do we have a second? Is that a, all right, all in favor, say aye.
yes, sir.
You have to amend. Yes.
Right,
Yes.
we would amend
Because
both
if
the-
we add
right.
those four or whatever, and anything in between, then we have to amend the budget.
There was on the property tax rate, but this is a user fee. So it's independent of the property tax rate. So that, yeah, we could do it in September, October. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
deadline was just for the property tax rate. And this is not impacted by that.
I've got one quick question.
ahead.
Miles, if I abstain from item number 13, should I abstain from this one also?
It's not a, I mean, you can abstain. It's, if you're being impacted differently than the people as a whole, it would be wise to abstain.
Okay.
Okay,
Abstain.
so it's 13.
Are you abstaining, Ben? Okay. Councilman Mullen is abstaining.
Okay.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries. So guys, I just want
Canceling
to,
Thursday.
Peter, thank you. I want to thank staff. I know everybody's halfway gone. Chief Markle's sitting over there. Johnny Stobbs is sitting over there. Chief Roach is sitting over there. And of course, Mark Harrod's sitting over there. Anyway, I want to thank you, thank your staff. But I really want to thank this council because, you know, and I respectfully say this, but these are tough decisions. We all want to vote no. We all want to vote no because it's the easier thing to do, and we've got to move this forward, and that takes a balance. So Peter, thank you, because your job, part of your job is to remind us of that balance. And it is difficult, and they're super tough decisions to make. But again, I just want to thank the council, because none of us are perfect up here, but that's, you know, we go the whole year. It's during this budget season that makes every difference for the rest of the year and for all of our residents. And we're trying to balance what they want and what they demand, and then what it takes to give them that. And so, anyway, thank you to the team. Thank you for all you do, Peter.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman, thank you very much for all y'all do. Even the cattiness. Yes. We can break for lunch now. Okay, there being no further business. Yes. Oh, I read.
We're just not here till 9 o'clock. Make sure we didn't come back on Thursday.